Kenya, some of the parts of Kenya are experiencing a lot of droughts. And again, when in droughts, when the area becomes so desert, we are losing the indigenous tree species. And what I'm doing is that we are trying to plant the indigenous trees in schools. Like in Kenya, there's a local saying, which is a proverb, which says that if you want to bed a stick, you must do it while it's fresh. So I believe like young children in Kenya in schools are the right people to engage in this exercise of tree planting, because in future they will know the importance of conservation. That's why I'm working with them, and we are planting the indigenous trees in the schools. And our approach is if we are done with one school, we go to another school. Yeah, and we also do the monitoring from each school. We have to get feedback after every 5 months. How are the trees we planted? How are they doing? Yeah, that's the work we are doing there, here in Kenya. Yeah, thanks a lot, Anna, for the introduction. If there's any question, you can also ask. I'm here about any question regarding Gain Forest. I'm here to answer.
Yeah, thank you, Julius. I love seeing you here and listening to you here so much. Jimmy, do we have some minutes for asking questions to Julius, or should we
Of
leave it for
course.
tomorrow because he's gonna be our guest tomorrow too?
Whatever you guys. Let's give it time right now. So go ahead. We got him here. Might as well. Hey, you know me. I'm a Mangrove Maxi. I love to hear it. I didn't know that Gain Forest does biodiversity measurements as well. That's super interesting. Can this lead to biodiversity credits, or how does the biodiversity part work? And you're both
Is there
muted.
any question?
Yep. Can the biodiversity measurements of Gain Forest lead to biodiversity credits being created, perhaps? Still muted, good sir. Oh, Julius, you have to unmute in the bottom left.
Jimmy, I'm gonna jump in real quick because I have a meeting in 3 minutes. But it's so cool, man. It's we just talked about like Tree Forwards, your AI model, and you know, Julius is also working with mangroves and Gain Forest. I mean, I am so interested in us collaborating, you know, like everybody, you know. So let's talk more about the stuff. I got a dip though. Peace.
Let's do it. So your time is confirmed. You're on the sketch. What is it? 8 p.m. UTC.
Great.
See you then, good sir.
Yeah, see you soon. And Julius, we have by the way, we have a data set for indigenous trees in Kenya that we're working on. We haven't done work on mangroves, but we have worked with about a dozen schools, and recently met the office of the First Lady in Kenya actually to talk about the Mazingira Awards. And the idea is to sort of showcase schools that implement, you know, successful and inspiring
We started the video stream. The new link for that is in the Telegram and the Green Room chat on X. So anyone who wants to be added, let me know. I'll add all the speakers to the Green Room chat on X, and y'all can jump in. We're Shout out to our channel partners, Bankless DAO, Refi DAO, Solarpunk DAO, TreeGen DAO, many DAOs, all our LinkedIn profiles and Twitch and YouTubes and all the good things. So wave to the people online. You can wave to them, say hey, say hello. Yeah, this stream, this space is being broadcasted. All right. Cool beans. The beans are cool. Someone else jump back on the video stream if you'd like to. Otherwise, I'm happy to rock it. Happy days. So, what should we do? Should we do like an elevator pitch situation again? A shillathon? I haven't actually heard from vulnerable UG communities. I don't know if they're actually in Gitcoin, but otherwise, it still seems like you're making an impact. So, oh, the hostess with the mostest. Who is that? Pranav still or Senor Host? Is it Kingfisher? You've unmuted yourself, I think, by accident. There you go. There you grow. Pardon me, almost said the forbidden word. We're replacing the word go with grow in all contexts. Yeesh.
Hello, Jimmy Trijan. This is Utkarsh Solarpunk coming in. Can you hear
Oh,
me
it's
loud and
Solarpunk
clear?
Daddy.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
So clear,
All right,
perfectly
over and
loud.
out. Over and out.
Over and out. Right. Happy days. So, guys, I'm bullish on the solar-punk paradigm. You'll notice my Jimmy profile over there is actually a solar-punk tree gem. It's a very special NFT that is. By the way, have you gotten Jerry his solar-punk second solar-punk? He won one, but he also bought one.
Yeah, no, so we've made one for him, and his brief for the second one was exact to exact same, but female version. And I
That was
was
for
like,
his.
man, Jerry, that's a max syncing up that he's got
Is it
with
for his
his
missus?
partner. Yes, for the missus.
Oh
Yes.
snap! Look at that. See,
Yeah.
I got to onboard the misses. They get to unite in the solar punk paradigm. I love these giveaways. That was best 10 die I ever spent. Wait, did I ever send you? I don't think I even sent you that yet. Have
Nah,
I sent
you
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 that?
will buy some earth soon, bro. Just give it some
Yeah,
time. But like, I mean,
yeah,
we
yeah.
are. I think we stopped minting more NFTs because OpenSea banned us, and then we've just
Yeah,
been
what's up
working
with
on.
that? Broken
So
Sea.
we've been like designing our own contract and like just testing it out. Maybe
Yeah.
that also is going to like come to fruition quite soon.
Oh,
So we will start
can
minting.
we share your alpha on what you're building to dethrone Broken Sea?
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it's. I've also put it up in the grant this time that we have now got good enough clarity on what we intend to do with Solar Punk Gardens. So first off, like I think there are several impact regenaissance solar punk resonating NFT projects in the space now, and more or less like depending on whichever blockchain they are minting on, it's usually like Magic Eden or OpenSea or Rarible or so on and so forth. And I think Fractal Visions is doing something for the impact space on optimism. What we are looking to do is create like a highly curated NFT marketplace that would be fully powered by Earthcoin. So the alpha there is that every NFT that's listed over there, whenever you buy and sell, you would be essentially minting Earth in the process. And also the vibe is that like it's going to be projects that the ones that we are working on that have a little long term focus and like are aligned with like we have like a 10-12 part manifesto and things that we want to see more of, and if they're falling into one of those categories then we would be putting them up. Plus because it's such a filtered collection, like what we would also be offering is creating custom smart contracts for their NFT projects. Because what we've realized is that every, at least the good ones, all of them have something unique and something custom going on for them. And yeah, so what we would do is we would take the set templates that we have and then create the customizations on top of that for that particular NFT project, and also do some amount of customization on how their project is presented, because we feel that each project has got its own flavor, its own vibe, and what it's trying to communicate. And I don't think one size fits all for NFT projects, at least, like, yeah, the ones that are really building for the long term makes sense. So we would try and design something which is particular to them, and also do it in a way where the NFT collection is displayed specific to the vibe of the project. So, I mean, yeah, all of this is it's quite it's quite taxing, but again, the only reason it makes sense is because we're not looking to onboard like en masse, but we're looking to only onboard like a curated bunch, and for them, then we would be like willing to go to that extra length and make things really work out for them. So yeah, that's the plan, and it's just that we haven't started working on it because launching Earthcoin was the priority up until now. But yeah, fingers crossed. I think I've said it like a bajillion times, so I'm not going to say it anymore. And now I will only talk once it's out there. But once it's out there, like, this is what we're going to be building next.
Boom, bit of roadmap alpha. Love it. So you're gonna help customize pages according to their branding. We were even talking about like, yeah, further tech support. I mean, we're getting in terms of the DSST now. We talking about like, yeah, further tech support. I mean, we're getting in terms of the DSST now. We
change. Each one of us needs to eliminate the divisionary materialistic noise we have been conditioned to think is true. The real revolution is the revolution of consciousness. The most relevant change must occur first inside of you. You can continue to be a slave to the financial system and watch the continuous wars, depressions, and injustice across the globe while placating yourself with vain entertainment and materialistic garbage. Or you can focus your energy on true, meaningful, holistic change, which actually has the realistic ability to support and free all humans. The choice lies with you.
No, you're not on it. I guess it's not the same. Shit. What? Wait, did the one I just posted in Telegram like not that long ago, or what are you looking at?
Is it in general?
Probably. I couldn't tell you. Is it in general? Shibbity wobbity hibbity hobbity. All right, let me get it for you. Let me get that. Let me handle that for you. Handle that business. Okay. I'm just
handy business.
Handle that business. Pin stuff to the top. Everybody type let's grow. Almost Gucci. Now we Gucci. Okay. Bing, bang, boom, bam. All right. So where were we? We were talking about alpha, the alfalfa alpha. Yeah, it's in general, bro.
Cool, bruh. See you in a bit.
Bruh. Come through, guys. If you want to come through, I'm gonna drop this in the green room. The green room is a chat I made with the speakers that I've identified. If you're not in the green room and you'd like to be, hit me up. We will accommodate thee. Oh,
Only if you got some grow on you, though.
some grow. Let's grow. Okay, so in the green room, bam, there you go. Jump in there. Let's frickin' grow. Let's grow. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Pin it and notify. Jump on in.
Jimmy, is it possible to share?
Impossible.
I do
What
not
is
have.
sharing? I don't even know what that means. I'm kidding, of course. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. You
I'm
know we
talking
love you.
about sharing, screen sharing. I tried the link that you've shared, but my computer is not have camera.
You want to
Maybe
screen?
should
Are
be
you in
tried.
the? You want to screen share to show us some
Lunka
space
actually at
things?
some point in time. Yeah,
Yes, you may.
I tried to figure out how to share, but I was not able to manage it. How it could be done.
Well then, yeah. I mean, what? Yeah. So, yep. Jump in the link. Are you in the green room yet?
I don't. I think I'm not. Give me a second. I need.
Oh yeah, we put the stream in there. Boom! Look at this, beautiful. Come on, Iggly. Don't be shy now. Let's see that beautiful mug of yours.
First off, I don't have any hair, Jimmy.
Okay, well then great. Then we definitely don't care about it.
Okay,
Neither
well,
do
well,
I.
I
Neither
also
do I.
I just woke up, so give me some time here.
Get that
Well,
coffee. Get that coffee. And if you like to inhale some carbon, inhale some more carbon, cigarettes or whatever else floats your boat, and hop in.
some
Okay,
solar punk
time to
advice
wake
right
and
there.
bake.
Okay, hey guys. Phantom.
Jimmy is concerned about all the channel partners we have this time,
a
so
little,
we keep
a
it
little
PG,
bit, a
guys.
little bit. I
We
mean,
keep
look,
it PG this
freedom of
time.
speech,
And
but
if the
well,
conversation goes somewhere else, then we just shut that broadcast channel for that time.
sure, we can do that. We'll just end the video. Yeah, yeah,
In
it's a safe space. We want to create a container. Just say the secret word, blueberry, and then we'll shut down the video stream, and we'll just have some deep
Blueberry.
talks where you get really. Yo, that don't
No,
say
I
it
was
unless you
testing.
mean
I
it,
was
bro.
testing.
I'm serious
I
about
was
this.
testing. I was testing, bro. I was testing
Mic
here.
check 1 2 blueberry. Blue shuts it down. Come on now, Phantom.
Mic
Phantom,
check,
what's
check,
up?
check. 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Tickety check.
Blueberry. Blueberry.
Wait,
Hey,
what's that for? That's if someone
That's
starts.
our safe word. Yeah.
if you want to talk about some things you probably rather not be broadcasted everywhere on the internet, then just say the word.
That's
Of
the safe
course. All
word.
right,
All
blueberry.
right. Hey, man, let's take this seriously. Is this for real?
No, 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 no. I was practicing.
Test. 1 2
Man,
1
yo,
2.
you don't.
Test.
Yo, guys, this is not rocket science. You can say it. You don't need to practice how to say blueberry. Like it's literally a pretty standard word. It's a fruit.
Oh, I
You know
thought it was blue fairy actually.
what?
I thought you meant blue fairy.
Blue fairy?
Fairy, brother, fairy. He's hearing fairy instead of berry.
The
Brother's
fairy.
definitely got some wings on right now.
You thought we were talking about fairies. All right.
I bet that is a better word. Yeah, blue fairies than berries is more
Mm,
indicative. But yeah,
it's
Don't
subjective.
keep an easy word as the safe word. People just use the blueberry and they'll say, we want to grow blueberries, and then we have to shut the broadcast down.
Yeah, blue
yeah, yeah.
fairy is not a, it's the unsafe word. Now, you say blue fairy, next thing you know, fairies are popping out. They're attacking you. You got to be careful with the blue fairies. All right, so let's get growing. Let's get serious here. We're talking about very serious things. Public goods, are they good or not? Let's debate.
Yeah,
Utkarsh,
I
yeah,
thought.
Good?
steel
Are they
man it,
good or
steel man
Yeah.
it. What's
Is
bad
this
about
is
them?
this is this a blue fairy discussion?
No, dude,
Because things
it's
can get
not.
very hot and heavy. Yeah, Jimmy. Like, I mean, you
Really?
should know what to steel man our public goods good conversation. Yeah, I don't think I can do that officially. I've got too much
Yeah,
riding on public goods.
yeah.
What
Mm.
about the difference between public goods and public bads?
Yeah, what are
Safer,
public bads?
lot safer.
Oh, like negative externalities,
Air pollution.
smell. They're public bad.
Yeah, air
You're frozen on
pollution.
the stream, Edkarsh. You have like a bajillion tabs open or what? Oh, there you are. Hey, you're back. All right, nice. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, kept it clean, man.
Phantom,
Otherwise,
Phantom, kept it clean.
Oh,
You didn't have
I
your.
wanted to make the same public bad joke. Like, is how is it called public good and not good, right? Like,
Well, I could you could build a case for that. Like there are some people who were like trying to date like the carbon tunnel vision guys. Like sometimes they do some other things that are not good. Like people have been displaced out of their homes because some well funded carbon developers like make some dodgy deal with the government and like kick people out of an area to plant trees. Like that's crazy. I hearing stories like that. How could people? Yeah, I don't know. I guess people. Some people are with enough economic incentives. You're gonna attract all kinds of people, not just the people with a big heart, right? So
I
public,
yeah,
thought
not so good.
yeah. But I feel like there is a case to be made for like, and I feel like right now, I mean, so many carbon credits have suffered from like being illegitimate or being like hot air fuzz, and the more you dig deeper, like the more of these stories that just keep on coming out. And I feel like that's what, in some sense, the whole Web3 standard of being able to issue carbon credits is at least going to be like 10x better than what's existing out there. And yeah, at least be able to use all of that money that's flowing into the system for better purposes towards better projects, I think, and make it a little more legit. I mean, a lot more legitimate than what the current situation is. Because even the ones that I've seen that kind of like to boast about the quality, like, to be honest, we are ultimately taking their word for it in most cases, and there is no hard proof backing it up in a lot of those instances. Like it's third party reports, and it's always plausible to cook that story up in some way or the other. But I feel MRV on chain is indisputable, as long as we have
Mm.
ensured that the quality of data going on chain is solid. Yeah, I don't know why I'm ranting about this, but yeah, overall, not been the happiest following the whole carbon credit space for the last 10-15 years. And but finally seeing some ray of sunshine coming in. Yeah, Phantom, go ahead.
yeah, I was kind of talking a little bit on the same thing, and traceability of impact, I think, is important, and we need to have verifiable proofs for a lot of this. I've definitely kind of seen these planting initiatives, and people steal saplings, people will do something, and like there is just no way of knowing how much of the planted saplings eventually kind of helped create the ecosystem, and also a lot of this is at the end of the day policy driven and politics. So totally you are like spot on there. I think this is kind of one way where people will have, some proof to back up and say that this is where the impact and the flow of both data and capital is going, and effectively, we can see the ecological impact. And that's why I think it's just a matter of proof of concept. I think it will get adopted more widely as people will kind of choose to be part of this public network, and we need to educate them, right? So I think that's where right now we are still at, and this is kind of a growing experiment.
Yes, growing hard. But also, I think just on that point, two things. One, like how Jimmy was starting the conversation, like carbon tunnel vision is a serious problem. And this is a very personal opinion. A lot of people have different opinions on this, but personally, I feel like excessive focus on carbon will lead to like maybe decisions which are looking good right now, but maybe not best for the long term. And why I say that is because just to put things into perspective, like carbon dioxide and monoxide put together, like they do not constitute of more than, I think it's less than a percentage of the atmosphere in terms of the share, right? And it's right now it's gone off the hook, and like that it's increasing, but in the grander scheme of things, it is less than a percentage of what is there in the atmosphere. So over optimizing or like taking decisions just keeping that 1% in mind, at least the nature based decisions, can lead to like unforeseen outcomes. I think a good perspective or a good mindset to have is to have carbon sequestration or mitigation as a byproduct of whatever you do, because a lot of things in general and in nature like do sequester carbon, or like a lot of technologies do ensure prevention of emissions. But if that's just the sole focus, I feel like that road leads to just more direct air capture plants being set up and like more money funneling there, whereas we might end up ignoring the root cause of all of these issues. And yeah, I'm not very optimistic on all of those measures, but it's a personal opinion. Go ahead, Mr. Rod, who is
Actually,
from Lunko but right now behind the space. Go ahead.
there is actually an issue with me being steward of this space, because we discussed that uh, the one who is behind this space should not shield their project. So, but it's kind of complicated because Lunka is kind of, well-known brand, and I just cannot stop. So I don't know what to do. But actually, I had a question to Jimmy. Is there any chance you can tell me that you can see my screen? I'm sorry for off topic, but I just realized that live stream video could be a groundbreaking for me, because I can just stream Lunka. That's also, I'm really down for that. So could you somehow check if you see the stream, Jimmy?
Jimmy has
Oh,
left the stage, I think, momentarily. I don't see him on screen though. I don't know if he's there,
yeah, I can see him
but
on screen. I mean, I can
can
see
you?
that he's absent. I see that he's absent, which is cool. So
Sorry, guys. Bathroom break. My bad.
Oh
My
my
bad.
God, Jimmy, how could you? How could you go on a? Cool,
and still
cool.
I cannot see Jimmy. So Jimmy, could you confirm that you can see my screen, or how it works with video? Sorry, maybe for dumb questions.
Okay,
Why
I'm
are you
back.
sorry,
What's up? What
Rod?
you need? What's up?
It's an emergency, sir. The rocket is awaiting to land on the moon, and you just bounced when it was
Oh,
about to land. D Space Rod wants to know if you can see him up on in Streamlabs. He wants to come up and show us what they're
Oh,
doing.
you're trying to lift off. Okay.
Yeah, brother.
Well, let me get my Gitcoin jacket on.
I'm
Get
sorry for
ready.
stealing
All
all
right,
the
now we're
attention.
getting serious. The rocket is about to launch. All right. Hold
That's
the
actually
phone.
the,
Hold the phone. Quiet
But
lift.
since Rod is from D Space, the rocket is from D Space and not from Lunko, just FYI.
so guys, you can see my screen right now. Am I correct? Like from what you're saying?
Correct. I see your screen in the green room. Now, here's the thing. When I push the screen in, unless we get Wasabi in here to work some desktop magic, it's going to pause the audio coming in from the thing. So you also have to come in as a person. Okay. I don't know if you want. Oh, that was Kingfisher. My bad. I don't know if you want to be there, Kingfish. But Rod, I'm going to put you in there. So we got your audio coming in to the stream.
Yeah,
And
actually,
then
I'm using from a different account from this pay. I do not sorry, I'm streaming from my computer, but I'm talking from my phone. So that's already I have two different streams.
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that
So
should work, right?
wait, can you talk into your computer or no?
No, I'm talking. I have both
It's not
video
gonna
and
work.
audio is not working because I'm in I have issues with drivers. So that's kind of the cost of open source. My camera is not working.
Yeah, that's not gonna work unfortunately because the spaces audio will go away. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
my
Okay.
bad. But here's what we could
But
do. I mean, why don't you tweet? Why don't you do a screen record, right? Tweet it out. Then I'll go on Twitter and I'll bring that up. That way we're still getting the spaces audio in, and we're looking at your
yeah,
screen
but it's
record.
different. It's different from streaming. But anyway,
Yeah.
now I realize the potential of the
Unless you can
technology.
get a mic into your computer, then we can make it work. Yeah.
Okay, okay, I'll handle it. So now I'm
Or
sorry
speak
for
from yeah. It's okay, bro.
the interruption, but I
We
just
got this.
realized I'm really
Hey,
grateful.
you're
That's
literally a
really
rocket
amazing idea.
scientist. I'm sure you can figure it out.
No, I'm
Or
not
engineer.
rocket
Engineer.
scientist.
Okay, engineer, not a
Engineer,
scientist.
just engineer. Yeah.
Still
But
cool.
actually, sorry for stealing the
A
time.
just engineer. What is this like? Big Bang Theory, where they like shit on the guy who's just an
So,
engineer,
so
not
weird.
even a
Okay,
I've been doing a
scientist.
bunch of reruns on Big Bang Theory of late.
Yeah. Oh man. Phantom.
Yeah, Jimmy, and just wanted to kind of let Rod know that it's okay. I think we all know Rod from Lunko, and we love Lunko, and he's kind of taken the stewardship of DSpace this time. So we are so thankful. I myself have applied through DSpace and. Just wanted to kind of maybe shill another project, right? Because we are more about shilling the impact of space on this ecosystem. And since you guys are talking about OpenSea, I will talk about Copernic Space, who have an NFT project that can do a market called Spaceables. And Rod's profile NFT is also a Spaceable. Isn't that right, Rod?
that's exactly right. And I want to add that actually their CTO, he is a really nice guy. He supports a lot of these space projects, included Lunka. He has donated quite a significant amount of, to Lunka. And he's here on Kopangan. And Jimmy, you've met him. Philip, maybe you remember, but he was the hero. He is
Russian
the
guy
CTO of Copernicus.
with a
He is
beard.
not Russian. He's Ukrainian.
Oh, my
He's
bad.
black. Um, it's hard to explain. He was he's not super uh active in communications, but he was there. And if you have a good memory on faces, you will definitely recognize him in real life. But just want to say that the world is
Bring him in
really
the
connected.
stream.
No, he's not
I'm good
shitting.
with faces. Terrible names. Sorry about that. But yeah, bring him in. Let's
Oh,
grow.
thank you
Kingfisher,
so
you want
much.
to come in the video? Woo-hoo. Hello. Nope. Never mind. Oh, hello. Well, I'm just adding next everyone now. Rod. All right. Cool beans. The beans are cool. So, all right. tell us what
I'm just
you are.
monitoring the audio or the video live stream to make sure audio is coming through. That's all.
Just some housekeeping also on top, Jimmy. I'm sure it's not your slot right now, and I'm supposed to be hosting. So, I mean, I'm supposed to be stewarding. So, who is the host?
Oh, okay.
Me.
3:30. Oh, it's Kingfisher.
Oh,
It's me. It's supposed to be me and Eco Synthesis, but they're not back in the new space.
Are they
oh,
doing a border run?
Say again.
They do like border.
yeah.
Paul told me
No,
they
no,
do
no,
Renewing
no,
the
border.
no. We
visa,
are going
right?
tomorrow. We are going tomorrow to Border Run. Paul.
To renew your visa.
So where's Paul, bro?
Yes.
Missing his
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
Missed the
So we
last
decided
Renaissance
to go
meeting too.
together, and actually we'll have a stream, and during the whole process, so we'll jump on these spaces and we'll update, so you will know how it actually works in reality. I mean, I think it could be fine. Fun in a sense, like, okay, just we will update about the major steps, and later if you'll come to Thailand, you will know how to do that, and it really depends on your passport. But for a lot of passports, you can do 2 border runs, meaning that you can stay here for more than half a year without significant complications. But again, it's highly
How do you
dependent
actually get a visa
on
to
your
Thailand?
passport.
Because bunch of regens gonna essentially move there.
But it really
You-
depends. It depends on your passport.
Yeah, on the passport. Yeah,
Sorry.
okay. I can do my own research. All right, cool. Okay, we got Extinct in the house now. So Extinct, my Rodecaster Pro is now working smoothly. So if you would like to do a musical performance, it's up to Kingfisher, but I'm pretty sure you're welcome. Right. So Shimona Pa. Stay on the scene.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yep.
Jimmy, you know I don't mind music because I've got some deep-rooted connections in the Web3 music side of this space. So
What?
let's go.
I didn't know
Oh
that.
yeah.
So
Oh
let's
yeah.
go. Okay.
Oh yeah. I'm
I
a
love
big
it.
holder over there.
Okay. Oh, you're a holder of the which ones? Is it
Let's
the
see, Violetta,
Violetta?
Moonshot,
Oh,
and
nice.
Another
Oh, she
Life.
was gonna. She said she was gonna perform.
Ray Isla, Ray Rocks. I'm part of Ray Rocks.
Oh.
Emma Miller, I have one of hers. I have Ray Rox's almost full road trip collection.
So what's the
Ray
utility here?
Isla's.
Can you like invite them on?
Can I invite them on?
Yeah, I mean you're a holder. Can you be like, hey, come through?
Well, and I've got
They
good
want.
personal relationships with them. Possibly. Yeah, possibly. We'll see.
Let them know.
But so,
See what I can do.
what's the mechanics like? I mean, do you get something, or is it just like as a show of appreciation for the music that you
No,
buy the NFT?
it's being part of their community. You
Okay.
get a song that you don't have full licensing rights to, but you have it that you can use for your purpose. There's a lot of utility actually in the Web3 music communities, and they've gone as so far as to make um, like I guess gamified experience a little bit, not like in the sense that we would do it, but like with the holders, right? So like if you hold X amount of this particular frame, or if you hold the full collection of the frames, then you get extra perks, right? And one of the perks that I found very valuable of being just a holder, just like a single holder of one of their collections, is that oftentimes they'll do a private concert for their holders, right? And that'll be offline, be in an offline setting, and you get to it's kind of like a backstage pass, right, at a concert, but it's more intimate because they talk about their lives and they talk about real stuff going on, and they talk about their music and they'll play music, and it's an amazing experience, really, to be honest with you. And they also have, based on some of them do, not all of them do, but some of them have like a council. So then you have, based on what you hold, you could be part of that council, that inner circle that's making decisions, kind of like a DAO, right? That's making decisions for the long-term longevity of the community. So it's really, really a fantastic experience. And I've got a pretty diverse collection right now of Web3 music.
Very cool, man.
Yeah,
very,
man.
very cool. Well, Extinct is joining us up on the stage. Did you want me to
Let's
play one of your
go.
tracks? Did you want to try to jump up on the? What'd you like to do?
Is he live in
On the
studio with
VidCal?
you?
Say again.
Is he
By the
live
way,
in
I
studio, or he's just gonna jam through space?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking right now. By the
Oh,
way,
and
I hear like an echo on your stream there, buddy. If you could
On
put
mine?
headphones, that'd be phenomenal. Okay. Yes.
On me?
Oh, is it not you? Oh, did you just fix it? Maybe not. Oh, you're muted. That's why.
Well, I've got the other device muted, but I just moved it away.
Okay, mic check. Oh, there you go.
Mic check.
Oh yeah.
Is that
Oh,
better?
hello.
Okay.
La 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 la
Yo,
la.
I
Yeah,
think
no, I hear the
I
background. It's weird.
I,
If you
I
put
You heard the
see
headphones.
I
background?
see
Hold on.
a Sunny Dow here, GG19.
Yeah,
Some
that's
interesting things.
Kingfisher, man. I mean, not
Oh,
Kingfisher. Sorry, Fighters Gang.
Sorry. Yeah, hi man.
Fighters
oh,
Gang, Sonny.
oh! This is a revamp.
No, it's a new project, by the way. You know,
Okay,
yeah, sorry for the
it's all right.
interruption.
It's all right.
Yeah, that's my daughter, by the way.
GM,
He,
GM to the daughter.
yeah, she wakes up and talking to me. Okay,
I think
let me talk.
can she pitch Sunny Dow?
She is the sunny part of me. Yeah. Yeah. I'm talking to you, and she think I'm talking to her. I'm talking to someone else. That was so funny, by the way.
That's cute.
Sunny Down is a new project that me and my partner, another founder, we started around 3 months ago, more than 3 months ago. We coming from the artist community, and all of us are artists. Me and my partner in Sunny Down, art master. We started this, and we are working on it. This is a new project, and we trying to bring arts and artists to Gitcoin community, because we do believe that the Gitcoin community needs diversity.
Agreed.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the whole idea around this. And and besides this, we are trying to regenerate artists and helping them and bringing them to refi community and refi blockchain, like Celo, that kind of carbon negative blockchain, or Kyoto protocol, also the same, because most of the artists now are focused on Ethereum, Tezos, or Solana. But I do believe Celo and Kyoto protocol has a lot of potential, to bring artists to their community. That's the thing that we are working on it. And before Bitcoin that started yesterday, we had in a space, and every day from 3 months ago, 4 months ago, and we tried to regenerate artists.
So
Please check it
what
out.
just another question here, Sunny.
Yeah,
So what's the DAO going to do? Is it going to focus on onboarding these artists and telling them about like how they could go about launching their collection on either of these blockchains and stuff like that?
yeah. This is one of the goals, and at the same time, there are a lot of new Web3 artists, or some artists that are very experienced but not Web3 citizen. You know, when they join Web3, most of these people have a lot of problems joining them, and we are trying to at the same time, you know, um, help them. We have a Discord community that now has 140 artists in that Discord, and we helping them. If we go and check it out, our application, we help them in marketing, we collaborate with them, we helping them in sales,
and all the sales goes back to that artist, you know. And besides, if we collaborate with them and has a share, all the share goes back to the that community. And at the end of 3 months or each month, we go and have a contest and encourage them to join the refi community in this way. We give them a prize to come and mint their arts on Cello or Tezos or Kyoto Protocol. This is the way we started this journey. This is the two-way. We helping them in marketing. At the same time, we helping them and onboarding them to refi community. That's the whole idea. Yeah,
I
just,
kind of
check it out.
personally also. Go on, go on.
Yeah, check it out our application. There are a lot of details in it. You can easily check all the things that we shared there.
I'm guessing you're in the community round.
Yeah, in the community and education, right?
Nice. So, Sunny, since I have you here and you're working on this, like something that's always I've been quite curious about. Like, I think during the bull, we definitely saw a lot of people collecting NFTs from a lot of artists. A lot of artists also finally finding like a new way to monetize their art. But what's the psychology of a potential buyer beyond just like speculation? Is it similar to like how Vilti was describing about like music NFTs, that you're able to hold them for cultural value and then also become a integral part of that artist's community? And then like what's the mechanism over here?
How to engage with them, do you think? Do you
Yeah,
mean?
as in like I mean, what's the psychology or the motivation of a buyer here beyond like price speculation? Because let's say, I mean, we've had ups and downs with that. During the bull, there was a lot of craze, and then now it's died down quite a bit. But if you want to build something like sustainable, that's like long term, and want to really like build some value in it, like what's the approach over there?
You know, that's the whole different attitude. Me on my own, I always invest in someone that has a great opportunity, great potential. A music NFT or artist that is a physical artist or digital artist, I always check the background of that person. Does that person have that potential to that NFT grow? I have collected more than I believe to support lots of artists. I collected more than 240, I believe, arts from artists to support them. But all the arts that I've collected has a lot of potential because I know the arts I selected to showcase in NFT NYC 2024, my own art, and I know the art. I know which artist has that potential. I never go and buy something that doesn't have any potential. No, you have to check the background. Who are these guys? Are they coming to sell their NFT and disappear and dump everyone? Or no, they have they have a plan, and they're coming here to stay. That's the whole idea. I've seen a lot of communities and a lot of NFT collection that comes and disappear in 3 months and dump everyone. And I don't like these guys. And from the time we started around 4 months ago, we support a lot of artists and encourage them to stay. This is a bear market, and there are not a lot of sales, so they need support. And around 1 month ago, we started a contest, and yesterday, I believe, I give them the prize. And let me check if I can find that tweet. We sent for the first person, we sent around 200 pesos for the first prize, And for the second prize, we 150 tests, and for the third person, we sent 100 tests to support that artist, to give them motivation, to hold them in this community, to grow together. That's the whole idea. I don't know how I explained it. Is it enough?
No, I think yeah, this I think it's this is the differentiation, right? Like in terms of what you're talking about, like really maybe doing some amount of homework on who the artist is, what they've done in the past, and then like also engaging with them a bit to be able to understand like what their long-term plans are, and then going ahead with something like this, because that I feel like also will end up attracting a better community, which is more aligned in, and it's coming in for the right reasons. I think that's the filter that's probably very necessary to keep. And yeah, I'm glad that like I'm glad to see you be doing all that due diligence to like make that work. And yeah, because I know the point of view that I come from is I know far too many artists that would want to be doing just this, but given the reality of our times, that it's maybe not for. I mean, for the most of them, it's not possible to like earn a decent living just by being an artist. So they end up doing some design work and some XYZ other work in related fields. But this really does have like potential for artists to like stick to being artists and make that grow. And but again, like when we get people engaging for all the wrong reasons, it creates a lot of negative publicity, and I think that's best probably avoid. I know it's not going to happen. Like come the bull, we are again going to see a shit ton of speculation going on. But yeah, you will know who's here for the long term and for the short term. I can see Lumina's hand up raised for a while. Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to comment the Sunny DAO here because I realize how hard is the job that they're doing. I went to Digital Spaces for NFT Shell recently. I was practicing before Gitcoin, and yeah, it's a little bit different vibe over there. And whoever got at least a little bit interested in refi lost the interest directly when I started to talk to them more. Maybe I just don't know how to talk to them, but I see in Sunny DAO followers there are many people who actually I also talked on the space while they were listening, and nobody asked any question about refi. So I guess I have a lot to learn from you. And I followed your account. I will keep in touch. Thank you for what you're doing, because it's a very important job to do this.
Yeah, thank you so much, my dear friend. This is one of my account that's related to Sunny Down. I also have another account that I'm so active in that account. I'm sharing one thing from that account, and in that account I have a lot of engagement there. And you can, the tweet that I've shared in John Butron, you can see that I encourage them to go and create an impactful artwork. And at the end, I go and told them, I will give you a prize for that. And ask them to go and mint them in one of the blockchain that is cleaner in comparison with other. I encourage them to go and mint them on Tezos. That is a kind of clean Tezos. They call it clean Tezos, and you can see and three artists that is selected, and I love their amazing artwork. Kingfisher, my dear friend.
Yeah, to your point though, or to Ukarsh's point, right? About being able to make a living in this space, right? If you're an artist. So I feel by now, and Sunny Dow, you can rebut this perspective that I have, but I feel by now, right, as much as this space has grown and matured over the last almost 4 years that I've been here, that there's enough artists out there who have had enough of a modicum of success that they can mentor other people if they're open to it, right? They can mentor other artists coming up through the ranks, looking how to establish themselves in this space. And so then at the end of the day, in my mind, it just comes about connecting those new and up and coming artists with the established artists. And, that's how we grow. That's how we bring more people in. That's how we welcome people into this space.
So, Wilty, I feel like
Let's go.
these, yo, just when we thought that why we haven't heard any grow for a while, there we go. But what is has the reason for these artists' success been mainly like sticking around and like organically trying to build a community and then like growing through that? What's the sauce behind that?
Yeah, no, I mean, from my perspective, that's the way I see it, right? It is that. And, new artists, whether it's a traditional artist, whether it's a fine artist, whether it's a music artist, whether it's a film artist, whatever, right? There are enough communities out there that we can connect them to, that they can grow naturally. They can learn from other people who have already carved a path in this space, right? Um, but they also have to be willing to put in the work in the same respect, because even though one person's blueprints has worked for them, it doesn't mean necessarily it's going to work for someone else, right? So not only do they need to learn the ropes and the amount of dedication and consistency it takes to have that, but once they get there, right, they're going to be like, oh my gosh, this is so much better than the way it was before. But they, at least right now, they still have to put in the work. They still have to dedicate time. They still have to learn how to be a multifaceted founder, I would say, of a community, because it's a lot more than just going out there and then just, selling the artwork or selling the music or selling whatever it is, right? There's a lot more goes into than that. They have to be their own manager, like a business manager. They have to have some business acumen, of how to form a business. They have to have some marketing experience, or at least people surrounding them that have marketing experience, right? That can pitch in and put in some sweat equity because they believe in that person and that person's vision, and they're subscribing to that person's overall success, right? However they define that success. So yeah, that's the current pathway. But I believe as we continue to grow, continue to mature, there will be other pathways created. There will be other blueprints created, but we just haven't gotten there yet. But the other thing too that artists coming into the space need to understand is that it's not just a quick hitter and everything is going to happen overnight. There's a saying from one of the people that I look up to in the space, who I'm very fond of, who I learned a lot about marketing from. It says, imagine how many nights go into being an overnight success, right? So, and that saying, to that point, is that it's not just, when people say, oh, they're an overnight success, or they created some virality, or they just went viral, right? Those are the anomalies in the equation. Those aren't the commonalities. And so if we look at the commonalities, it does take hard work, it does take time, it does take dedication, it does take consistency to effectively build in this space. But once you get there and you see what's on the other side of that, it's a beautiful thing.
Yes, it is. By the way, friends, there's a song called "When I Get There." You should totally play that when you get a minute. It's a vibe. We're at the top of the hour. Refi Dow, is Refi Dow up next? Welcome the Dow. What's growing on?
Hello, hello. Jimmy, have you had any sleep yet? I want to know.
Monkeysaurus Rex.
Everyone's wondering.
Yeah, I slept a whopping 4 hours. It was.
Wow, that's great for you in the
It
Gitcoin
did.
round, surely.
Yeah. I'm brewing up some coffee right now. Have not
That's
crashed. I feel great.
that's phenomenal. That's
Getting great.
phenomenal. Don't know how you do it.
And
I need
Refi
some.
Dow, just let you know, I know Impact Market's supposed to be up here with you, but if they don't come, I'll stay up here as the second co-host if Jimmy wants a break.
I will jump down. Yeah, let Refi Dow run the show, and yeah, we got each other's backs. I love to see it. All right, jumping down, coming right back up to join the conversation.
And while
Cool.
we're waiting for the change, Ukarsh, did that answer your question? Did that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, and I feel like it's. I mean, the way I've been seeing it up until now is that like it's been difficult, and there is no such thing as becoming an overnight success. Whatever that comes across as, like, there is a lot of like pain and effort behind it, and I think it's the same is true for becoming a Web3 artist. Like, I don't think there would be any shortcuts to it. It's just that maybe like the expectations get a little convoluted when you have like peak bull frenzy, and then when that becomes like the norm, it's tough to then adapt to like situations when they change. But yeah,
Right. But
yeah.
I mean, I agree with your point there, but the main difference is the ownership aspect, right? And that's like a big gravitational pull towards this space is that once they get in here and once they start learning the ropes and they understand that they have full ownership over everything that they do in this space, that's where those light bulbs start clicking in the brains, right? And then they're like, oh,
Yeah.
what do you mean I have full ownership? You mean I have full control over everything I produce, over everything that I manage? Yes, you have full ownership over it. So by not having those intermediaries in the process, which is the way the current models are constructed in the natural world, and they learn about the ownership aspect of it and they can tap into that ownership economy, um, then yeah, they really can thrive and grow here with
Yeah, I think it's
very
it's just that
little
they need to like
overhead.
dig deep and like really understand what the value this space has to add, and then design their way about it.
All right, well, I think
Awesome.
we closed out that thought. Go ahead, Refi Dow. Welcome. Hey, how's it going? Who's behind the profile today?
It's Monty here. Yeah, Monty
Hey,
Merlin.
Monty.
Great to be here. And yeah, super excited to get into this conversation, talk about ReFi DAO. We've had some kind of interesting updates over the past few days, hearing about what the nodes are up to. I love reading the different grant applications, and it's been super cool. And I'd love to share some updates from some of the from some of those. And we also are going to have ReFi Panyang here today. I think it's Paul behind there, or maybe it's Anastasia. But we're going to invite you guys up, and I'd love to ask you guys a few questions. But yeah, I mean, first of all, just yeah, grateful to be here and continue kind of building ReFi DAO. It's been a very exciting journey for me to be there from the beginning of this local node kind of movement and seeing these communities grow and evolve and develop. And yeah, I mean, just reading through the ReFi Colombia application and then seeing how they're now bringing, starting with ReFi Medellin as the one of the cities within there, and now bringing it to Bogota, to Saravena, and one in a kind of, I'm not going to butcher the pronunciation, but and then all of that then under this umbrella organization and coordinating under this ReFi kind of Colombia ecosystem, I think is amazing. And so really enjoyed kind of digging into that this morning in the Web3 community education round. And also seeing ReFi Rapport in India, which has now evolved into a registered non-profit for onboarding grassroots NGOs into Web3, which I think is just like super exciting and cool. And I'm like, it's so beautiful and amazing to see the local nodes that are flourishing, and what amazing kind of things come out of those experiments and the seeds that are planted, just from 2 quarters of some initial kind of seeding in the community and some grant funding, and so yeah, I'm super excited to then get into ReFi Panyang's story and the amazing work that's going on over there. And obviously they've been working closely with the Let's Grow DAO and Jimmy and Tree Gens and on all of that on the festival, so I'm sure we're going to hear about that. But yeah, grateful to be here. Is there a hand up? I see.
Yeah, the hand is mine, Monty. So quick question
Sorry, I was
before we
rambling
get
on.
too deep. No. You're good. You're good. This is your show, your hour. But I want the listening audience to understand how the process works in as far as setting up a local node, because there were 4 of us here in the space yesterday, right? And we are in close proximity to each other. We know that the ReFi DAO, at least from our research, does not have a local chapter in the area for a local node that we're looking to set up, right? Potentially.
Which location is that?
So
Whereabouts are you? Sorry.
we're in Colorado. Now we know there is a ReFi DAO Denver, right? Or ReFi Denver.
Yes, indeed.
But we're looking to do one more for the northern part of the state in a city called Fort Collins. So yeah, how does that process work?
That's amazing to hear. Super exciting. And yeah, I mean, I think to start with, it just starts with simply setting up a group chat, right? And bringing in people within that community that are interested in this topic of refi. I think that's one of the very first simplest stages, and from there you can build a kind of, maybe it's a core organizing community, the founding kind of members, and then starting to actually bring that into the real world and grow an in real life community. Maybe you're meeting regularly in the park, or even throwing little mini events and hosting workshops and co-creating things together. So I think for me, I think always the first place to start is with building the community, because from there it's amazing to see what can evolve when the collaborative juices start flowing, and when you see what are the local needs, what are the local capabilities we have within this team and the community that's forming, and then these projects can start to evolve. And as the node, I think, becomes more formalized, and maybe we have a bunch of resources to offer it. We have the local node toolkit, which kind of takes through this kind of process of what is a local node, what are the kind of suggested activities, and how do you kind of evolve and grow. We have a whole branding template and stuff that can be used, and methods to then connect to these global online community, which I imagine you seem to be doing quite well already. But in terms of the ReFi podcast, the ReFi blog, the ReFi knowledge graph, and things like that. And of course, we've also run local node funding rounds to support the local nodes that are having the highest impact and are doing the best job through these quadratic funding rounds, where community can vote with their dollars on the local nodes that are having the most impact, hopefully. So yeah, does that start to answer your kind of question a little bit? And I'd be happy to share the local node toolkit with you as well.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. So yeah, I mean, kind of like what we've already done in this space, right, is community first. And I love that approach, community first, because if you don't have a community that's supportive of what you're doing surrounding you, then it's going to take a lot longer than you might anticipate to build what you're building.
Yeah, totally. And then I think to actually then implement refi in the real world, which I think is what this is about. A lot of it is about. It's super important to have that kind of initial community that can then have the conversations, because onboarding to this stuff, I think we all know, isn't super easy all the time. Web3 is not always the easiest kind of thing, and it can be quite scary, I think, for people who are new to the space to jump in, right? But if you have a community of support that is there to guide you through the process, and it be more of a journey rather than a jumping straight in the deep end kind of thing. And I think showing people the opportunities of actually using these tools to do genuine good in the world, I think, is amazing. And Gitcoin is a awesome example of that. Of, hey, you can list your project on here, and you can get funding, and you can support other impactful projects, and be a part of this community. I think is an exciting thing for people to be involved with. But I think it does take these local areas of support and community to form that do that. And obviously our mission is to do that through the refi lens, and supporting the refi ecosystem and vision of a regenerative economy and society. So yeah, that's a little bit of an idea. And so yeah, it'd be super cool to see one in Colorado. How's it going so far? Have you got a little community there and some people, or any ideas, or is this really early stages?
Well, I mean, it's totally early stages, because we were just spitballing it here on Let's Grow Live yesterday. But I believe between the 4 of us, yeah, we already have a Web3 community. And then, so here's the thing that I've always struggled with, right? And it's a very difficult proposition, is how do you take what you're doing here in Web3, and maybe you have some tips and tricks on this, and kind of so what you're already building here in Web3, right? To get enough traction and stickiness of it in the natural world with people who know nothing about what's going on here. I know that it starts with what we're going to describe as the onboarding process. I'll use that term because everybody in this room knows what that means, right? But when we're talking in those terms to people not here already, it can be very off-putting. It can sound very corporate. You want to do what with me? You want to onboard me? What are you onboarding me to, right? So we like to use more friendly, positive terms like, we want to welcome you in to what we're doing, or we want to partner with you to bring you in with what we're doing. So I know that that's where it starts. But once you've got to kind of have those seeds planted, right? To use a reference there. So once you start planting those seeds, the best way to grow, right, is to stay engaged with them and invite them. I feel, at least in my opinion, and maybe there's a different, more proven track record on this, but inviting them to activities or events or just little small meetups that they're going to resonate with because it has an interest to them and it's something that they have an interest in outside of what we're doing here, right? And so then that becomes the hook or the invitation to open up the conversation to what we're doing here in Web3. What are your thoughts?
Totally agree with that. I think it's such a good point, and it's easy for us Web3 and refi nerds to just like want to dive straight into that. But the reality is, actually, for a lot of people who may be regenerative inclined, they don't necessarily want to just dive straight into the deep end of the techie details that we all love talking about. And actually having like a actual community means maybe you're doing other things. Maybe you're meditating together, doing yoga together, going on walks in nature together, planting trees together, and then that is more inclusive as an activity to actually build a community with diverse people in who have different skills, interests, and hobbies. And then, of course, as part of that, you have the refi nerds in there who can then translate some of that to engage with the kind of more techie and nerdy Web3 and online side of it. Sort of an example I'd give is we just hosted Refi Week out in traditional Dream Factory, which is the regenerative village in Portugal. And we planted 700 trees, and there was a community of people who are living there who aren't Web3 native, and we're interested to learn about this stuff. But we kind of had a container that everyone felt like inclusive and a part of it. But at the same time, we also, had space for getting, really Web3 nerdy as well, and utilizing kind of open space technology. I think allows for that to kind of allow people to go where their interests lie, and having a diversity of experiences and ways people can get involved. So yeah, totally resonate with what you're saying. And I see Jimmy has a question here.
My bad. I was on your Gitcoin grant just now, trying to donate through mobile. Okay, so quick question. Apologies, my mouth is full. I believe Refi Pangan was the first to kind of pioneer the double whammy of being a refi node and a green pill chapter. So obviously that's cool to have like two bit of sources of funding with the different QF rounds that are being run. But beyond that, like, where do you think that the two, like, as a double whammy, would come in? Like, where would one add, value? Where would the other add value? How do you see this kind of synergy happening between chapters and nodes? And what do you think is the main value add between each, like, as a specialization? And then, like, how do they, how does that build up to have some synergy there?
Yeah, it's a super interesting topic, and I think Gregory Landau actually shared a tweet I think yesterday about this, about is how do we see the space for both, say, refi DAO and green pill, Cello or optimism, and like where are the areas where there's synergy, or is it actually this kind of area where it's actually quite difficult to maintain both? And I mean, I think it's an interesting question, and for me, my hope and what I've been striving towards is this pluralism, right? And that each organization and network can be complementary to this wider thing we're all trying to work towards, which is this regenerative economy and regenerative society. And I think each one has its own unique kind of angle and positioning in that. I have huge respect and love for what Green Pill are doing. I do think that the meme itself is more targeted towards like the Web3 kind of crowd. I mean, I can't imagine going to some maybe more governmental, institutional, corporate, traditional kind of folk and being like, do you want to take a green pill? I think they'd look at you a little bit funny and go, that sounds like a Web3 cult. Maybe, but at the same time, I think it's done an amazing thing in terms of like the Web3 community who are maybe in the more degen zone a little bit, or just weren't exposed to this, and obviously there's an awesome kind of network there, and it has a very techie kind of focus, it looks like, but doing incredible things. I'm a huge fan of Kevin, of course, and Sajal, and the network that they've built. But at the same time, I see space then for ReFi DAO as well as a kind of bridge, maybe hopefully, between some of these traditional impact sectors. I'm doing a lot of work with the ecological benefits framework, and the founder-led kind of stuff, and I think these kind of zones. I think having like the conversations with people who work in finance and explaining this is refi, regenerative finance. I think it's a nice meme for that crowd to actually start to think about these concepts in a language that maybe resonates with them as well. So I don't see it as a zero sum thing. I think the brilliant thing about community is it's positive sum. You can be a member of both communities. And what I think is awesome with ReFi Pingyang, and I think is being the real pioneer here in terms of leveraging and being a part of both communities, and essentially then ReFi DAO Global and Green Pill Global's job is to try and create a pluralism of different ways to support local communities on the ground, whether that's through funding sources, resources, tools, technologies, and hopefully there's some sharing of that so that we're all kind of working together and coordinated. So that would be my vision and my hopes. But curious if anyone else has any other takes, and then I'd love to start chatting with Paul. I think it's Paul as well. But I see there's a hand up. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, just I also looked at that tweet, and it's an interesting question to pose. But I feel like the framing of that is could be a little different, because the way I am been seeing this is that there are a bunch of things happening in the refi region space, at least which is connected to the Web3 community. But at the end of the day, like, the framing is that it's the region side versus the existing like neoliberal extractive side. And if we are to make a dent in any of this, I feel like we need a lot more activity, a lot more organizations that are like actively pursuing something like this. And like you said, right, like diversity and pluralism is going to be key. But at the same time, like, we are going to also need a lot of people making the right kind of noise and like pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the space simultaneously for us to eventually actually make a dent. And I don't think it's any one organization's game or one organization's role to make this happen. I think only when like hundreds of organizations come into being and they're all constantly pushing the boundaries is probably a time when we would actually be able to like design regenerative economies. And it's something that we say quite casually, but it's a pretty massive undertaking. And it's not going to be an easy journey, and I think we need as many people actively engaging as possible.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. And I think it's going to be interesting to identify what ways we can kind of reach beyond this immediate Web3 refi bubble, and kind of engage more audiences and grow the movement. So, I mean, this is literally called Let's Grow DAO. So hopefully we can do a bit of that. But I think, it would be great, I think, to shift in to say hello to, is it Paul behind ReFi Panyang there?
Hi, Monty. No, it's me. It's Anastasia, Lumina Envision.
Anastasia, hello. How are you doing?
Well, I'm fine. It's 11:30 here almost. Kids are sleeping, and also Paul actually was messaging me before even my kids slept, and he was saying that he's sorry, that he really wants to sleep. He still didn't adjust his schedule. So I was like, okay, I go alone. And I'm happy to be here. Finally, I'm talking to you, Monty, in person. I never caught you on the space before. Yeah,
no worries.
I'm
It's great.
excited.
It's great to have you here, and lovely to speak with you. And I mean, I'd love to start with you, I guess, and where your context and where you've come from, how you've ended up as part of the ReFi Panyang community. What's your story?
Yes, I would love to say some story. Well, I'm actually from Russia, and I moved to Kopangan about before the last summer. Yeah, we're the pioneers, the first refi node. Yeah, we're
Love
happy
it.
to be on the path.
Love it. And curious, what's been the journey of the node itself? So you're saying you got started kind of 9 months ago, and one of the questions at the beginning of this space was, what does it take to start a refi node? And I kind of outlined a kind of version in my head of what it can look like. But curious as to how it emerged for you. What were the sort of first things that got going, and how did it evolve? And what are the core activities and projects and things that you guys are proud of and have achieved in the journey you've gone on since starting 9 months ago?
Well, I think this question better to be asked Paul, because I was not into the details that much. I was thinking and creating my NFT project in my head. So yeah, he was actually more into the organizing of the node in the beginning. But I think we actually started from the green pill. As for me, as that's how I heard about refi and all the good things about crypto. I read the green pill, and then somehow Paul decided to form the refi pangan, which I don't know how it happened. Actually, we have to ask Paul when we see him on the space. I was trying to ask him today, but he didn't see my message. Did he contact you, Monty, or what happened over there? I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm not sure what's happened to Paul, but no worries. It's all good. And you have been a part of some of the events there, and I know you're gearing up for some other events coming soon. But yeah, curious to get your take on. You mentioned this NFT project, but are there any other things coming up that you're excited about happening in your community?
Oh yes, our event actually is coming soon. It's every month in the end of the month when it's the full moon time. This time it will be 29 of November, and the place is called Somersaults, and it's like a lounge place on the beach. So this will be the evening part. In the morning, onboarding part, which we didn't pick location yet. Maybe it will be the same one like last time, if we confirm. But there will be presentations from our friendly projects that are already on Kopangan. And the last events, we had Lunko participating, we had Coco Dao, Paul was speaking, and there was somebody else from our also Pangan-based community. They're not in ReFi, but they are crypto DAO, and they're making also NFT project. Yeah, it was quite an interesting event. I hope this time not gonna be any worse. In the evening, we usually do entertainment part with DJs, and maybe this time fire show, sunset view, of course, and yeah, let's
Wow, sounds
dance.
awesome. I can't wait to come out and visit for the festival, Regenesis Festival. Let's grow. That's going to be so fun. And yeah, definitely
grow.
excited to come check out the community. Jerry,
Yeah.
I see you've had your hand up for a while as well. Is there something you wanted to share?
Hello, sir. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I actually have just a question for you, and it is regarding the refi local nodes. So, if you've got a
Go
refi
for it.
local node and it's in your community already, and you started to get involved with it, and it has kind of just petered out, how do you take it over?
It's a very good question, actually. I think it's been very interesting to see how some nodes inevitably have some nodes have completely flourished and gone on to do amazing things and are still active and have evolved in various ways, and of course other nodes end up not fizzling out or going in a different direction, or the energy kind of dissipates, and so managing that, I think, is a really interesting challenge. And I guess there's no universal answer for this, but I think approaching it with a kind of my hope is that anyone who engages in a local node is doing so in quite a collaborative mindset, and if there's some fresh leadership that's coming in, and the conversations are had, or it can be done in a way that actually the people who wanting to give it new leadership and direction are able to surface and come through in a way that is still not creating huge tension and conflict. I think it does take a certain level of social awareness and skills to be able to do that, and it's probably not always going to work in that way. But I think it's definitely a challenge. I think that we are working out in terms of how can we as a global kind of DAO facilitate that kind of governance, and in a way, I think at the moment nodes are kind of autonomous. I mean, not at the moment, just generally, local nodes are autonomous entities. And so it is kind of up to each local community to figure out those dynamics a little bit, and obviously our hope is that it can be done in a very collaborative way with different founders working together, and a kind of duocracy. We've been floating this term around of like, if you're the person who is doing the stuff and the driving the things forward and making things happen, then that is the person and the people that we should be celebrating and rewarding and getting behind. I think just saying, you're the founder of this organization and then not doing anything and then not letting other people into that is not the kind of vibes that we want to promote here. And so, this concept of a duocracy, I think, is very interesting. And in terms of how we could start to potentially evolve the organization to have more governance around this, we're looking at things like HATS protocol, for example, so we can start to introduce some formalized governance mechanisms that could help here. But I think it's challenging because creating rigid governance structures is not necessarily, it can get pretty tricky and in the weeds, and it's not necessarily something that you want to rush into, and it has to be thought about very carefully, and if it is implemented, it has to be done so with great consideration. So I think at this point what we've done is it's been a bit more organic. It's been okay, we're providing this kind of thing, seeing what emerges, seeing what amazing nodes and projects kind of form. And then, it is a bit of a process of working out, okay, which are the nodes that are actually really have formed really strong, positive communities, and where is there room for new people to emerge and new nodes and communities to emerge. So, I don't know if that starts to answer your question, but curious if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, that starts to answer the question. I mean, at the moment, there's no governance in place in order to be able to do something like that. It's really on a local based idea. I get that. It's trying to stay as a DAO. You want to be decentralized. You want to have everything sort of out there. You want to have autonomy for your nodes. Completely understandable. The other thing that I wanted to ask about is if you are in a place that does not allow DAOs, local nodes actually operate within that system, because you have to have a central person hierarchy involved. Is that an issue?
I think
Has it been an issue before?
I think what we've always said is that it's local nodes are contextually relevant. So, you know, depending on what jurisdiction you're in, and what community forms and what local needs and activities and things that you are doing in that community will decide on how that community wants to formalize their organizational structure, whether they want to do it like a full-on DAO, whether they want to do it as a non-profit or a social enterprise, or however they want to incorporate or formalize their organizational structure, I think is really up to the local node, the community, the founders themselves to decide. And then as long as they're aligned with the vision of building a regenerative economy and society and are making good strides and having positive impact, then we're happy to continue supporting and engaging and feeling like an aligned network. But it's only when I think that if they start to deviate from doing things that are are actually impactful and aligned with the values and the mission of the kind of wider network, that I think there's troubles there. So I think, it's mainly about deciding on the local context and letting local organizations figure out what is the structure that works for them in their specific region. But yeah, curious. We've got Refi Medellin. Oh, we did have Refi Medellin in the audience. I see we also have Ada there from Refi Lagos. I'll invite you up as well. And Agroforestal, Refi Brazil. I'd be curious to get both of your takes on it as well. But yeah, any thoughts as well on what I've just shared from anyone?
Well, that answered my question. I appreciate that. I'm very interested. I've always followed, the refi DAO period and all of the local nodes in the space, because refi is pretty much, my dream of the future. So I want to be involved in as many ways as possible. And I think what you guys are doing is absolutely genius. And there has to be some sort of formalized structure around it so that we can get enough people onboarded, even though we don't want to use that term too much anymore, I guess, Kingfisher, or participatory, partnered with, so that we can actually make that dream come true. So thanks a lot for your answer.
Awesome. Yeah. Where are you based in the world? Curious. You mentioned you there might already be a local node where you're based. Was that part of the question?
I'm a little bit based all over the place, but I travel quite a bit still, unfortunately. So I buy a lot of offsets. Part of life. Part of life. So I'm in the U.S., a couple of states in the U.S., and then I'm in Germany as well.
Oh, awesome. Well, yeah, maybe the global community is more your home then, and you can visit some of the awesome nodes wherever you travel, which is cool. Kingfisher, we have a question from you.
Yeah, I do have a question, because Jerry, you bring up a good point, right? About jurisdictional, I guess, regulation or policies about, whether a particular jurisdiction will allow it down or not. So let me ask this then of you, Monty. Is it a requirement to operate a local node under the Refi DAO banner to officially register, whatever that is, refi, let's just say refi, well, it doesn't matter. Is it a requirement to register it as an actual business entity operating under the DAO framework? And if so, then Jerry, the solve for you in the US would be to use a registered agent of a state that supports the DAO framework as a business entity.
Yeah, no, it's not a requirement to list as a DAO formally necessarily. Like I just said, Refi Rapport, for example, started as a Refi local node, just a community, and they've now evolved into a formalized non-profit that's under the net, that's onboarding NGOs into the Web3 and refi space, and they're doing that. It's not called Refi Rapport, the non-profit that they've registered, but it's part of the Refi Rapport community that's evolved from that community. So again, I'd just like to emphasize it's really about it's up to the local community and the people within that organizations to decide what they want to be affiliated with, how they want to design their structure. and then it's up to the global community to work out which of the nodes that we want to support most, and affiliate with, and continue to provide resources and opportunities for. I think that's the kind of structure that I'm leaning towards. Is in that way. Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense. So it's not a requirement, it's optional, but obviously to whatever you're doing, it might provide more validity, for lack of a better term, because what I've noticed in my dealings with people who aren't in this space yet is a lot of people are well steeped in traditional practices, and they want to see, that confirmation, or they want to see that third party validation, or they want to see some form of sign off as part of their due diligence that this is a legitimate opportunity, right? They haven't quite caught on to what we're doing here and how we verify things on chain and how we do due diligence of ourselves, of other projects in this space, right? They have no idea. So they want to see that. I know that, like, what I'm doing with Kingfish Media, the way we're building, and we're building our own course certification program, other people on the outside looking in are like, well, are you registered with this organization? Or are you registered with this association? Or are you? I'm like, no, we don't need to be, because we're building our own, right? Why does that, why? And I guess it's just the mindset, right? So the not having the mindset of an entrepreneur or of a pioneer, and basically tapping into the essence of what Web3 is all about, where we can create our own pathways going forward, and we don't need, you know, necessarily XYZ organization to sign up on what we're doing. We don't need their permission to do what we're doing, and we don't need what we're doing to from that sign off or that certification or that association to give validity to what we're doing, especially the true builders in this space, right? We use this platform to not only enumerate what we're doing, but also to provide people with an authentic perspective. And what's really cool about this now is that we are adding in the video broadcasting element too, right? So like Jimmy and I were talking the other day on our broadcast, you get more be able to see the body language, you get to see the eye contact, right? On the video, especially like if you're doing an interview, right? You get to see all that. So if you're doing like a due diligence interview, like outside of Zoom, you could do it in here, right? And then everybody gets to see for it. Now it's on public display. So I guess the point is that it's an option, it's not a requirement. And that's really cool, because right now, with there being, there's only regulatory certainty around this entire ecosystem in certain areas of the world, right? But there's a lot of unclarity out there in other parts of the world of how they handle the participants in this space, how that's being handled from a governmental perspective. So it did answer my question, and I really love it. And it just gives a little bit more meat on the bone to chew on, to use that adage. Sorry if I offended any vegetarians or vegans out there.
No, that's great. And yeah, I think it is really interesting to see how in this space we are creating the new institutional structures to actually coordinate in a distributed and decentralized fashion over the internet, and allocate resources. And actually, we've seen a lot of it's a very difficult challenge, and I think we've seen a lot of we've learned a lot, shall we say? I think so far in the Web3 space, there's been a lot of failed projects and difficulties to overcome, but I think slowly but surely we're working out the different mechanisms that can maybe start to create trusted institutions and actually start to allocate resources in a way that actually creates self-sustainable ecosystems. And so, yeah, the local nodes, I think, is another experiment of that. Can we actually channel the resources to the nodes and the organizations that are genuinely having positive impact and have sustainable potential and building sustainable businesses in the regenerative economy sphere? And if we can do that, that's when I think, and we start to grow and develop and evolve, that's when I think the more traditional organizations, corporations, governments start to take notice, and they go, wow, okay, they've actually done something. They're not just chatting about it online, and it's not just scams and rug pulls. there's actually this really well coordinated and impactful organization. And so I think that we've got to do a bit of showing, demonstration, as opposed to just telling and hype and talking, and so hopefully we can do that.
To that point, if I can interject, Monty, I feel that that's the most meaningful way that we can represent ourselves and what we're doing in this space is through our actions, right? Leading by action is a very, very powerful energy that other people can resonate with and can tap into. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I just want to add a little color commentary in there to what you were saying.
Yeah, definitely. I see we've got a couple hands up. I also wanted to talk about the ecological benefits framework in a second, because I think that's a really interesting example of where we can now start to create bridges with some really interesting, more traditional climate and finance people. But yeah, curious. We've got a couple hands up, and also Rifai Panyang. I know we did an interview as well, but if there's anything else you want to say, feel free to jump in. But I think Let's Grow DAO, there's a hand up. Let's hear.
Yeah, so I think you were just mentioning, raising and allocating capital to projects or organizations that are making a positive impact. And I feel like there are two sides of that puzzle. One is that being able to ascertain and verify positive impact happening on the ground, and the other bit is being able to raise the necessary funds to be able to channel it here. And I think hats off to you guys. I feel
Correct, I
like
cannot hear a thing.
Oh, you can't?
Well, I can. It's a
Okay.
bug. Jerry, jump down, jump back up. The old off and on again. Switcheroo. We got you. It happens. Happens to the best of us, Jerry.
Yeah, so I think you've done
No
probably
problem.
now
Refi
three.
Tulum is down there as well. They've got some amazing things going on if you want to pull them up.
Jerry, jump down, jump back up. You're talking over. Okay, or our host can just drop him down, then he can come back up. The old off and on works.
Do I really need to chuck Jerry out? I must.
I mean, yeah.
I must.
I just did. I got it. I got
We
it.
love you,
Cool,
Jerry.
cool,
It's nothing
cool, cool.
personal. It's nothing. We're just fixing. Okay. 80% of the time, it works every time. The old
Oh
off
no,
and
I
on
just
again.
removed
Old
him from
faithful.
speakers, and now he left the space.
Oh no!
No, he'll come back. He'll come back. No,
Everyone
no.
tag Jerry _NFT. We love you. It's not. It's not
No,
what it
no,
looks
he'll
like.
come back. He'll
Come back, fam. We love you.
He knows we are good people here.
Yeah, I know he does.
He knows we've got his back.
But yeah, so Monty, I feel like you've done maybe now 3 rounds. Is that correct? 3 QF rounds?
We've done 2. So we
okay.
did the first QF round where it was basically the remaining of the Refi DAO treasury that we put into a QF round and said, let's go nodes, let's incubate, and this is where we're going. And then last round we were super grateful to partner with Cello Foundation, Cello Europe DAO, and Cello Latam, who sponsored a 30K Refi local node round. And I think with those 2 rounds that we've done, I think that's been the initial seed of incubation to then go, okay, what's going to emerge from this? Now I think we really need to see which of the local nodes that are continuing the work and not just showing up for the local node rounds, but actually finding ways to be self-sustainable, participating in the Web3 community and education rounds and climate rounds, hosting events, actually having projects on the ground that are starting to bring in some regenerative, sustainable business models. And I think it's going to be really interesting. I think we're already seeing which nodes are kind of rising to the challenge. And my hope is, I'm working on a couple high-level opportunities in 2024, which I think could be super exciting. Some in the Cello ecosystem, and also this ecological benefits framework, which I think could create some incredible opportunities for impact-aligned finance for regenerative projects and nodes across the globe. So, excited to talk about that a little bit more as well.
Yeah, I think 2 things then come up. One is what's the experience been like being able to raise funds for. I think for the last QF round that you did, and maybe for the ones that you want to raise and conduct in the future, and what are some of the interesting business models that are coming up from these nodes?
I think I'm happy to answer the first question. And for the second question, I think I'd love to invite Refi Medellin, Refi Tulum, I can see, and also Refi Panyang. Let me answer the first half of the question, and then we can shift to the second half. So yeah, in terms of what's the experience been like, it's challenging. You know, it's a bear market. It's not easy to raise funds, and you know, we're a very new and emerging network, and you have to demonstrate to the funders why they should be funding it and how it's aligned with their goals and impacts. And I think, you know, we do in the Web3 space have a really interesting kind of model with how blockchains work, to say, okay, how can we allocate that funding towards projects in this ecosystem? And you've got to demonstrate a kind of return on there. So, you know, but it's not easy. You know, we've been quite deeply embedded in the Celo ecosystem. I think there's some amazing work going on there. Celo have supported regenerative projects and refi initiatives from day one. It's not a side quest for them. Like Celo has been there for actually building blockchain for good, you know, build for purpose, build for all, prosperity for all since day one. And I think they've continued to show that with their most recent sponsoring. And you know, they're going through a bit of a period of change, and I can talk more about that in terms of how Celo is evolving. But I think that there's a real opportunity there to align ourselves in that ecosystem and identify some further opportunities and bring new sources of funding through hopefully community QF rounds to regenerative projects and initiatives that are building within the Celo ecosystem. But also beyond blockchain, this is where I think the ecological benefits framework and why I'm so bullish on that is because you know they have been funded by Google, and they have connections to some of the largest family offices in the world, and through New Day and various opportunities like that. If we can create a model where local nodes and projects around the world are generating these EBF, ecological assets, all of the impact is transparently measured and reported on chain, and we can start allocating capital towards the highest, you know, impactful regenerative projects and initiatives. I think that is the way that we get the institutions and the people with serious money to actually be really interested in this stuff and implement it in their systems. And I think that could unlock a whole host of new opportunities and fundraising that is outside of just this Web3 bubble, which we know is not in, you know, it's not like a bull market Christmas going on right now. So anyway, I'd love to hear Refi Panyang if you had any thoughts on that, and anyone else.
Yeah, I was going to just mention the connection of our activities and something actually on the ground, because for now it looks like we're only talking and making events and going to the parties in the evening. But no, first of all, we're doing a lot of work on the ground and going to the cleanups and joining our friends Klimpangan in the cleanups. Then what we do, we take a proof of environment and we send it to our friends Evergreen Coin platform, where we register our environmentally friendly actions and receive the tokens. Plus, we also do the same procedure with We Try Better by Jerry. And this is how we use already existing platforms. In the future, hopefully, our partner, which also is Paul and me, we're going to create the app on where it all will be automated. All the proofs of the environment will be AI judged, and the tokens will be automatically sent, and all this is going to be in the future. Plus, also recently we got the idea to register us as well as official organization, because in our plan is to purchase the piece of land, like quite big and jungly part of the island, so we can actually preserve it from construction. There is a horrible situation in Kopangan. A lot of people coming to invest the money in the land, and they're building a lot and just cutting the trees, and it just feels so sad. So what we're gonna do, we preserve the forest, the jungle, and we're gonna make there the Region Pangan office made on a base of solar roof technology. Our friends Richard Nelson, I don't know if you're familiar with him. Yeah, we're gonna open the Bamboo Shala Center for healing practices, and as well Web3 classes for our teenagers. We're gonna onboard them to green Web3 from the beginning, and plus include the classes on astronomy, on spiritual awakening and everything like that. It's gonna be a big project, but it's not only about refi Pangan. Gonna be green peel Pangan involved, ecosynthesis 6, and we're gonna call it region Pangan headquarters. This is our future.
That's so cool. I loved hearing that. It sounds like you've got some amazing plans. How exciting. Really, really cool to see some really exciting vision and action and plans on the ground and bringing those organizations together. It's exactly the vibe, and super excited to hear how that evolves. And we should definitely talk about EBF, and we should do an ecological benefits framework analysis on the work that you guys are doing. I think that could be super interesting to explore. They've got a 80-page question set that we can go through, but we can take it one step at a time. That could be super interesting. And yeah, I know one of the questions was on the business models that some of these regenerative nodes can take, and I think I'd love to hear from I think it's Sandra at the Refi Tulum node, because I know you guys have been doing some really interesting work in regenerative tourism as one of the models, for example, and other ideas. So welcome, Sandra.
Hi, yeah, thank you so much. And it's always just so inspiring to hear what the other refi nodes are doing and how beautiful to have an astronomy class as a teenager. That's just so cool. So yeah, I mean, we're doing a lot of, parallel work to what I think a lot of the other refi nodes are doing in terms of, and I think just in around the world, and people picking up plastic and trash, doing beach cleanups. For us, yeah, we definitely, like right now, it's almost going to be in high season. So I think we'll see some interest for our regenerative tourism experiences. And also, I want to put this out there to this community here in particular, because, one of the things I heard you guys mention is the importance of the amplification, like showing, right? And we have a lot here that we can show. And it's about to be, we've got some really great relationships with some very high visibility events that are happening here in Tulum. It's Tulum is a kind of, I think, like Fangan. There's a lot of people that are coming, expats, and it's festival season that's starting. And we actually are working with a really cool, innovative festival called Day Zero. They're amazing. They have a serious focus on sustainability. We've been working with them for now 3 years, and in different iterations. First, like appearing, as some of our guardians of nature, our NFT collective, like in the IRL, blood, and like picking up trash and cigarette butts, the event. Then the second year, through the technology of Pet Gas, who is our close partner and part of the family here. They have a technology that transforms plastic into clean energy. So we were able to provide diesel from plastic to that event. And then now this third year, we're actually starting up a lot more of the citywide activations in Tulum. A lot of the beach cleanups get a lot of focus, but really the whole city of Tulum is in a very sad state with garbage everywhere. So we've been cleaning up different neighborhoods. We did a citywide cleanup and rewarding people that participate in these activations with tickets to Day Zero, which is a really cool, fun 18-hour festival. It's put on by Damian Lazarus, who is a big burner, and his what part of the ethos is leave no trace. So we're super happy to be aligned with them, and and then also we'll be giving out tokens as well as rewards. So starting to activate our different, the tokens that, like the Pet Gas token, which we'll be starting to reward people with, as well as the Tulum coin, which we'll also be rewarding with. And then, we're doing a lot of, now transforming plastic into other objects. We have a new technology called the TF100. And so we're seeing how this can really, be a true circular economy where we're taking plastic out of the environment. We've also been starting to work with plastic credits through Empower. I think I'd love to explore some of the other options we have, like with Evercoin. We haven't done that, or Evergreen. And yeah, we're like, now we actually did we did sell something. Yes, we sold an object, and it's an actually yes, sales.
Round of applause, love it.
Yeah, we sold it's from the TF100. It's a dome, but I think it's going to be he's customizing it. So from the plastic that's recovered, it's actually unrecyclable plastic because it's mostly plastic bags that work best in this thermoformation process. Plastic bags and like chip bags, which you like cannot do anything with, and that really rapidly deteriorate into just little shreds of paper that just fly everywhere. So now we're creating different products out of that, and also looking to work with some of the hotels, implementing plastic neutrality programs where we would get their plastic and then transform it into different things like signs or these domes, which there's been a lot of excitement about them. So yeah, we're doing a lot, but it's really exciting to see the traction right now, and that the interest. And right now we're just really gearing up for high season because we already start to feel like a big influx of people here. So we want to be, really like armed with all the education and resources and helping people be more conscious about their footprint when they come to visit, and act as tourists, be responsible tourists when they come here. So yeah, that's what we're up to.
Super cool. Love to hear that. It's so exciting. You're doing amazing work. And I know we're running up to the end here, but just a quick comment on that as well. We should definitely talk because my brother actually works in the circular economy space. He has a couple businesses called Rubbish Ideas and has done a whole bunch of work. They tracked the supply chains of over 250 festivals last summer. And launching the Rubbish Shop, and they're doing a whole bunch of stuff with all range of recycled plastics and materials. So it could be a really interesting collaboration. And he's not so Web3 native, so we could get him hooked up on Empower Chain. And we should do a local node guide on Empower Chain, on Evergreen Coin. We should put it in the toolkit, and then boom, the learnings from that, other local nodes can start to implement across the globe and start implementing these models to actually make themselves more sustainable and have more impact and spread the knowledge and the vibes all over the globe. So super cool. I
Boom,
think let's
yeah, mic
grow.
drop for sure.
You. I'm rushing now because I think we haven't got too long, and I know that we've got Diogo, I think, in the house, Refi Brazil and Agroforest DAO, and also I see Let's Grow DAO. Yukatash has a question as well. But hello, Diogo.
Hello, guys.
How you
Happy
doing?
to be here. Pretty good. So happy to hear you guys and these updates and all the news that's happening among the nodes. And thank you so much, Monty, for this space. I bother Monty a lot today because I had a guest, I scheduled spaces and tried to change, but I managed to put it out for tonight. So starting 2 minutes from midnight, our space, we're going to be discussing syntropy, innovation in agriculture. So maybe the next innovation is not technology, maybe it's relationships, maybe it's a worldview. So yeah, if you want me to update any about the Brazilian, the Refi Pinda node, I'll be glad to. I'm with them, and feel free, Monty.
Love that. And don't worry at all. It's nice to have you here, and really
space.
Good one. Good one. No, I think, see, I do understand all of it, but like me being a bit of a noob, like I was trying to understand maybe if there was some connection to like the satellite sharing data and that going on chain, or like, satellite doing some imagery and like helping us do some MRV, and then that goes on chain, and like that was what I was extrapolating to. But like, I mean, obviously all of this is there, like you're decentralizing capital allocation to like space projects, and via that, like you're forming an entire community around the globe, and that is why all of us are here. But maybe somewhere like deep down, I thought that maybe there was something on those fronts also happening. But yeah, Manuel's got his hands up.
Yeah,
Go
of
for it.
course, but we have sorry, but we have ephemeris. I mean, we have tons of amazing projects, and I've mentioned the ephemeris. They work on oracles for cross data, and that's just the beginning. So, what I was talking about was more about, basic value that allows to emerge all of those opportunities, like you mentioned. Sorry for interruption, but
Yeah.
I believe I was
No,
not
no,
clear enough. I mean,
yeah. I'm just going to let also Manuel chime in and then take it from there.
Yeah, and then please, Ephemeris, I think you have your mic up also for way too long.
Yeah.
But
Go on. No issues.
just one thing,
I
just
could
one
not
thing.
see their hand up, so I mean, if their hand was
No,
up
no
first, then
worries,
they can go. Yeah.
no worries. Yeah, just one thing I want to add here. I mean, yeah, obviously the economic backbone of space is not good. We have commercial space side for 10, 50, 20 years. It gets affordable.
were beings who wanted to create something. These beings carefully guarded an aspect of consciousness called light. At different times, these guardians of light met and worked together in the different realms of reality. And they designed a time when their plan would go into effect. These beings are you, and that time is now. And each of you knows, in the deepest portions of your being, that you have come here for a purpose. You are beginning to feel what may be coming.
On the teams of Gitcoin Passport and of PGN, which is the Public Goods Network. Very, very excited to dig into all of these things and also your own consultancy company that you're running. But we have a tradition here on Max Impact, and that is to always start with why. So, Daniel, when I ask you what's your why, I'm talking about your personal why, your inner drivers, your motivators, what gets you specifically out of bed in the morning and fuels you to do all the amazing things that you do. What is the why of Daniel?
First of all, what's up? You're a legend. That was an amazing intro. I'm super excited to be here. Thank you.
Did you scare him off?
Oh, is he not on the spaces? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, he just no, he was there and then he just disappeared.
Too intense of the intro.
You scared him off.
I'm sure Daniel hold on, brother. You got to come back on the spaces here. We're doing audio through spaces. Sorry, no, I did not onboard him to the setup until like literally as the space started. Totally not his fault. I take full responsibility. I'm sure Daniel will be back very soon. Daniel, sorry, we need you on the space. We're doing audio here, video here only. Yeah, sorry, that's why we mute ourselves on the. Yeah, my bad. Hey, all right. By the way, while we're waiting for Daniel to come back, should we do a NFT giveaway? We're giving out what is it? 20, 20, and 10, 51 NFTs to people who are helping us grow the public goods movement. So how do you enter? In the comment box, bottom right, hashtag let's grow. Don't put an apostrophe. Like and comment the space. Like and retweet the space as well. And then happy days. You'll be up in the winning. So Utkarsh, if you could like go through the hashtags, maybe do a random number giveaway. Maybe we'll do that in the halfway point. Okay. So in 24 minutes we'll give it up. Okay. Daniel, thank you and welcome. Welcome back, Daniel. Give it away now. All right, Daniel. All right, so now you can unmute on the spaces. Sorry, it was a bit confusing. And then tell us your why. What drives you? You got to unmute on the space, not on the live stream. Yeah, sorry. Hey, we got it on the space. Bottom right is the bottom left is the
For sure.
Oh, you nailed it! All right, happy days.
Okay.
Yes, hallelujah.
I just have like triple audio on my computer, so I want to make sure I'm doing this right.
You're doing it great. Do you hear yourself 3 times? What do you mean triple audio?
Okay.
Yeah, you good? Oh yeah, just turn the volume off on your computer, and we'll just hear each other through the space. Or are you on spaces on your computer too? That's interesting.
I hear like 3 or 4 different voices going on my computer right now.
No. Okay, so just join the spaces on your phone, and then just the video. Yeah, spaces on the phone, laptop for the video. Okay, let's do the giveaway while you jump on the space on the phone. Yeah, and then you can just turn the volume off on your computer. Yeah, we did a whole training on this. You didn't get the training. It's totally my fault. Okay, so right, let's do a giveaway. Pick a number, Utkarsh, between 1 and 69. Oh no, wait, no, we're gonna do random number generator.
You always ask 1 in 69, and I always end up saying 69, and then you always get disappointed. So
no. Do it. You know what? No, you don't get to pick this time. I'm sorry. I love you, but no.
We have like
no. Is he on? Yeah. Okay, we're adding him up. Co-host, I can't add him up for some reason. Oh, it says
Who
remove,
do you
so
want to add
someone's
as
already done.
co-host?
Not as co-host, just as a speaker is fine.
Oh, he's you. 1 second, I'm doing it.
You already added him, right? Okay, great. Daniel.
Yeah.
Daniel's back. Okay, so Utkarsh, if you could please count down the hashtag, see if we have that many uses. Hopefully we do. I'm sure
There
we do.
we go. Let's do
There we
this.
grow. Yeah, we did it. Okay, thank you, good sir. I appreciate your patience.
Yeah,
So
that was
lay it on us,
chaos.
Daniel.
I'm so sorry. I was like
That was
trying to follow instructions
you heard
and
5
like
words at the
there was like
same time.
many voices coming at me.
Ooh, we did it though. We did it. In the end, that's what matters. Okay, so what is your why?
My why. Oh man, I got a lot of whys. Let's say okay. So my number one why is really to enable amazing outdoor activities and to protect this planet. So I live up in the mountains of Colorado in the United States, and I am a super avid outdoorsman. And so like yesterday morning I went skiing. That was my third ski day of the year. I'm probably going to get like 60 or 70 of those in this year. And then I'm also a huge rafter, mountain biker, road biker, rock climber, all of those things. And so for me to continue to be able to do that, I need to be able to like help enable this climate to like remain livable for a significant period of time. So I really like a lot of the things that I'm doing in the public good space is really to enable good protections for the climate, so that I can really continue to do my favorite outdoorsy activities, which is really why I wake up in the mornings. So
Beautiful. Love it. You know, that's cool how like something that is, you know, self-interest is actually great for the world, right? Like I feel like that's you know that's actually a beautiful thing because like I can relate to that a lot. Like for example, it makes me very happy to make other people happy and to do the things. So like that, like it's a self-interest, but it's actually really good for the world. And through these kind of public mechanisms, we can also like realign that and make it in as many people as possible self-interest as well to do good for the world. And like because right now, you know, it can be like bad for the world is in people's self-interest, and that's why we see a destructive, you know, extractive world. But the more we can make it regenerative and flip that around, the better. So I love it. Okay, that's a good way to start it. So how did you get into the Web3 space? How did you start your consulting company and ultimately end up doing consulting, helping these amazing teams with Gitcoin Passport and PGN?
yeah, totally. So I started working for Twitter about 6 years ago. And it was amazing. I was working for their developer platform. I was on the developer relations team, so really doing a lot of education for developers to figure out how to use the Twitter API. And throughout that process, I made a ton of amazing connections. I learned a ton about developer relations and like how to educate and work with developers. And then a year ago plus 1 day, I was laid off from Twitter. So it was just we're coming up on that year anniversary when everything kind of blew up. But like I guess one quick step back. I kind of started getting into Web3 because like at Twitter we were experimenting with a bunch of things in the Web3 space. And I raised my hand for absolutely every project that I possibly could to try to up level Twitter, to kind of start playing with this space. Kind of on the side, I was getting really into NFTs for a period of time. I was definitely doing some investments, some DeFi, but I really started ramping up heavily on Web3 in terms of like actually wanting to start to participate in a DAO. Just about a year ago, when I started up a conversation with my buddy Kyle Weiss, who is executive director of Gitcoin. And he was a product manager at Twitter with me on the developer platform team. So I worked super closely with him. He saw a need for some help in the documentation space with Passport. I was able to join the Passport team as kind of the documentation lead. So I was working with Zach Fleischman for DevRel for Passport, and was kind of starting to see how I could help out in other different areas. We completely overhauled the developer documentation, made sure it was super intuitive, and like developers were actually finding what they need in there. And then Zach decided to move over to Allo full time, which opened up a great opportunity for me to kind of step up and start to drive the overall DevRel strategy for Gitcoin Passport, which is awesome because I love the Passport product. I think it's doing really good. It's providing a great service in the public goods world. It's providing a great service in the Web3 world in general, making sure that we're defending our programs, whether they're governance, community, rewards from Sybils and bad actors. And so I've really been able to kind of take a big step into that role. I've been doing a lot of BD stuff. We're still figuring out how to do education. I'm keeping an ear to the ground for developer preferences on how they're using Gitcoin Passport's developer products. But then PGN happened. So PGN is kind of the skunkworks project of Gitcoin, but really intended to be ran by a full alliance of public goods maxis out there. And so with PGN, I've been doing a lot of different weird oddball projects with PGN. To start off, I was optimizing and building out their documentation. Next up, we started building PGN using a lot of the different Gitcoin infrastructure. But obviously, since we want it to be ran by the Alliance, we decided to split that off and make sure that it really is its own entity. So I did a lot of the infrastructure work on the back end to make sure that we were keeping Gitcoin in one bucket, PGN in the next bucket, and also starting to really build out our project boards. We know that there's still a decent amount of things that we need to build out for PGN in terms of primitives to make sure that people can really build on PGN and make it effective. So I've been kind of working with the community to collect feedback on what's necessary to make sure that people can deploy on PGN, and also kind of picking off a couple of more technical projects to make sure that we're actually moving forward with building out that infrastructure for PGN. Now we brought on an amazing additional person for PGN, Sophia. She's out there at DevConnect and doing some amazing work for PGN right now, which I'm super excited about.
Sophia
Did you?
Portugal recently. Amazing human being.
Yeah, seriously, right?
Thursday, actually.
Literally legendary status. So she's jumped in and done some amazing work. Definitely starting to accelerate the whole PGN thing. So that's kind of my story. It's been a fun ride, I got to admit. This is kind of the perfect way to intro into working in the Web3 space. I consider myself lucky. So
super cool. Wow.
From Twitter to
public
public goods.
Mhm.
That's super cool. What a ride. That's amazing.
And,
Right?
yeah, shout out to Wasabi, who's actually integrating Gitcoin Passport into our DAO. Let's Grow DAO was just launched recently to unite and grow the regen movement. So it's one of the ways to make sure we have good action, because it is one person, one vote. And let's grow. And so happy to
Yeah.
yeah, son.
Uh-huh. So about the onboarding into the DAO. Like it's not for me to apply, because basically we are building processes so the DAO can run itself. This is not about us. Like the founding members are like 7 people, but we only have one vote, one person. So wherever the DAO grows into 500, 1,000 members, like our vote is going to be meaningless in a way. But we are creating processes. So a basic, let's say a basic, I call it a basic DAO voting member, because even though the DAO has the ultimate power to do whatever the community wants, being a voting member in DAO is like the most is level 1, let's say, because what we're building on top of this foundation are something that I call it time-bound roles. And these time-bound roles means that every role in the DAO is going to be by season one, season two, season three. So we have a more like a focused way of tracking KPIs and tracking stuff. And this way we can basically build a financial, not financial, build a whole economy into the rules of the DAO. For example, you want to be a work stream leader, let's say you apply to be a work stream, you need to have certain amount of the community currency. You want to keep being a member, a leader, you need to have a specific amount of tokens being earned by you so you can pay to keep that role. That's how the DAO members are sure that whoever is taking a role is actually delivering, is actually shipping. It's not only like complaining. It's about like actually contributing into the DAO one way or another. Like we will have several pathways for the people to contribute, like governance, finance, blah blah blah, growth, development. Because even though we have a treasury, we work on volunteer basis. Like we are all volunteers. We don't have a payroll. Yeah, we have a treasury, but this is for the DAO to decide what the DAO wants to fund based on the mission and the values and the manifesto of the DAO. So basically, yeah, we're building this for the community, and it's not even about us. You will have complete control over the stuff. As more engaged you are, you have more control because of the community currency. That's how we will value participation and reward everything within the ecosystem.
Amazing. I'm curious. So how exactly are you guys building Passport in? What programs are you protecting with Passport?
With the Passport, we are protecting the onboarding form. For example, the criteria, we will gate the onboarding form with the Passport. So we know that whoever is filling out the form is, let's say, have a Twitter account with more than 3 months. Is this person a contributor? Like, is this person donating to the round? Blah blah blah. All of the criteria that Gitcoin uses to give you a Passport points, we're gonna use them to give you the ability to fill out the form. Of course, it's going to be like minimum. We just want to the applicants to be, create some sort of filter using the Passport.
So I feel we have a bunch of criteria to become a DAO member, but let's say I can envisage a time where somebody having a score of above 50 gets a direct entry, because 50 is no mean feat. I mean, I'm still at 46, 47 after almost 1.5 years here. So yeah, if you get above 50, you can just walk right in. But yeah, that's just one of the ways I feel like I can see that happening.
Above 50, that's a big one right there. We're usually recommending best practice for getting only allowing maybe 10 to 15% of Sybils through would be a score of 20. 25 is you're starting to really get there with your Sybil defense. 50 is legendary status. So I don't even know if I'm at 50 at this point in time.
Yeah, I think I'm hovering at 47, 46 right now, and if I get that holonym, I feel like I'll cross 50. So it's
Nice.
crazy, right? We see this when we are trying to onboard our community as to how much of a game or how much of a task it is to cross certain thresholds, and it's designed in a way which you can see as an outsider that as you increase engagement in the space, step by step you increase your score. So there's really no shortcuts to something like this, and that's just very well crafted design coming through.
Yeah, the primary goal for us right now on the Passport team is definitely Sybil defense. We want to make sure that whatever we're doing in our stamps is proving that you are, as the Passport user, a human, not a specific human, but just a human in general, to make sure that no Sybil's bad actors are taking advantage of reward systems, governance systems, whatever. And so as of this moment, yeah, the more well, sorry, to take a step back, there's also this whole other thing. I personally think that Passport's also a great almost like quest or gamification tool where like people who are kind of brand new to the Web3 space and are interested in kind of like learning about what different like programs are out there in the space can go to Gitcoin Passport and kind of like just try to like go to each of the different stamps, see what's going on with those stamps, try to play around with them, try to like actually build up a score through them, because like that's a great way to kind of be intro to a lot of great platforms like Fee, for example, or like oh my gosh, who else is on Gitcoin Passport? Like one of the other
Guild.
25 different
There's
stamps we got
Guild,
right
I
now.
think.
And yeah, and in terms of gamification, we do have an active competition right now. Whoever gets the biggest passport score, the score to beat is 59, held by Wasabi himself. If anyone can beat 59, you get a golden NFT with our Let's Grow tornado spiral, and we're gonna send that to you if you can beat 59. Otherwise, we're gonna send that to Wasabi. So that's the score to beat. See if you can beat it. It's a 1 of 1. So yeah. All right. So you said even 10 to 15% of civils are still going to get through a 20 passport score. That's wild. So
Civils are amazing, man. So yeah, civils it's kind of interesting. So every like 6 weeks or so, usually right after Gitcoin grants round, we take a strong look at all the data and we try to figure out, okay, how did we do with this round? Like how much civil defense did we actually provide in this round? And we have to make adjustments pretty much every 6 weeks because it's interesting. Like we make our adjustments, we put the new stamps out there, we put the new passport weights out there, and then Sybil's literally use that as their game plan for how to try to hack the system. So like every single time we make an update, you know, the Sybil's are going to go out there and they're going to try to figure out a way to gamify that. So there are some great conversations going on behind the scenes about how we can start to uh, make it a little bit more difficult for Sybil's to figure out exactly how to game the system. But I mean, 10 to 15 is kind of like pretty consistently what we're seeing after our Gitcoin grants rounds in terms of how many Sybil's are able to get through. Civil defense is tough. It's a constant battle, and we are pretty excited to be at the forefront of that battle. But you know, those civils, they're right behind us too.
that's crazy. And you know it's 10 to 15 because you do the post round analysis, right? And you can still find those guys after the round. And you use all kinds of complex methodologies to do that, right? Clustering, seeing who else they're donating to. Is it just one bunch of these guys? Because yeah, typically like the charts are like, okay, these guys are ahead and like they want, and then like, you know, a few weeks later, it's like, nope, totally different. Like it's usually a pretty stark difference. Does that always mean that they're Sybils, or that, you know, there could just be other reasons why people could be ahead and then not?
There are some strong Sybil patterns out there that we're able to identify pretty easily. We have a list of known Sybils. We have a list of known humans. We're continuing to add to that. And
Nice.
as those lists grow, we are able to better identify what is Sybil behavior, what is human behavior, and continue to make that adjustment. But like I said, Sybil behavior is ever changing. To try to get past the defensives that are set up to prevent them from participating in these types of rewards. So, like it's our models for detecting Sybils are ever changing, and so we do have some absolute legends on the Gitcoin team. Shout out Umar, shout out pretty much everyone on the Passport team who are able to actually go in there and do that analysis post GG rounds. And then also, like when we're partnering with a stamps partner, we make sure that that's going to be a super strong partnership, not only in terms of like them having a strong Sybil versus human signal, but also to make sure that like we can partner with them very closely to help better both of our Sybil detection models. Like our Sybil detection models are equally as informed by our stamp partners as they are by like the research that we do on our own programs.
Brilliant. Okay, so I would love to grow through some of the like examples of how to get the passport thing, the stamps. I mean, we could even screen share or just go over maybe like those because we're all trying to, I think, onboard people. I think it's cool that there's this 15 to 25 range, though I do worry about a lot of the 15s being Sybils. Now that you say that even 10 to 15% come through with the 20, but I'm glad that you have this post thing where you can course correct even those guys who do get through. But for people who are starting out, I remember I was there on the Gitcoin space where you said like just donating to rounds is like probably the quickest way to get your passport score up, hey? Or like, what do you think it'd be like people say like which stamp should we recommend as like a easy? Let's say you're trying to onboard your 80-year-old grandma. Like what are the stamps we should be recommending to people who like really have zero clue about Web3?
Grandma might have a tough time, I got to admit.
Yeah.
But
That's
anyone
literally
who's
my challenge to myself this time. I'm like, all right, let's get the grandparents. I want to get them live and be like, all right, screen share. We're going to go through this. Because if they can get it, then anyone can.
See, there we go. Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, I'll kind of break down what we currently got going on, and then what some of the things that we got in the works to make this even easier. So, if you're like brand new to Passport and like you want to partake in the Gitcoin's grants matching rounds, which I'll also touch base on our new sliding scale here in a second. But like the best thing for you to do is first of all, you go to passport.gitcoin.co. Um, and you log in with Ethereum, so you have to have a wallet. And there are a ton of different stamps that you're going to be presented right off the bat. I think the best thing for you to do to start is go to all of the logos that you recognize. So there's going to be a lot of Web2 logos in there. So like there's Facebook, there's GitHub, Discord, Twitter, Google, LinkedIn. Those are all very low hanging fruit for the folks that have been living in the internet world for the past 15 years or so. So those are definitely a great place to start. It's not going to get you all the way there though. So there's also a variety of other ones. You know, one of the first things that I think folks do when they're onboarding onto Web3 is go and create an ENS address. That is a stamp for us. And that's a pretty decent one. You can get 2.2 points for that. We also have NFT holders. That's another 0.69 points. Nice. There's also
Nice.
Nice. We have Coinbase. Holonym is great. It's KYC. You can go in there. You can verify that you have some IDs, and that is a pretty solid one. That's a whole 5 points right there. That'll get you a quarter of the way to most score thresholds that a lot of our partners are using to gate access. So I definitely strongly advise that one. If you're playing around on Guild much to get access to different community programs, governance programs, we have 2 points that are available there. So if you already do all of that, you're making good progress. I think the final nail in the coffin to get you what you really need in terms of, like, for example, the Gitcoin grants matching rounds, go to the GTC staking. Identity staking. We assign a lot of points for identity staking. There's a full 7.5 points available for identity staking. If you can stake 5 GTC or 10 or 20 GTC or even 125 GTC, either on yourself or on a community member, you're going to get across that finish line. So those are kind of like just to go over a handful. That's a great way for you to start building up your passport and to actually get that matching pool. Then go to Gitcoin grants, make a couple donations. Our Gitcoin stamp is worth a whopping 18 points if you can get all of the different credentials in there. And those credentials are donate to at least one grant, donate to at least 10 grants, 25 grants, and 100 grants. That's a lot of grants. So maybe, start small, do what you can. But then also on the dollar value spent, if you donate at least $10, you can get another 2.92 points, and then 100 and 1,000 are the next couple. So one thing I do into going to Passport and attaching all these stamps to your passport. We recognize that. And first of all, we're trying to make that much easier. There's a lot of conversation going on with the Passport team right now about how we can create potentially even a lighter weight passport that wouldn't require you to go through quite as many steps, but still prove that you are human to a reasonable extent. But also, we are like very keenly interested in product feedback on this. Like we want to make sure that this is as easy as possible. We're starting to put together guides for each stamp. We're going like basically what I just mentioned, like that whole spiel about like which ones are the easiest ones to build up to like quickly get access to the rewards that are available. That guide will be available sometime soon here as well. I'll be posting about it. But also like using Passport doesn't just allow you to unlock the matching pool for Gitcoin grants. I just made a Twitter post, which I should retweet to this space. Actually, it's on the Gitcoin Passport Twitter as well. That lists all the different partners that we've partnered with so far that have built the Passport API, passport protection into their programs, protocols, governance, whatever. And it's lengthy. I think we're up to like 40 different partners. Some of them are pretty significant. Just to like rapid fire name off a few. Let's see here. Linea, Optimism just released a faucet that's protected by Passport. Galaxy, Snapshot, Guild, Discourse, Collabland, Magic Square. Like there are a ton of different people throughout the Web3 space that are protecting rewards, governance, community, all these different things. And also just enabling to kind of like prove that you're a trustworthy individual with Gitcoin Passport. So once you've created your passport, once you've attached all these credentials and stamps to your passport, you're going to be able to start to go out there and to take advantage of a lot more in the Web3 space, which is phenomenal. And you know, like at this point in time, I think we're adding like 2 to 3 new integrators a week which is pretty exciting. So we're hoping that you know the more integrators, the easier it is to create and add things to Passport. Like it's just going to create this flywheel that's going to make sure that civils are going to have a really difficult time going in there and manipulating the system.
Good.
Glad they're having a difficult time. Kudos to all this great work. I mean, it must be tough trying to make it like there's like a balance of like, you know, also helping people who don't want to dox themselves. So cool that you could actually give your ID and still somehow not dox yourself. Like we had Holland on here before as well, and they were doing some really interesting things. So identity staking. So all right, I mean, I'm actually on the. You gotta go mainnet, identity staking, connect. Well, I guess we don't have to go do it on live on the thing, but here, I have. You can see. I don't think I transferred it to the squad though. So you can stake it on the passport score.
I mean, that was really
cool. That was a great overview. So thank you for going through that.
You know what?
Why don't we do a quick? Did you calculate who was the person who won our first giveaway? The 69 giveaway. Yeah, did you know?
So I there were only 14 comments to the Twitter post. So then what I did was I searched Let's Grow and then I went down the latest Let's Grow hashtags, and I kid you not, once again it was Jerry, which is the 69 Let's Grow. Yeah.
Okay. He's got 2 already. We'll give him one of the Carbon Counting Club. All right, Carbon Counting Club. Woo, Mr. McGee. So we're sweeping those. Okay, so Jerry gets the Carbon Counting Club. Let's do it one more time. All right, friends, to enter this giveaway, type hashtag like and retweet this space. Okay, so.
Cool. I have a couple of questions. Is it a good time? Yeah.
Cool.
So there are a few things. I mean, since we've been using the passport now for the last 3 rounds, I think one is what's because I feel like there is no set definition for what you would categorize as civil, and it's also because I see you play cat and mouse every round, and it's constantly evolving. But I'd like to know at least what's like the working definition of what you categorize as civil. And the next one is, I mean, we
We
very
very
often
often
criticize
criticize
that,
that how difficult it is to get to that legitimate score despite us knowing that they're legitimate humans, and it's a constant struggle between, let's say, making it easy enough for people to get the relevant score but also making it tough enough so that the Sibyls don't attack. Because last round we did see, because it was an optimism, that a lot of grants did get insanely high number of votes, and for XYZ reasons, they were categorized as symbols, but they did have a valid passport score because we could see that also. They all had scores about 20. So it was quite the conundrum for us to be like, here we have actual humans which are not able to get to 20, but then these symbols are able to game it. So how do you maintain that balance? Because it's a tough balance to maintain. It's a slack line basically, and how do you tackle that? And if I made the third one, is there a strategic decision to have some of the stamps primarily based on ETH, or do we see a lot of those now becoming open for L2s also?
Yeah, totally. So let's start off with the definition of Sybil. So for us, a definition of Sybil is when a user tries to create multiple personas that can then be used to get access to an airdrop. So like airdrop farmers, or overly influence a governance vote, or get access to a community and try to spam, or let's use like a communication channel, for example. Like if I was using Base's new communication that they made available, or communication channels that they've made available, maybe I don't want anyone to be able to reach out to me without having like a score of over a certain amount, because like so many people are creating fake accounts and trying to reach out to kind of promote either their NFT or their spammy situation. So yeah, we want to make sure that we're really only reward, like, of course everyone kind of has multiple different wallets. I mean, not everyone, but I sure do. I have one for work, I have one for kind of like my primary wallet, I have a few for testing. But what we want to make sure is that we are only rewarding people who are, it's like their genuine wallet, not their wallets that they've created multiples of to try to manipulate the system. So it is a pretty clear definition for us. How they actually behave is what's less clear, which is what you're kind of mentioning about how certain symbols were able to get through and different humans were not. Like sometimes we'll go, first of all, like after a Gitcoin grants round, like I mentioned, we'll analyze the round, we'll try to figure out what that symbol behavior is, and we'll go in and we'll make a change to either the weights of each individual stamp or which stamps are available. So just a second, phone is ringing. There we go. So uh, we're not always 100% correct with that. We want to make sure to go, like, we definitely are pretty correct with that. We have an amazing data science team that goes in and makes the analysis, and that's what informs our different um, adjustments to our passport weights and which stamp providers that we use. But every once in a while we maybe miss one area where symbols are able to, like, their behavior changes and they're able to get a ton more points that we weren't necessarily anticipating. And we do try to make those changes really quickly once we notice that symbols are able to get through. But when we're just leading up to a Gitcoins grants round, we want to kind of maintain the passport weights and the specific stamp variety a little bit constant, because we don't want to inject right before a Gitcoin grants round a bunch of like change and chaos into the system to make the user experience of actually getting prepared to like participate in a grants round more difficult. So like there have been a couple of grants over the past few years where we did notice that an increased amount of Sybils were able to get through. And that's just because like we were not able to be quick enough with changing different stamp credentials where Sybil's found an attack vector for. Um, so what we're really doing right now to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future is we're being very selective with who we're selecting for stamp providers. Everyone and their mother wants a stamp. It's a great promotion for their program. And like I said earlier, it's kind of like a great way for people to onboard new folks that are just getting involved in Web3. But not all of them have great Sybil versus human signal. So we're being very selective with who we're chatting with. We're making sure that any of the credentials that we're adding have that super strong Sybil versus human signal, have like a high cost of forgery for Sybils, but a low cost of entry for humans. And on top of that, like we're also trying to adjust our own system. So the identity staking, what we were just kind of looking at a moment ago, we right now, you like Sybils can even go and stake GTC on themselves or on community members. But what we're actually doing kind of an identity staking overhaul right now, where if we identify that someone is a Sybil and they have staked, their funds may be locked up in that case, which just increases the cost of forgery for those Sybils to try to take advantage of the system. So we so that's kind of like making it more difficult for Sybils, making it more easy for humans. We're trying to figure out how we can, instead of have people go and attach a bunch of stamps to their passport. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way that we can go and look at their on chain history and automatically assign certain stamps or assign certain weights to their passport score. So they don't even have to go and really even engage with the app potentially. We can just kind of give them a human score based on their on chain history without them having to go through all the hoops of actually creating the passport. That's something that we're chatting a lot about right now on the back end. I'm pretty excited about what's coming from that. There's a lot more to it that I'm not going to mention because those pesky Sybils can figure things out pretty quickly and make adjustments according to our plans. So, a certain degree of secrecy is required to make sure that Sybils don't know, like, so that we're not creating a roadmap for Sybils to figure out exactly how they can game the system.
Yeah. Utkarsh shared this on the last 24/7 stream. Did you receive a DM? I didn't receive this DM, but I assume a lot of grantees did, where there was like outreach from these Sybils as like a service. They're like, hey, we got all these verified passports, like, pay us this fee and we'll, blah, blah, blah. I feel like maybe a way to catch, I mean, I guess you guys catch them anyway, but I feel like if like a pretend grantee, or maybe if there's like a way to, like a pretend grantee could be in the round, and then if they receive that DM, they could like entertain them, see who donates to it, and then know, okay, all these wallets are Sybil. Is that a good
But
Sybil
it's
catching
always
mechanism
like
or
a
no?
catch-22, right? I mean, it was not me who got the DM. Somebody put it on the Gitcoin Telegram group, and
Oh,
then
really? Yeah.
we saw a bunch of like, and we did see behavior like that, right? At that point, like some off grants like getting 4x, 5x higher votes than like the top grants, and it's clearly like something's up over there, and but I feel like there is this constant evolution of the game, but do you see this coming to like some amount of stability at some point? That like you have a solid enough system in place that maybe it's just you've evolved the design to the extent that like it's now we know that if you're trying to game it, like it's not going to work.
The more we build out our known list of humans and known list of Sybils, the more we'll be able to track behavior and understand how Sybil behavior is adjusted based on, like all of our different rounds, our different stamp selections for those rounds. And then also on top of that, we we also are making sure to once again partner with a lot of different folks across the Web3 world. Like everyone has different Sybil detection models out there, and so the more we can partner with those different folks, the more we can improve our systems, and also the more we can be secretive about how we're doing some of these Sybil protections, the less of a game plan those civils are going to have. So I am strongly also the like identity staking functionality where like we're increasing the cost of forgery. Like between all of that work that we're thinking about, all the partnerships that we're working through, I am strongly confident that we're going to start getting ahead of it a little bit more than we have been. And so like I would expect that the volume of Sybils that are able to take advantage of reward systems governance is actually going to start decreasing once we start to really like get all of this like flywheel of protection put together here. And then kind of going back to what you were mentioning earlier, Jimmy. So you're referring to like a honeypot, like a fake program. Honeypot in the cybersecurity world is a mechanism that uses a manufactured attack target to lure cyber criminals away from legitimate targets. So maybe there is a honeypot or some different honeypot programs out there that we're exploring to try to kind of to lure bad actors to kind of expose themselves unknowingly so that we can continue to build out our list of known Sybils, and then continue to build out our behavioral models around those lists of known Sybils. So that is a fantastic strategy to use. It's actually a little easier than you might expect to set those things up and to track them. So that's another thing that comes up in conversation
Nice.
pretty often. Yeah.
I feel like this is like it's almost like an undercover spy, like pretending, oh yeah, like spy with the thing, you get him.
Hey, we're manipulating the manipulators,
Yeah. We should tell Centropic about this. This guy's making amazing animations about everything like regen, Web3, Gitcoin. He's a Gitcoin citizen. Like having like an undercover spy to like catch the civils. Like I don't know. I feel like that would be a cool little animation. Great stuff. Well, friends, if you have questions, I know Wasabi, you were trying to get up here earlier. I don't know if I've invited you to speak. I don't know if it was bugging to let you back up, but super cool. Where do you see? We haven't actually talked about PGN very much. Where do you see PGN growing to? Do you think it's gonna? I mean, it's just a network, not a token, right? Do you think would it ever launch a token, or what do you see it doing in the future to fund public goods?
So we're still right now what we're concentrating on the PGN side of things is making sure that we're building out those core primitives so that anyone can deploy on PGN. On top of that, we're also very actively working to help encourage people to deploy on PGN. But of course, we need to make sure that the infrastructure is actually there first for people to be able to do that. So, for example, right now we're working super hard on getting like our enabling people to be able to take advantage of safe contracts. But like we are starting to see a handful of different folks that are deploying on PGN. We are working hard on promoting those, and we're all kind of preparing for January here. January is the 6-month marker since we launched PGN, and it's kind of been it's the moment where we decided that we're going to start trying to really push the alliance much harder to define how exactly we define public goods, but also are going to be distributing like the sequencing fees that we're developing or that we'll be collecting through PGN to make sure that the funds are actually going to really good public goods out there. PGN kind of differs. Look, there's other L2s out there that are donating their sequencing fees to public goods. I want to be completely blatant about that. But it's kind of self-interested public goods. It's like public goods that are within their own network.
Yeah, as long as you help our blockchain. Right.
Yeah. So one of the things that we're trying to do, we want to make it clear that like we want to make sure that our public good the pot that we're growing, the public goods money pot that we're growing through our sequencing fees are going to be able to go to are not going to be as restrictive. Like we would like those fees to go to a much wider variety of different projects that are out there. Now, for us to get there, we need more people using PGN. We need more people to be deploying on PGN. So it's definitely like that. Get everything built first. Once you build it, they will come. Once they come, we'll actually have the like sequencing fees that we'll be able to, and then we'll figure out how we're going to be able to actually distribute that. But knowing that we're being run by an alliance of some amazing public goods DAOs out there is really what we're hoping people believe in us on. So like once the alliance is going to be getting together a decent amount over the next couple months here to try to figure out exactly what that's going to look like as the technical team is building out that core infrastructure. So that's where we're at right now. I've been concentrating really hard on making sure our documentation is super intuitive and has all the information that we need for people to start deploying on PGN. Sophia is working really hard on getting safe deployed. We're also talking about more subgraphs. So things are very much coming together. It's a scrappy team that like it's a much smaller team than let's just say base, for example. So we're trying to be like as quick and scrappy as possible to get this thing set up while still making sure that we're doing it correctly, because we want to make sure that we're not like growing the public goods pot is super important here, and we want to make sure that we do it right.
Respect. Love all the great work that you do. We got a couple of hands raised here. Carbon Counting Club donated some NFTs for our giveaway, so let's get to you first. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I know that I don't know a whole lot about the Public's Good Network, but I imagine it's going to have tokenized, different types of things that are verified and tokenized. I know that I would love to see if Evergreen Coin could get bridged over there. I also, I'm sure that will have available the same DeFi tools, and we can use them, to drive automated demand that ties back to, traditional markets. And I think that it's good that, to have these places getting built. So thank you for putting your time and talents into everything. And if we can work on that stuff, I'm definitely I want to talk about it.
Yeah, of course. I'm actually going to tweet here in a moment our technical project board. If anyone has feedback on like what we need to do on the PGN side of things to make it so that more people can utilize it, so that we're unlocking more use cases on PGN, please feel free to add like a ticket to our technical backlog. I will be making sure to continue to take a look at that and figuring out how we can get that taken care of so that we can start to make sure that more people are coming on to PGN here. We are deploying, so far we've deployed DAI, USDT, and we're working on USDC right now. But as of right now, we don't have a strong roadmap of different tokens that we'd like to make sure that are deployed on PGN. If you have a preference on that, we would absolutely love for people to submit that to our project board. So I'll get that tweet posted here shortly.
Right on. Love it. Yeah. Shout out to Evergreen Coin. They're rewarding people for doing environmental actions. Super, super cool and bullish on them. Make sure you're donating to them in the climate round. Oxygen, what's going on, brother?
What's up? What's up? Good morning, everybody. So I had a quick thought on how to grow the networks. So there's a talk last night on on one of the slots about like incentivizing different areas and different interests in the Web3 just in general. And I had this thought this morning about like you can gain the title of regenerator, right? And you can just do things that are regenerative and have that become like your occupation, right? And so on that concept, maybe, is there a way to like build a network of onboarders that have a token? Like my concept here, the baseline is, how valuable is one person coming into the Web3 network? $5, $10? Like when they come into the Web3 network, what are they going to spend in their lifetime? And if we can project that this is going to be the future, like we can assume that they're going to bring all of their money, right? But on a real like happy note, you can kind of estimate their value coming into the Web3 network. And so then maybe you could generate like a pool, like a DAO fund, to create a network of onboarders that just solely focus on onboarding. But with every onboard, maybe it like gives out a token that's worth so much that they can claim somewhere in the Web3 that kind of leads them onto their journey of onboarding in new areas in Web3 once they have a wallet, once they have a token, once they understand. So like an onboarder kind of spends 5-10 minutes with somebody, runs through all these things, gets them a wallet, gets them their first token, and then the token kind of leads them in somewhere. That was just something that I was thinking on this morning, and it fell right in here. So I don't know, do something with that.
That's awesome, man. We had a great conversation not too long ago about on a space, I believe, about a variety of different reputational uh, factors that we could maybe fill or fit into the passport world. Regen is definitely one that we've been thinking about, but onboarding users that's a fantastic idea. You know, sometimes people just want to talk to someone else to kind of get up to speed with a concept. I did it myself this morning to learn a little bit more about a couple of concepts I didn't understand about the Passport smart contract stack. And I was immediately, you know, like just spending 10 minutes with someone that was knowledgeable about the situation got me way further than I would have been able to get by myself. So I absolutely love that idea.
Awesome. Utkarsh, if you're still there, I'm trying to let up John, but it's not letting me. So maybe you can as the host or other co-host. Go ahead. Oh, muted everyone. Hello. Okay. I don't know how that happened. Utkarsh, if that's you trying to do the thing, thank you for doing the thing. Okay,
No,
John, I've invited you
I'm
to
on
speak.
it. I'm on it.
Oh, he's on it. He's on it. All right. Mr.
Also,
McGee?
I think,
Oh,
Jimmy, I'd like to give a special shout out to Night Owl. Night Owl has been really been quite creative in their Let's Grow emojis and all the GIFs that they've been putting up. So if
is
you
it time
want
for
to
another
do work,
giveaway?
yeah, I would think so. I think Night
Oh,
Owl
snap.
has been pretty diligent and putting up some really nice messaging with their Let's Grow hashtags. So yeah, whatever's floating the boat right now, you could do a giveaway with that. John, I have sent you an invitation to speak. I don't know if it's coming through. Any emoji reaction would be great.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure. I think a similar thing happened with Wasabi before. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. McGee and Daniel. I know we're at the top of the hour, so no pressure if you need to leave, but your presence is greatly appreciated. Go ahead, James.
I also think there's a large demographic of people who will come into crypto as a means of getting payment for various services that can be quickly verified and then payments made. I think that a lot of times most crypto projects are like, where are we going to get the money? Who can we spend? Who's going to spend money? I think that there's a lot of focus needs to be moved to how each interaction is value gained, especially when it becomes transactionalized and monitored. Every person participating in whatever way they participate in a system will add value to it. And it is kind of collecting that value and utilizing that value. These tools to help track that and like monetize it are useful, but we also just have to go back to recognizing the value that all of these interactions have and reach out to the people who aren't going to be spending but who will truly gain and earn from these. Transforming and truly transforming an economy will change an untold number of lives. And it won't just be something that happens. It will take a lot of us working together to do a lot of things. So yeah, just let's keep at it, guys.
Love the perspective, man. Thanks for contributing.
Let's keep growing the movement. Okay. Yeah. And Oxygen, I think, was first. And we get swiftly over to Kingfisher.
Appreciate that. Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight the point there was the value of people coming in. And what that does is it should open up the question as to where do you get those funds, which then asks the question, who's going to give that? Investors. And so that kind of shows you how to kind of position yourself to investors to transition more funding into the Web3 because of the impact that we're going to be creating with the project that's gaining those funds. So that's why I was like, well, what's the dollar amount that you can put on somebody coming into Web3? And that's based on the project that they're going to be first touching, probably, or the progressive life cycle of somebody in Web3. So, like, my mind kind of goes to this building. I call them quest lines. It's because I think in this whole gamification aspect, but it's like a quest line is just a journey that has some sort of, small wins along the way to keep interaction and excitement and, attention while they're gaining and building and learning and growing. So if you can partner, or at least like we're doing here, create a journey, a line from one to the next to another to another. And you can say, well, if we've created 4 connections, one being an onboarding in a wallet, the second being onboarding to an impact project, the third being a means to receive payment in something that you are passionate about, and the fourth being a recycle of that payment to another project of their interest, then you've created a journey, you've created a closed loop, you've onboarded somebody into the Web3 world, and you've gotten them involved, and you can kind of let them go from that point. And they're just going to grow. You've planted the seed, you've watered it, and it's sprouted. So that was the whole point of what I said, on a more broad perspective. But that's where I would like to find myself is, if somebody would have onboarded me in that manner, I probably would be a lot farther than I am currently. But understanding the whole Sybil thing now is also interesting. So understandable. But again, if I were sitting there working with somebody one on one that I trusted, that I could say, okay, well, I trust some people in this space, and I've never met them in my life, right? I would like to now, but I haven't, and that says something. So with that relationship, with that one on one, I could say, I guarantee that somebody's worth $5, right? Worth it. So if there's a way to create a pool with investors that have faith and can see the value in this entirety, then we can start to gain investment funds on bringing people in because they understand the value of those people backing the system to generate the impact that's going to then further bring the return later down the road. So that's kind of where that thought ends. But I really appreciate the talks and the conversations. This has been amazing. So thank you.
Yeah, any rewards to bring new users on board. If there's a reward, the Sybil's will come. so if anyone builds that out, just remember, make sure to passport gate that reward.
100%. Yeah, that makes sense. That's always going to happen in Web3, right? There's always these, airdrop farmers and all kinds of things like that. So we're actually in Wasabi's Coconut Network hour right now. Wasabi, I don't know if you're able to come on up, but I've sent you the invite. Hopefully that works. Shoot me DM if you're having issues. All right. So, okay, we're actually supposed to be transitioning from the stewarding responsibilities, which means I got to get in the Let's Grow account. Udkarsh is informing his power is at 7% on his phone. So let's hope that we don't rug the space. Wasabi's up here. He's got some really great points on on all things passport related. Again, Daniel, no pressure if you got to bounce, but yeah, but we love
Yeah,
you.
I got about
Oh,
5 more minutes until I
you
got to
got five
bounce.
minutes. All right, awesome, cool. All right, so I'm gonna bounce Wasabi. It's your turn. Good. I mean, Utkarsh, you can give Wasabi the co-host, and I'm gonna jump in there and give you the signal when I'm in. Your five
No,
minutes.
no, no, no. But sorry, Amy, but I can't do co-host yet because they working in my house. They drilling holes in the wall. Like it's not the proper setting yet. But tomorrow I'm gonna be fully back into my duties as host and steward. So pardon.
Nice.
But talking
All
about
good,
a
bro. You know we got
passport.
your back. But I'm just saying I got to take over stewarding now. So BRB.
Okay, awesome. But yeah, talking about passport and let's grow DAO onboarding. Sorry, earlier I didn't have enough context, but talking about the specific use case of Gitcoin passport for us is we are going to customize. We are not working on using the passport score. We will use the API so we know if, let's say that we want to prioritize people over if they have donated to a grant and have a 3 month old account of Twitter. And let's say that that's how we gauge the form. Like we will select criterias, and those criterias from the ones that you already have integrated into the Passport API. From those criterias, we will give every criteria points. Like okay, the weight for this one is going to be 25%. Let's say that this person has donated to 100 grams. Let's say if that person is have that badge, then we give let's say 50% of weight in the form. But this is like at the form level when it comes to token gating the form. It's not like using passport scores. It's like we will have a criteria in order to filter out the applications. So because it's permissible to apply, you to apply to the DAO, you have to okay. Follow the proper processes, and that process is going to be a form on autopilot. But another member is always able or can vouch for you and can be like, hey, this person should be a DAO member, and like he has my vouch. And when we are doing like voting as DAO members, we will have the context because the purpose of the form gate with the passport is that we can have context about this person.
That makes complete sense. And like, so is there? So you are using the Passport API. You're mostly looking at like the different stamps and credentials in that. Is that correct then?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, like we have seen, like the best practice for using Passport is definitely to gate access um, based on a score, based on the score threshold, because you're enabling users to utilize any stamp that they really can to build up that passport score. But there is also a great secondary use case of like requiring specific stamps or even just displaying which stamps and what a user's score is, so that other users can make good decisions based on how like they might engage with that individual. So what you're doing is still definitely a best practice. So yeah, I'm excited to hear that.
Sorry. Yeah. To follow up on that, the objective of Let's Grow is not only we are not only our audience is not only Web3 people. Like for example, we want to onboard new people into the community because there are massive projects out there that are only Web2. So if we gate like only using like the idea is to have give more uh, when it comes to percentage to one batch over another over other batch. It's like It's going to be based on the criteria that we have for, let's say, that we work on seasons, or we are modifying the onboarding form according to whatever outcome we want to generate. Let's say that we want to have a form just to onboard developers. We are going to customize the metrics. So any developer that match that criteria is ordered to fill out the form. That's the idea.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. And we do understand that Passport is a Web3 specific product. We obviously are trying to make sure that there are some Web2 stamps in there to help onboard Web2 people, but they do have to have been onboarded and like actually have a wallet to be able to partake in that. Hey, what's up, John?
GM, how's it going?
Pretty good. You're coming on. I gotta jump. I actually have a doctor's appointment that I gotta make it to here, so I'm sorry, but this is going to be the end of my my time with this space here.
Well, amazing. Well, I'm glad you were in here and answering some hard hitting questions about Passport, I assume.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Always some good ones. And
Excellent.
y'all,
Well,
thank you so much for having me. I do have to take off, but I actually did open my DMs after some feedback on the last space. So if you have any feedback or any questions, feel free to reach out. Later, folks.
Ciao for now.
Yeah, thank you so much. See ya.
Thanks for welcome, John. I'm going to add everyone who's up here as a speaker to a group chat where I've shared a
you cut out, Jimmy, unless it's just me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, we're doing the overlap where we're both in the same account. Yep. It is officially 16, so you're good to grow, Utkarsh. You can leave the account. Fingers crossed, everyone. Let's pray we don't get rugged. If we do, we'll be opening the space very quickly. Okay. Wait. I said 5 minutes at 11. Yep, we should be okay. All right. Out you go. Utkarsh actually can't hear me. I'm speaking to everyone except the person who needs to hear me right now. Yep, you can grow. All right. Cool. Let's. How's the round treating you? Is it hectic? Is it stressful? What's going on with you? Is it stressful? What's going on with you? How you doing? How's your first Gitcoin round going? Growing.
Hi everyone. Hi Jimmy. Going well. Well, just getting started. A lot to keep promoting, keep shilling. So I don't know if everybody here, Impact Market. This is our first round, so we're very excited. We are both on the climate solutions round and the Web3 communities and education. So learning a lot from all of you who have been already participating in the previous rounds, and then aiming to make the most of this one for us to keep building solutions for financial inclusion and to develop a solution for conservation-based income. So pretty excited. So I see John here. I saw that you from Solarpunk, you have a cool proposal as well with our friends from Good Dollar, another amazing UBI project. Some of you who might know Impact Market here, we also started strongly with the UBI, which is unconditional basic income, distributing recurring income in cello dollars to vulnerable communities all around the world. And then we expanded to other microfinance services such as microcredit. We have an educational platform, Learn and Earn. We also have the crypto wallet Libera. So yeah, pretty excited to be here. And then Jimmy, wow, wow, your energy is endless. I don't know if all of you here, you had the luck to met Jimmy in the real life, but he's exactly like this. I don't know how you can have such an energy. That's amazing.
Well, it starts with good habits, and one of those beautiful habits is surrounding myself by amazing people such as yourself. All the regens out there. I love being around regens. Something about it, like people who have big hearts, people who genuinely want to make the world a better place, people who see how technology can help scale positive impact. I love it. That definitely is one of the things that fuels me. And yeah, we did a bunch of morning routine stuff in the stream today. We did the Tony Robbins gratitude exercise. Definitely recommend typing that into YouTube in their first hour of your day. Type in Tony Robbins gratitude. It could change your life. I don't know. But welcoming back up to the stage, Wylan and John. All right, I'm gonna send some co-host invites out here. It should hopefully protect us from getting rubbed. I'll send it up. Bada bing, bada boom. How you growing, Wylan?
Man, Jimmy, I'm doing great. Hope you are too. I've been checking out your live streams recently. It's been really cool seeing you lean into the features, that X and Elon are opening up and using that to spread your reach and spread the reach of the regen movement and Gitcoin and all this.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're trying to spread the reach for all of the grantees. Everyone does deserve a platform to be heard, to share their impact, and so I encourage everyone to come up here. And if you want to also come on the video stream, you're welcome to. You know what? I actually have the permission to let people up into the control that setting. So I'm not too worried about trolls. So I'm actually going to drop it in the comments section right now. Okay, so it's in the comments. If any of you guys want to show your beautiful faces, maybe you want to screen share and show the people, something cool. You're welcome to do it. You're welcome to do it. And I would love for the next 2 weeks for people to share their impact stories, document video, photos. Like earlier today, Coco Dow did a screen share and was sharing some of the stuff she's doing with Give Forest and the mappings and things like this. And it was really cool to see those things and not just hear a brief elevator pitch, which is cool too. Obviously, we try to give everyone these quick elevator pitches, but then we got 2 weeks, baby. We got 2 weeks to dive deep. So yep, everybody retweet the room, and let's grow. So John, how's this round treating you? Is this a bit less stressful than last round? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good so far. I feel like last round we were dealing with a little bit of controversy on the front end of the round, so that was a little bit of a bumpy start to last round. So I think this round so far, everybody seems happy. Nobody seems mad at us, at least for today. Maybe I should knock on some wood just in case somebody's angry out there and ready to blast us on Twitter. But I've always been surprised how people can be so angry about an organization that's given away $56 million worth of money. It's like we give away money and you're angry about it. But but it's okay. It's okay. But we're gonna grow together. We're gonna go. But no, overall, I'm doing pretty good. This little bit of sickness that's been getting me the last couple of days is the only thing really slowing me down. Other than that, super excited about. I'm sure you all saw Umar drop the dashboard, so now we can all spend 24/7 staring at the dashboard, looking to see if our numbers are going up. That's always unproductive, but nice to have. And other than that, yeah, we've been cranking away trying to get the last of the reviews done. If you happen to be somebody out there that's still waiting for us to review something, we are trying to wrap things up as quick as we can. Always a good reminder that those that got their applications in before the 8th were approved when we started the round. So when you see us say that next time, get your darn applications in, people. You make my life hard when I have to keep reviewing and reviewing and reviewing day after day. So, but anyway, that's my little mini rant there.
Love it. Love it. And I did not know about the dashboard, so I'm going to be checking out those. And yeah, like I said, probably not super productive, but it's still kind of fascinating to see. I'm glad we got all the citizens building out these things.
Yeah, definitely.
Team? Is he a team or citizen?
Who?
Umar.
Umar is on the team. Yeah, he works with the program team. Yeah.
Gotcha.
He is also a beautiful citizen, but he's on the team. Yeah.
Right. Goes the extra mile.
But yeah, he goes the extra mile to make sure the dashboards get built and things like that. Let's see. Why am I not seeing his Twitter coming up? I'll find that dashboard here in a second, though.
What's his handle again?
That's what I was looking. I thought it was something that. Why am I not seeing it?
Well, be sure to have some hot water with lemon and honey. That's usually the remedy when I'm not feeling the best, under the weather. Hot water, lemon, honey. You ever tried that? Bit of ginger doesn't help. Can't hear you if you're talking. John talking right now? Common rug. Is John talking?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear him. Okay. Yep. So that's a rug. I'm gonna drop you down, John. Please don't take any offense. I'll invite you swiftly back up. All right. Okay. And the co-host. Yeah, this happens to co-host sometimes, but it's okay. It's okay. Cool beans. The beans are cool. So yeah, give us the rundown on the learn to earn model that you've got growing on Impact Market. Like, what kind of things are people learning, and how are you rewarding the people with the earning?
Yeah, sure. So as I was sharing with you, we first started with the UBI, and then it was amazing to see that by giving one of the best ways to incentivize people to learn, to discover something new, it was to give free crypto to them. It was a easy way to onboard people into Web3. And then whenever people, they started having their first time their crypto wallets, starting transacting crypto, they were curious to know more. So they were asking us more about it. They were searching for themselves, and were even creating internally within the communities that we were supporting groups to learn, to go deeper regarding what is now all of these that we are having access to. So we saw that we were not only with a basic income supporting people in conditions of poverty to cover their basic needs, that we were also unlocking a whole new world of possibilities they so far they didn't have an idea that existed. And then we started seeing them using, as Impact Market, we are a protocol built on the Celo ecosystem. And then through partnerships, within that Celo ecosystem, we started activating other ways to both incentivize donations and to extend opportunities to our beneficiaries with Talent Protocol, HaloFi. And then by themselves, our beneficiaries started getting to know a bit about these projects and getting interested to see how they could benefit about all of these other opportunities in Web3. And then based in all of these rising interest in education, and definitely understanding that, okay, as our main goal is to promote financial inclusion, especially bridging this gap, unlocking opportunities for everyone, for people who for so far have been overlooked by traditional financial systems. We developed a learn and earn platform which people they can access it on Impact Markets app. Right now, in our app, it's available only for Impact Market beneficiaries. So all of those people who are part of the UBI communities of Impact Market. So it's around 50,000 people. So we created this platform enabling both us as Impact Market. We create courses related to knowledge on finance, basic financial habits and information, and also Web3, crypto. And also enabling partners, mission aligned partners to have this platform both as a possibility to showcase their products and but also very strongly in this educational pillar, and not only about providing education, because well, when it comes about educational platforms, there are several all around the world. But at Impact Market, we have a very specific profile of users. When providing education for our users, you're not only sharing information with people who might already know everything about tech, about crypto, but we are really talking about people who are mostly unbanked, underbanked from developing countries. And as I said, unlocking a whole world of possibilities, new possibilities for these people. And then we launched it in the beginning of this year, the Learn and Earn platform, and two partners that I mentioned already. HaloFi, which work with saving pools, just launching their savings mechanism, and Talent Protocol. I don't know if you know here these two projects. Talent Protocol, it's like a Web3 LinkedIn, which you can create your profile. You have the tokens assigned to your profile, several ways in which people can support your career and follow your achievements in your career. And then with these two partners, they launched their own courses in our Learn and Earn platform. And to let you know, so what is this Learn and Learn platform? So there are courses that we create within this platform with different lessons, and by completing the course, the users they get rewarded, and these rewards can be we have a native token which is backed the governance token of Impact Market. So people can earn pact. They can earn the tokens of the projects that are partnering with us. So, for example, you're doing a project and you have your own token and you would like to teach. There's an example that Jimmy, he was sharing, for example, working with people on the ground regarding planting trees and stewarding what is being planted, taking care of the land. So perhaps your project, you like to create a course in which you talk to people, to all of the people, and we can also segment, we can target the audience in which countries you would like to target, which languages you would like to create the course. So we have these ways of customize the course according to the needs and interests of the partner. So, and by completing the course about forestation and the importance of like how you can use Web3 to save the planet. And so this is an example. You could give your tokens as a reward. Right now, as I said, we are on Celo, so these tokens would be on Celo, but open to discuss other cross-chain possibilities whenever the tokens are available in other chains. So we started with our own Learn and Earn, and then there is the mini pay. I don't know how aware you might be of this recent wallet launched by Opera. So MiniPay was launched firstly on Nigeria, then in so if I'm not wrong, Kenya, and then already with some thousands and thousands of users. And our Learn and Earn was the first DApp listed on MiniPay. So already acquiring all of these new users coming from MiniPay. They are now part of the UBI communities. So it's expanding the visibility of the Learn and Earn courses to a new audience who is now benefiting as well from financial education in a rewarding way.
Very cool. I like that you call it Learn and Earn as opposed to Learn to Earn, because like surely we labo there and put mangrove tree planting lessons into the impact market platform. So stoked on that. Wylan, what's growing on?
Yo. So two things. One, the first one was for you, Jimmy. So that link doesn't work. I was trying to join and I wanted to share my GG19 and show my face and all that, but it's like it takes me into my own personal stream labs. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one, but just something. I don't know. Just wanted to throw that out there, see if we could figure that out. And then I had
The
a
one that was
question
just shared
for.
in the group chat there, right?
Sorry.
The one that was just shared in the Let's Grow Green room. The one that was dropped in the chat, right? Obviously.
The one that was dropped in the comments here before. Yeah, I see in the chat now. I have not tried that one, but
okay. I just dropped a different one in the comments. I tried to drop the evergreen link. It says, but okay, new one in the comments. Bing.
All right,
Bom,
cool.
boom. Okay,
I
it's
will
actually
try
at the top, the tippy top. Everyone can join. All right, go ahead.
Okay, sweet. I'll try it and I'll let you know what happens. But then impact market, and then I'm apologizing. I missed your name. You know, the humans behind the account, but I love this project. Like you've got me thinking. You know, I'm involved with Nouns and some of their sub DAOs and like NARS DAO in particular. And NARS is really focused on extreme sports, skateboarding, snowboarding, wakeboarding, those things, and with a really heavy presence in developing nations in South America, in the Philippines, in Kenya. And they have this platform called That's Gnarly. And That's Gnarly is kind of like Instagram, except people can mint your content, right? So it's a way for extreme sports athletes to, you know, get paid to skate, right? Or get paid to play, right? But there's been some conversations around, you know, and it comes with like custodial wallets, right? So you can use like Web2 sign-ins to get a custodial wallet or connect yours if you have one already, which is sweet, right? And so we've had some conversations about this type of like, you know, learn and earn type thing, right? Of like, how could you introduce skateboarding, like, you know, to younger people that are curious about it and, you know, use videos to teach them how to ollie or kickflip or these things, right? But then maybe there's that attestation service behind it, right? Where they can post the video of them doing the tricks successfully. And then a handful of people from the community attest, like, yes, this looks right. And then they earn some crypto, right? So that's really exciting. And I love, so my question when I first raised my hand was to be like, hey, can other people like, you know, submit their content or use the platform for their own? And it sounds like they can. So that's really exciting. So I'm going to dive into your opportunities to collaborate there.
Beautiful. Look at all the
So-
collaborations that are already being formed here. Live on to Spaces. Love to see it. Go ahead.
Now, I was going to say that it's for all of those who would like to get to know on how to have a course on impact market. So we are absolutely open. We have a setup fee, and then we would have to discuss about which token will be distributed and the goals of the course and about the content to be created. So absolutely open to discuss all of this. And then for those who might be interested, there is you can send a DM. There is on our website as well a form that you can access to become a partner, and then share. We can our team will contact all of you who might be interested, and then we will discuss how to make it happen. And then, as I said, we have now these different placements that we can discuss, both to the audience of the mini pay wallet, and then also our own platform targeting our beneficiaries all around the world. That's very exciting, very interesting what you shared, Willing. It makes me remember there is another cool project from South America called Play for Change. I don't know if you know this, but they also are related to games. They are very present in several Brazilian favelas, and also a bit related to NFTs and gaming, and how by playing they will get some rewards. So pretty interesting project as well. As Impact Market, in our roadmap, we are also considering whenever we move forward with all of these things that we have sooner, with the microfinance, possibly saving groups and crowd lending. So more in the future, possibly micro work. So also understanding this growing demand of micro work when it comes to AI training in all of this, and thinking about how right now all of these micro world opportunities sometimes are quite hard, are not so accessible when it comes to some countries in the global south. It's hard to set up a PayPal wallet, and so many other obstacles that people in developing countries they face to take advantage of these opportunities that for most of us in some other countries in the north or some more developed countries, it's a no-brainer. We don't even think about. And then how we can through the micro work, which could be gamified or any other small tasks we can provide to people in underserved communities, another opportunity to get an income.
Loves it. Loves it. Loves it. So I've heard you say unconditional basic income. Is that different to universal basic income or same?
Yes, there is this difference. Usually, the most common term is it's an universal basic income, and by universal, it embraces the concept of unconditional. So, as I was saying, the John from Solarpunk, they are having this grant with good dollar. For a good dollar, in this case, they are universal basic income. So, all of us in here, we can go to the Good Dollar website right now, create their wallet, and start receiving straight away a universal basic income and receiving the G dollar, which is their currency. So this is a really nice way to promote this crypto adoption. Very democratic. Everyone can subscribe. So unconditional basic income is this recurring income that everyone, despite of your conditions, you could be receiving to support your basic needs. But when it comes to impact market, we are normally saying that we are doing unconditional basic income because we do have the unconditional aspect of the basic income, which is we are not, by giving this income to people, we are not saying, oh, you could only get this if you buy food. No, like the people, they can spend the money they get however they want. Because often when we see philanthropy, and it's really relevant as well, the distribution of food, distribution of clothes, all of this is absolutely relevant and important. That there are many people facing conditions of vulnerability that sometimes they just need some money to help paying for their rental. They need some money to pay the school fees of their kids, to pay for transportation to go to an interview of work, to start a small business and get a new source of income. So in our case, it's unconditional because they can do whatever they want with the money, but it's not universal because it's not for everyone. It's not all of us here. We cannot go to impact market and get a basic income. It's for press-elected people, beneficiaries who are onboarded on our communities. They are normally represented by validated NGOs in developing countries, and these NGOs that are partnering with Impact Market, we create together a community, a smart, which is like a smart contract, plugging the beneficiaries who are their specific crypto wallets, and then these beneficiaries can benefit from the basic income. That's the difference.
Can you guys hear the sound effects?
Yes.
We can hear them.
Oh my god, yes, finally the sound effect worked. It wasn't working before. But yeah, I'm gonna do that one gradually. Wait, so you hear this? Okay, every time someone shields their grant, I'm just gonna be like, wow! How cool is that? I love it. Okay, so welcoming up to the video stream, Wylan is here up on the video stream. Wave to the people. We're live on Bankless DAO X. We're live on Bankless DAO YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We're live on Refi DAO YouTube. We're live on Refi DAO LinkedIn. We're live on Utkarsh's personal LinkedIn. We're live on my personal LinkedIn. We're live on Solarpunk DAO. We're live on Tree Gens. We're live on Jimmy. We're live freaking all across the interwebs. Wave to them. Say hello.
We're really on the internet right now.
So is all the Spaces attendees. Are you? So you can wave as well to the video viewers if you're in the audience. Everyone wave. Say hello. Hello to the people. All right. Happy day. All right. So now that we got you on video, tell us what's your story, Wylan? What gets you out of bed? So you're part of Nouns. How did you join Nouns? By the way, shout out to John giving me the alpha about public nouns. That's nouns for public goods.
Yep.
Hells yeah, I'm a proud public nouns holder. Thank you so much for sharing that with me, John. That's super cool. Weird though, I checked my MetaMask through which I purchased said noun and didn't see it there. I saw my other NFTs and not that noun.
Were you looking on were you on OpenSea?
I think I
or
may
where
have
were you
checked
checking?
OpenSea. No, I think like within MetaMask you can see your NFTs.
Oh, right in. I know mine was hidden. I think the stupid internet thinks P-Nouns is a clone or something. So yeah, mine was
like
at least when I took a peek on OpenSea, it was hidden. I had to unhide it, but yeah, it should be there, but it may be hidden.
Got you. All right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that happens sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I trust that it did go through, which is awesome. And it's got a little tree thing there going on, so that's super cool. So you're part of main. How did you get introduced to nouns? Tell us about nouns. Do you want to shill nouns or anything else?
Yeah. So I'm in the GG19. I guess I'll like zoom back a little bit. So I'm American. I grew up in the southern part of America, on what used to be like tobacco farmland. Grew up in a fairly rural place. It's not like all the way out in the country, but like the biggest city was like 20-30 minutes away, and it had like a couple 100,000 people, right? So fairly small. Just we always had a garden in our backyard. Always was growing food as a kid. My dad was a carpenter, and it kind of made sense to me that maybe like becoming an architect would make sense as like a career. So I moved to Chicago, did a couple years of architecture school, had to drop out, but got really involved with some of the local government and like local neighborhood community coordinating, right? Community activism, and found that urban agriculture was like a really strong thing in Chicago. Like in 2011, the ordinances was changed here to make the city very friendly for community gardens and for urban farms to pop up. There's a lot of like grants and just like financial support and nonprofit support for it in the city. There's even some like community college programs, and part of my thinking, like with what I want to do with my career, and how do I want to like live a life that I'm proud of by the time it's over, was like I want to have a positive impact on people, right? So this just kind of made sense, and food makes sense. Like food is basic infrastructure for life, right? Like you can't live if you can't eat, right? So it just made sense to work on food. So been working on this for like a while. I worked with a nonprofit in Chicago that does school and community gardens for some time, and then with Nouns, I got introduced to them like earlier this year. This guy Davin from Nouns Africa jumped into a space I was in, and he was really cool. And he's like, guys, I got to jump to actually go host my own space, but if you want to come through. So came through and learned about Nouns, and yeah, it turns out Nouns is this DAO that they've had their issues with like the crypto economics and the things that come with code and vulnerabilities of code, right? But at the end of the day, it's about like positive sum world building, right? About the same core ethos that I think the refi movement is about, right? Of a rising tide lifts all ships, right? And how do we use new and novel means of funding things to have a positive impact on the world and on local communities? So I was like, oh, dude, I totally should build this thing like within the context of Nouns and like use their cool CC0 branding of like these wacky glasses, like on our branding. Why would I not, right? So can I share my screen? Will it show up if I do?
Sorry, absolutely you can. But then I'm just gonna have to unmute your mic because we won't be able to pull in the Spaces audio at the same time. So yeah, are you able to share? No, I think you have to. I know. I think you have to be on Team to share. Oh no, yeah. You can share screen. It's gonna be in the green room on the left, and then I'll have to port it in. And yeah, happy days. Do it up, fam. Follow us on video.
All right,
yo. Okay, let me pin. I'll
Also,
pin
you
the
can
video in case y'all want to
share
see
audio
it.
from the share screen as well. But then they have to mute the mic on Spaces, use the audio coming through if they have a mic on their computer.
Okay, I could do that. Or if I send one of y'all the link, would that work?
It's okay. No, it's the same if you share screen because you're on your phone for Spaces anyway, right?
All right, cool. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, cool.
I'll just unmute your mic when we do that. Happy days. Getting the hang of things. While we wait for you to pull that up, John.
Oh, is it not
it
says
quick?
sharing.
Oh yeah, okay, that was quick. Okay. Never mind. Let's do it right away.
And Bloop.
We're all unmuted. Careful what you say, Oxygen. All right. All right, I did. Boom. The screen is up there in case y'all want to have a peek and
Sweet, thank you, sir. So yeah, man, my GG19 round is for the city farmers. It's.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you. Oh, so while you unmute yourself and
Oh, I need to be unmuted in spaces as well. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, sweet. We're good. Okay, cool. So yeah, my GG19 application is for the city farmers, right? It's the name of my nonprofit here in Chicago. We're a fully fledged 501c3 nonprofit, right? So if an individual or a business were to make donations directly to us, they do receive a tax deductible receipt for those donations. You can donate to us through endowment, etc., for crypto purposes. But our whole purpose is to decentralize agriculture and to develop the workforce for doing it, right? So we're submitting soon for like a pretty big grant to Nouns, and the whole idea is we want to grow strawberries in the city. There's a lot of nonprofits and other businesses doing urban agriculture, but they mostly focus on like lettuce, right, and kale, basil, because these leafy greens are we understand how to grow them like hydroponically, et cetera, pretty well, right? Kobe University in Japan and China have been researching berries and these vertical growing methods for about a decade and a half, but it really hasn't been explored in America. But what's really cool is the United States Department of Agriculture are opening up their first ever urban ag office on the west side of the city of Chicago. So nonprofits like ours are in the position to, there's literally millions of dollars per year being put into urban agriculture research and development, right? So we're kind of getting ahead of this curve and bringing new ways of growing food into the city and leveraging this funding. So we're renting a warehouse up on the west side of the city and growing strawberries vertically, right? So we got these towers. It's called aeroponics. Basically, you spray nutrient-rich water on the roots of the plants, and then that grows, right? And there's some questions to be had, because regenerative agriculture is a really big thing, right? And I'm sure there's a lot of regenerative ag people who would look at this proposal and be like, there's nothing regenerative about this, da, da, da. I totally disagree, actually. I think there's a ton of opportunity for vertical urban agriculture applications to intersect with regenerative agricultures. I have a ton of questions about how do we promote a healthy biome, microbiome within these towers? How do we have a proper, fungal system in there, right? Strawberries grow a lot better when they have some rocks for their roots to hold on to. How do you put rocks for strawberry roots to hold on to in a vertical system? I have no idea. But what's really cool is as a nonprofit and, with some funding from the government, et cetera, we can explore these questions and develop these things, right? So that's really our purpose, is to research and develop urban agriculture techniques and to have that impact in the community. As we grow and develop, really our goal. So our money is managed by the Public Health Institute of Metropolitan Chicago. They're a 30-year-old nonprofit that's spun out from the city's Department of Health. They do our accounting, payroll, federal grant reporting, taxes, all that. And what's cool about them is not only having their, 30 years of financial experience to make sure we're not messing our money up, but also, they have deep relationships with, like the Illinois Department of Justice, the city council, et cetera, right? So as we go along and do more of this research and development, we can ultimately bring it into like a workforce development program for people with criminal records, for veterans with PTSD issues, for people who struggle with employment for other reasons, right? Education wasn't possible for them because of their circumstances growing up, things like that, right? So yeah, we're pretty much just on this like big few month fundraising campaign here to get that initial demonstration facility set up and to get a federal grant writer hired so that we can start applying for those USDA grants. Oh, and one thing I totally forgot to mention, I've got a friend who's a director at a college here in Chicago, IIT. They have an Institute of Food Safety Safety and Health that's funded by the federal government, does research on like food packaging and agriculture techniques, etc. We're working with them to actually create research and development courses for this with the college too. So it's not just us, the demonstration facilities showing what's possible and making content, etc. But from there, we have so many partners, really amazing institutions and partners that we can do this work with. So it's really exciting. And then on the blockchain and the climate front, right? I think I spoke a lot about social justice and food security, but this is a climate roundtable on the climate front. Agriculture is a means to sequester carbon. The regenerative agriculture people talk to you about that all the time, right? With just 2 inches of topsoil, we can pull all the carbon we need out of the atmosphere. And there's applications too with this, right? Put sensors on our plants and measure how much carbon they're actually pulling out of the atmosphere as they're being grown, right? And then put that data on chain and use that on chain data to possibly make carbon markets more functional. I know that's kind of a big thing in this is, how do we bring carbon markets on chain and make them functional and transparent? And we certainly would like to play a role in that. And we're exploring options too. Like Crypto Novo, he's a CryptoPunk holder, worked with VaynerMedia for a few years. He's like our primary marketing guy. We're exploring, how do we port this into the metaverse and make like metaverse twins of this so that, people can explore this no matter where they're at and, really get a feel for what's going on, just being anywhere. So yeah, I think I'll definitely start rambling if I go on any longer, but I think I've hit kind of all the main points of everything I wanted to share. So, yeah, thank you.
Super cool.
Thank you.
Sweet strawberries. So
yes, sir.
you mentioned a bunch of stuff, growing strawberries, vertical farms. Okay.
Yep.
But then you said with what is one farm for this is not this is where is it?
So definitely a little bit, right? In each individual plant where its seed is started here in the pods, yes, it does have some soil, but then as you go inside and the roots continue to grow, no, the roots are floating in air and you're just spraying water on them.
Wow. That's, yeah.
Yeah.
R-A-I.
No. Wait, I think so actually. Yes.
Yeah, he's here in Portugal, right? And they also do
nice. Nice. Yeah.
This could be
100%.
Senor Mickey, what's going on?
Yeah, I was gonna say to make sure that that process remains, carbon negative. It just comes down to how you handle the excess biomass, all the carbon residue.
Yes.
You can turn it into charge, you can extract energy from processing it into geologically stable carbon. And you can use that charge in more traditional agriculture settings around the city. It increases crop yields considerably. So there's something you can do. And I know how you can measure your carbon captured and then sequestered that way. In-house, you can do it about 1 liter of char is about 1 pound of CO2. So just take it, make it, and put it in the ground.
I love that, Carbon. Yeah, because so we got this guy Bob Soljic on the team, and Bob just has like business development experience, and he helped this organic greenhouse business in Jamaica get off the ground, grow, and then stabilize so that they're a steady, continually operating business. And one thing he was really big on, was aerobic. Oh my God, aerobic ingesters, right? That exhale the carbon so the plants can breathe it in. Yeah, thank you. And so bringing those in. But yeah, to your point, what do we do with the biomass and composting it, and how do we use that energy? And then some of the questions we have too that we want to explore in the courses we're doing with IIT. They have a really amazing architecture and engineering school. How do we use photovoltaic, solar glass in greenhouses? How do we go multi-story with greenhouses, right? So I think there's multiple approaches, to the energy issue and to the climate control issue that don't all have to be, so energy heavy. Yeah, I really like that. Thank you for the char point.
Loves it. Yeah, that's some really cool. You know, Senor Bourgeois? Bourgeois? What was his first name? Oh, I remember
Ed.
the second.
Ed Bourgeois. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you know Ed?
Yep.
Ed. Yeah,
Yeah, we
Ed's
talked
a
a few
cool guy.
times.
Nice. Makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. You also mentioned bringing carbon on chain. What's the deal there? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Some MRVs for this? What is the MRV for Regen Ag? No? Or is that down the line?
Photosynthesis. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so there's literally
You're
these
good, bro.
photosynthesis these photosynthesis monitors, right? That right now researchers like go out in the field and they'll spend the day putting them on plants and measuring, etc. And we're having some conversations. I've actually reached out to the company and reaching out to like some data, like Web3 data management companies here in Chicago about what if we took these sensors, and modulated them to be stationary and just live on our plants and just 24/7, 365 be measuring the respiration going on, and then we put that data on chain. And I think there's a lot of different questions. There's the water data, there's the pH and electrical conductivity of the water and the nutrient content. And there's so many different data points that we could put on chain. But I really think, the carbon and the photosynthesis are the ones that have the most momentum behind them. And so it makes the most sense to probably explore that first, right? But yeah, that's where that comes in, is those photosynthesis monitors and making them stationary.
Monitoring the photosynthesis. Yeah, we were just talking about that yesterday. Very cool that you can do that and measure all the things. All these measurement things are really developing over time. I love to see it. Loves to see it. Oh yeah, oxygen. Here we go. Oxygen is the guy. Did you want to come back on the video stream? I can actually see if you're in the green room waiting. You were here just a moment ago. Bloop, bloop. Yeah, there he is. Oh no, that's you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, here he is. I lost the other stream now. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Hold the phone just a second. There he is. Boom. Oxygen's on the video stream. What's up, Oxygen? Yeah, literally, guys. Any y'all want to come on the video and chill with like images and videos and show and tells? The link is the second from the left. Far left is to view the video. Second from the left is to stream onto the video. This platform is for everybody. It's a decentralized stream. I'm covering for Wasabi right now because he's still got construction in his new flat, but typically we rotate every hour. Oh wait, hang on. We just paused a new hour. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Whose time is it? Let me just chickadee check this. Check our air tables.
Hey Jimmy, while you're checking that, I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come up on stage here and be on camera and share the
Anytime,
presentation.
bro.
I'm gonna drop down and give somebody else the stage, but just thanks for being a good vibe all the time, dude. Anytime I'm in your space, like I know I'm gonna be uplifted and it's gonna be a good positive vibe. So salute to you, sir.
Means a lot. That means a lot. Thank you, fam. You know what? It makes me happy to help others and make a difference. I do what I can, and you guys give me the vibes, and then I just shine that back onto y'all. So soaking in all the vibes has been a time. So right now we got 2 slots. It's pin save. Typically doesn't make it. We got Green Pill NYC. That's Luciano. Shout out to Luciano. So everybody tag. Everybody tag Luciano in the comments. What's his handle? Oof. Yeah, it didn't come up. Twitter search for handles is not good. Not a good thing. Oh, actually, probably because I'm on the Let's Grow account. Right. Give me a tick while I go bug these next hosts here. But we got the cool John. So John, tell us about CCN. Like, how do you think that the climate program is going to evolve now that there's more independence, now that the community running it can kind of call their own shots?
Well, that's a good question. I think some of that is still to be determined, but I think my long vision for where I hope we're heading is that not that we couldn't have raised like a large fund as a part of Gitcoin, but I think as an autonomous, decentralized network, we can form what we likely will do is form some sort of nonprofit that manages our fund. And I think that that's going to put us in a good position to go out and raise a lot more funding. In general, it appears there's a lot of funding out there for climate initiatives. And so we think that there's appetite for donating to interesting funding mechanisms like quadratic funding, etc. And so, so I think the biggest thing is we hope to be able to raise a really large fund, and it's also going to provide us some opportunity to look at doing some other things outside of the quarterly grant cycle. So that could look like, nothing is determined. So nothing I'm saying here is any alpha you should take as certain, but it could look like in between rounds us running, smaller side rounds potentially. It could look like us maybe doing some direct grant rounds where we, in addition to the quadratic funding, maybe we, invite some of the top grantees to be a part of like a direct grants program. So yeah, I think there's a lot of different possibilities, and it's really a matter of how we, I guess how the team kind of comes together and decides to go in the future. And then we're looking to, we really had to form the network a little quicker than expected necessarily shortly before the round. And so that has meant that we haven't had as much time for planning. So that's where some of that is uncertain, is just that we're trying to get stood up sorry, my poor brain is still not working good today. We were just really needed to stand up the network and get ready for the round. So we're pretty excited just to have gotten as far as we have in the last month or so, and getting the Twitter set up, getting our Notion set up. I think we provided some of the most transparent reviewing to date. That's something we actually hope to do while we were at Gitcoin. So we were able to provide a little more transparency in the way that we review and the actual feedback from the reviews, which I think for the most part seems to be warmly received. I think a few people got maybe some comments that they were a little concerned about, but overall I think that people appreciated the transparency of the process. So
definitely.
Yeah,
It's cool you guys are
so
being the more transparent, the better, ultimately. 100%. By the way, Ayomide, I saw that you were requesting, you don't have a PFP. That's a little bit of a red flag. So we do want to provide a platform here for everybody to come and share and discuss and ask questions and all the rest of it. But at least put up a PFP and make some original tweets, not just retweeting stuff and posting something with a link. So bit of a red flag. So I would love to let you up, but just make those changes and perhaps we can move that forward. By the way, super quick question before we get to the hand. John, I'm pretty sure this is cool, but I just want to make sure.
What you got cooking there, bud?
So, right, we did this last 24/7 live stream that we did, where we did like, okay, not a giveaway to promote a grant, which was a little bit gray area. I made a Gov post about this and like, hey, I don't know if this is a bit of a gray area to like do like giveaways that promote a grant, so I never did one. Because people just said gray. They didn't say hard no, but I was like, all right, I'm just not going to touch it if it's gray area promotion. But we did want to promote the space last time, and so I figured we could do the same to promote this space. We're like, okay, look, if you comment and you like and you retweet, then we're going to give, and a bunch of people just contributed NFTs to the prize pool, and that's basically what we did. But I just realized I do have 2 grants, and one of them, though, of course, is like max impact focused in the write up, and that's what's been going for more than 3 months. But I also said, we're going to be funding Let's Grow DAO with the proceeds from it. So I just like figure, okay, wait, giveaway, that's somewhat related to the grant. Is that a promotional gray area? Should we not do that? I don't know.
I think because you have the grant in there that is at least partially funding this 24/7 extravaganza, that it is definitely gray, but maybe closer to like that feels a little like you're driving people here. While they're here, they're likely going to hear about your grant. I mean, it's sort of like indirect. Like, they're not necessarily winning because they donated a grant. So I think that's
Yep. And this is also a platform
like,
for all the grantees, but all Let's Grow.
No, exactly. And I think I think everybody's seen it. I think that's why it continues to grow, is just people see that spending time on here is a great way to get the word out to the community, and it's been seen, a couple of rounds now that the folks that have been actively involved in this space have tended to do better in the round. So, so I think if it's a random, I think here would be my thinking is if it's a random drawing, if it's just for being in the spaces, has nothing to do with the grants at all, I think it would be okay. I think.
Well,
you know,
okay, so okay, got you. So before it was like you have to comment, like, and retweet this space, so it's promoting the space a little bit. So should we instead just say, all right, we give it away to people who are just here? Would that be a
that might be one way to do it? Yeah, and I know there's some of those like random generator things, but you know,
let's do that to be on the safe side. I'm glad I asked.
Maybe that's I mean,
I just want to be on the side of caution.
You know,
it's probably fine.
We're always watching, so to speak. But I don't. It doesn't sound like you have any malicious intent by any means. I don't think you're. I think you're trying to bring a lot of enthusiasm to the round more than just to your grant. So that's been my general take. And so, unless these just end up, I mean, with the max impact, it's a little more about you and your projects. But especially with the Let's Grow Live, it really is about all of us. It really is a community, public good service that you and others champion this each round. So,
thank you, sir. Yes. Cool. All right. Amazing. And yeah, until like just now, recently, I had the link to the builder on Let's Go Down. So obviously no one could donate to that. Okay, great. So Kingfisher hand is raised. I see Luciano in the audience. Welcome, Luciano. It is your time to host, good sir. So Shimon up.
Actually, Jimmy, I wanted to talk about that. I don't know if you're reading the schedule correctly, but if it is 8 p.m. UTC, it is time for Crypto Whales and T. Rexitaurus.
Oh, shit. Whoops, did I read that wrong? Could have sworn. I'm sorry, Luciano. I hit you up and I was like, hey, bro, you're up. 8 p.m. You are correctamundo. What was I reading? That's not till 9.
That's why I'm the studio manager. That's why I'm the studio manager.
Look at you. What was the role you said before? Technical director or something like that as well.
Yeah, right? Technical director, studio manager,
boom,
stage manager, whatever you want. Whatever hat, whatever name you want to put on.
Love it, love it. Shout out to Kingfisher. Go, everyone, Gronate Kingfisher. It's growing the movement. We're creating a new term here. Vonating, as you all know, probably is voting and donating, but gronating is when you vonate to something that grows the regen movement. That's a gronation right there. All right, so gronate to Kingfisher. All right, cool. So Texitarius, okay, impact market, it's all love, but I'm going to remove you from co-host. Okay, if you drop down, I will invite you swiftly back up. There we go. Okay. Oh.
You can drop me down off co-host if you need another co-host spot as well.
Okay. Well, if you're sick and you want to tap out, totally cool. But who was the other one? Oh, you said Crypto Whale. Okay, yeah, we should give it to
Crypto Whales NFT, yeah.
All right. We love you, John.
And John, by the way, love the collab with ID Risks again, especially with the PGN network. I think that's a very cool way to get our donations into our grants.
Yeah, definitely. The iDress has just been killing it out there. I don't think any of the teams in the audience or anything, but yeah, those guys are just killing it, just shipping some great tools that are really helping everybody.
Yeah, iDress is crushing it. All right, well, that made our giveaway a lot easier to do. We don't have to go through hashtags and check all these different things. Literally just for being here. We're giving away NFTs, 51 of them. The pot keeps getting bigger the more we announce it. Welcome you up to the stage, Luciano. Welcome, buddy. So, all right, let's do it. Okay, so how many people we got? We got 29 people. Okay, now we're going to do a random number generator and then count down from the top according to that. Hold on, my mic's freaking out. Okay, cool. So, random number generator. Time to spread some love. All right, 2. Oh, wait, no, that was between 1 and 10. Sorry. 1 and 29. 28. Okay, so that's 1 from the end. According to my screen, 1 from the end is HackRefi, which is also Texitarius. You doubled your chances there for bringing another account in. There you go. Shout out to HackRefi doing a hackathon at COP28, the United Nations hackathon. So congrats. You won a Solarpunk NFT donated by Solarpunk DAO. It's custom. You can have back and forth. And then when Earth Token launches, you will be airdropped that as well. So happy days.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Yay. Wow.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
oh, jeez.
Yeah, oh, geez. Okay, so we're giving out 2 so far. 2 down, 49 to go. Okay, great. So get in touch with Earth for that Solar Punk DAO. Great. Happy days. What's up, Luciano? I don't think I've heard your voice before. We've had a bunch of DMs. What's going on, buddy?
What up? How's it going?
Heyo, good buddy, good. For those of you who know, my middle name is Luciano, and so is my grandfather's.
Hey, no
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
Jimmy
You remember
Luciano?
this? Yeah, dude, I DM'd you. This is like last Gitcoin round. I was like, hey, by the way, my like middle name is Luciano, and I'm like, so is my grandfather's name. It's Luciano, and I'm like,
Oh,
he's a G,
yes.
and you were like, yeah, he is a G. I already know.
Yo, yes, dude, I do remember that. Yes, that was
Yeah,
such a good vibe. I was like, yo, yeah, if it's the grandfather's name, you already know.
Grandfather's G. All right.
Yeah.
Good
big
stuff. All
G.
right. Cool. All right. So, John, all love. If you go back to the listeners, you're welcome to come up as a speaker if you so choose. I think I also say, but yeah, all love. Okay, great. So we're gonna give it to the crypto whales. All right. Shout out to crypto whales. Every single month is Earth Month, Earth Day of the month, on the 22nd. Monthly Earth Day. That's a better way to put it. All right. It's monthly Earth Day on the 22nd of every month. And it's also his birthday. All right. So give him a birthday gronation because he's growing the movement. You got like 100+ Web3 initiatives doing positive. How do you participate in monthly Earth Day? Well, you could do a gronation, or you could do something for the environment. Strongly recommended. So pick up some plastics, plant a tree, touch grass, do some composting, whatever it is, big or small. Just comment on his tweets about it, and we're going to talk about it here. Can we combine that into the Let's Grow Live programming? What do you think? Nick? Oh, Nick. He's sleeping. Nick, I sent you co-host invite, bro. Come on now. All right, he's leaving. Oh, there he is. Oh, thought I saw an emoji. Hello.
He put a thumbs down, so I don't. That means probably not audio available.
Taking a poop. All right, got it. Say less. All right. Oh, Gucci. All right. Well, let's give it to the technical director, studio manager. Boom. All right. Giving it to the.
Except I'm mobile, so okay, we'll take it as it goes.
All right. Take it as it comes, as it grows. So, Luciano.
It just disappeared.
What's disappeared?
Yo.
The request. So there we go.
You have an initiative called Fund PG. Sounds pretty relevant. Exactly 420 followers. Okay, no one follow Fund PG.
Yeah,
okay?
I was gonna say, please
it's the
don't follow
perfect number. Nobody unfollow or follow. Just leave it there. Okay, go follow. That's great. So tell us about Fund PG. What's the sitch?
Yeah, would love to give you guys a little insight to what we've been doing, what we've been building. So, if anyone was at ETH Denver this year, you might remember what we were building. We brought a few shirts to Ethereum Denver. We did a Creatures collaboration, and if you bought one of the shirts, 100% of the proceeds goes to the Gitcoin matching pool. So, the goal of Fund PG is to create more bottom-up ways to fund the matching pool. Because right now, I did a little public partnerships work for Gitcoin. And a lot of the funding comes top down from past successful grantees, which is fantastic. But we need more bottom up ways to fund the matching pool. So we did a little initiative to create some artist collaborations for some merch, where those merch items are allocated, or the profits or funds from those merch items will go directly to Gitcoin matching pool. And then we built a little product at ETH Denver where if you have a DeFi strategy, you can allocate a percentage of that yield to the Gitcoin matching pool as well. So we're just trying to create more ways for individuals to be able to allocate to the Gitcoin matching pool specifically, so that way we can sustainably fund the matching pool and scale public goods funding in perpetuity.
So sick. So how do you do the bottom up funding for the matching pool? How does that work?
So the two main ways. The first one is like through merchandise, through like the shirts, the artist collaborations. If you buy one of the shirts at fundpg.xyz, or they're on Gitcoin's Shopify as well, the artist collaborations. If you purchase one of those shirts, then 100% of the proceeds goes to the Gitcoin matching pool, and you get to wrap these amazing brands in Gitcoin, etc. So the first one is with Creatures World. Danny Cole is like a young famous artist here in New York. He's about 23 now, and I'm when he was about 17, just coming up. Absolutely incredible artist, and yeah, he did a little collaboration for us, and we took it to Denver. There's still some of those shirts left. We did another collaboration with Mems, and those shirts are just about sold out. I think there's single digit number of those shirts left. So if you do want one of those collaboration shirts, then please go feel free to check out funpg.xyz and check out some of those collabs. And if you also go to funpg.xyz and connect your wallet, and you've ever used Aave before, or you're into DeFi at all, you might be able to allocate you definitely can allocate some of your yield to the Gitcoin matching pool. You decide how much you'd like to allocate. So I don't know if anyone here is too deep into DeFi, but either way, you can definitely go on and grab a shirt and help fund the Gitcoin matching pool and help fund these amazing projects, these amazing public goods, public greats. And thank you again, Jimmy, for doing all this.
Woo. I really like what you're doing there. Oh yeah, great job, love it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
One of the DeFi things that I really have been enjoying recently that I just found out about is Gitcoin ETH, the staked Ethereum that is able to generate public good. So a percentage of the stake goes directly to it, and I'm like, oh, that's great too.
Yeah, so I'm actually at FunPG. We're working on a little bit of a project, not similar to that, but hopefully it will have a similar effect to that. So hopefully we'll get that done within the next few months here and have something a little bit cooler. But I really do like what Octant is doing as well, letting individuals allocate staking rewards and things like that. So hopefully we can head in that direction in regards to like public goods funding and allocation of community resources.
Hells yeah. Love it, man. Super cool. Yeah, I recently picked up a bunch of Gitcoin merch. I hope one of them is one of these. It's the artist collab. I'm gonna take a look at that right now. What was going on, Kingfish?
So we're gonna do a co-host switch. Crypto Whales good to go now. Luciano, to you.
Good to grow.
Yeah, good to grow. I'm sorry. Good to grow.
Thank
I'm
you.
getting that. I'm getting it.
You'll get there.
Luciano, so comments to you, not necessarily a question, but just comments. Yes, I grew up in DeFi before I got involved with any NFT community. So I love that you guys have a DeFi aspect. And then I guess this is a question. Are you coming to ETH Denver 2024? Because I'm a local here, and we definitely should collab. And I'm looking at getting some press passes for Kingfisher's Media. So if anybody wants to tag on one of those will be available as well.
Oh snap! Yo, I want to. What? So what does that mean? We like doing media?
This is alpha. This is fresh off the press alpha. So as soon as they open up the availability for press passes, I will be submitting for 10 press passes for Kingfisher's Media, so that we can have some media coverage there.
Yeah.
And
tell them this. I'll bring the Roadcaster Pro, which is a public good funded by Gitcoin citizens, and that means we can take audio from speeches and put it into spaces. Booyah!
Yes,
right.
We can do that.
Put that in the media proposal.
And then on addition to that, right, they always have a showing point presence at ETH Denver, and yeah, I mean, I'll make the case for us to get those passes for sure. So if you're going to come, you just need to tap in, and we'll see who's a good fit there. But what I will say to that, okay, what I will say to that, okay, is that I found great value in repurposing content that I filmed at ETH Denver last year. So there's that aspect to it as well.
Yeah, so I definitely am coming to ETH Denver. Been every year since 2020. It's been incredible. And you definitely should meet up with Mikhail and Jade. They're currently running Greenpill Denver. Have been doing a really great job. Jade helped me out with Greenpilling New York City. They're a really incredible crew, and hopefully we can get you, get you a part of the Greenpill team, and get you building some public goods, baby.
Well, we are public goods by definition because we are educationally focused. We do, and I don't want to talk too much about what we're doing at Kingfish Media, but we do have a Line Learning Center that's already open for all of our token holders, and we're consistently looking for meaningful ways to reward them, along with the supporters of GG rounds that we do, right? We were in GG 18, and we implemented our own appreciation token standard for those who supported us. outside of hypercerts, but we also activated the hypercerts as well, right? So yeah, definitely we should collab. I won't follow you, but we can get in the DMs and get a meeting set up after GG19 and see how Kingfish Media can be part of Green Pill.
Loves it. Can't wait to meet all y'all in IRLs. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing.
Also,
Fantastic.
talking about hypercerts, really love that sort of concept of being able to have these impact certificates. Jimmy, I know that I just cut you off, so I wanted to let you go.
Oh, no, you're good. I pretty much covered it. But I think it's about time we give away another. Wait, should we just do this like every half hour or something? I guess we got 2 weeks to give away 52, but I feel like people are just gonna keep adding to the pile, and we're just gonna have to. This is fun and easy. All right, let's do another one. Another one. All right, so we got 28 peeps now. Okay, so random number generator. I'll do this in the stream too, so you guys know I'm not fudging it. Hold on.
And while you're working on that, Jimmy, just a point of follow up. So your guest you had on today on the Max Impact Hour, Daniel, I've been DMing him in the background. We've got some very specific ideas for you use cases on PGN. So we're going to get a meeting set up after GD19 and see what framework we can make, what ground we can make on that as well.
Nice. Okay, so I just did it 1 to 28. It's 6. Yep, sorry, I didn't actually do it on the stream, but trust me, it's 6. Okay, so from the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is highly artistic crypto whales. Congratulations. Wait. Nice. Congrats. You gotta. Let's give you a solar punk. You deserve a solar punk, sir. So we've given away 2 solar punks so far. I should keep track of this. All right.
And I'm dropping off co-host now to bring crypto whales up.
Okay. Giveaway. I'm just gonna keep track of what I've given out. So carbon counting, we gave away 1. And solar punk, we gave away dope. And we're yet to give away any of the space ones. All right. Cool. Oh, happy days. All right. You know what? I think this could be a cool. It's T-Rex. It's your hosting slot. I have an activity. If you run out of ideas, let me know. Otherwise, it's yours.
Okie dokie. Well, yeah. Right now, the current idea that I was about to go with is talking a little bit about hypercerts. And I really connected with hypercerts more so in the last couple of weeks because I was able to connect with a person in real life and talk about them and what they're actually trying to do.
Who was it? Give us the deets.
Sophia. So.
Ooh.
Yeah, Sophia is really helping in the project development side and is about to deploy a really cool product with hypercerts that I don't know if I'm able to say yet. So just gonna leave it there. And it's fantastic way for projects to really show that they have some sort of positive impact, and then people to come on and fund those projects even before the impact is measured and verified to have happened. And then once it's measured and verified to have happened, this impact, there is additional funding sources that could potentially be interested. And these additional funding sources are really associated with the rights of the impact certificate, the hypercert. So the hypercert has like the right to the carbon that tree planting initiative did. Then DMRV organizations are going to come out and say, this tree has been planted and this tree is growing, and this is the mass that is the amount of carbon that this tree has. So the holders of these hypercerts are now able to claim this amount of carbon, and so it can continually grow potentially the offsetting capabilities of a hypercert. So hypercert could get even more valuable over time there. One of the members that I saw was in the audience is Gmo, and Gmo and Sylvie are doing amazing work with the Sylvie protocol, and their app has been entirely bootstrapped by Gitcoin so far. So it's absolutely amazing that we have these sorts of growth developments from Gitcoin as an organization. And yeah, we're going to, through Demeter, be partnering on, and RefiDAO and Greenpill Network will be trying to do a planting effort, a reforestation effort all over the world of 20 different locations. So we'll be using Sylvie's technology to measure and verify that the trees are there. And then that data helps back the value of the hypercert. And yeah, we're going to align this with the ecological benefits framework as well. So very excited about that work going on, and yeah, the potential use cases.
Why don't you bring Sylvie up on stage, because they're technically scheduled for this slot also, and they're in the space.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jimo,
let me do
come
that
up
right
here,
quick.
buddy. I invited you up. Shimon
Cool.
up.
There we go.
Stay on the scene like a super shilling machine. Let's learn all about Sylvie. I got the Sylvie rundown while I was at Refi Week. How you doing, Jimo? What's growing on?
What's growing on? I wasn't sure if I had been confirmed for 8, but then I was given the spreadsheet link, so I saw Sylvie right there, and I literally come back to Twitter, to X, and you pull me up. But yeah, so dope to meet everybody in real life. Terex, Sophia, the whole crew. Yeah, don't want to like shill too much Sylvie today, just because I'll be posting a thread, but would love to. Yeah, I mean, T-Rex, you know what you're talking about with hypercerts and even like Demeter. I think that could be a cool thing to talk a little bit more. At some point, I would love to bring reforestation people together as well and talk about trees, interoperability, you know, tree gens, gain forest, open forest protocol. Just see how a lot of these projects can work together.
Yeah, I love
grow
that.
together.
Looking forward to that thread too. It's going to be packed full of useful information. So yeah, very excited about that. Demeter, Sylvie's been part of Demeter for the last year and a half, and Demeter's evolved over time, but it's really looking like we're going to be singular in on a singular action, which is these reforestation initiatives for these next couple months at least, and seeing what sort of DMRB approach we can get with this reforestation action on a local level. And what I'm really excited about is that each of these nodes, the refi nodes, have organizations that are associated with them. And these organizations, some of them are even DMRB organizations. And the entire point for me of Demeter is to incentivize cross-organizational collaboration in building out decentralized monitoring, reporting, verification technology. And yeah, I think Sylvie's been able to create a really good backbone, and Jimo's been one of the technical leaders of the DMRB stack through Demeter there. So yeah, thanks for that.
Maybe a quick comment is, you know, I too got to see hypercerts up close and personal, and to me the biggest gap was, you know, as an impact certificate, it's an incredibly powerful tool, and especially with the rest of the stuff that I guess I can't speak too much on either. But the biggest sort of gap there was how it is disconnected from the claim history and the associated MRV claims. And so I think what Demeter's looking to do in terms of making that sort of a twin data you know, layer to the impact certificate, coupled even with maybe the EBF, sort of the ecological benefit framework. That's another big sort of exciting space for me.
And this is all, yeah, thanks for that excitement.
Super cool. And one of the things I noticed about you, Jimo, when we were together in at Refi Week is how collaborative you are. I don't know if it was you, T-Rex, or yeah, I think it was you. You made this like bubble diagram of like all the collabos and how things are connected in the Refi, and like one was like Gmo and like all the and there's like so many around him, right? That was so cool to see. And yeah, and so I loved how we were also exploring how we could potentially tie in the AI tree counting tech of TreeGens into the app that you've got growing on, because it can also take the GPS to make sure that they're at the location where they actually film the trees. You have to actually film the trees in app as opposed to uploading something. Like these features tie in well, and like how you're doing tree forwards for the trees themselves, we're doing carbon and EBF forwards down the line. So like these mechanisms, tying it together would be really cool. So yeah, we'd love to continue those discussions of collaboration here in this space as we're together over the next 13 more days.
Yeah, I actually don't know too much about your AI technology, Jimmy, but through Hack Refi today, I was reviewing the projects that were submitted and was really interested in the TreeGens project. And yeah, if you have like a brief description of it, would love to listen.
Right on. So right now it is trained for mangrove trees, though it is the intention to train it for other essentially tree species. So basically, there's AI for trees, which my brother actually started, and then basically TreeGens is using that technology in order to count mangrove trees and then tokenize the mangrove trees and reward people. But yeah, so basically, the way that would work, the way that we hope to expand this to train it for many other tree species is so although it's like anyone can use the tool, it's like I would call it like semi-open source, because we do want to integrate a lot of things, but people can use it. There is obviously a cost to run the AI engines and things like that in the back end, and so but we would basically give people free credits to use the AI tree counting tool for whatever purposes you want to use it for. If you're also putting in the time to annotate and train the AI for different tree species. So it's like we'll fund the back end part of like running the AI systems if you also do some of the work of training it for different tree species, and that's kind of our incentive structure to hopefully have that going. So within 40 seconds of just filming and uploading it, right now it's into like a type form. You get an email sent to you with the number of trees that are planted, and it's far more accurate than a human counting the trees with human errors. So yeah, that's one of the things that we're using for proof of plants.
Nice. I love that. And some of the things that, in terms of funding, you should check out is the Decentralized Artificial Intelligence Alliance and Singularity Network. Singularity Network has a thing called deep funding. And deep funding is specifically meant to be around like collaborative AI development. And yeah, it could potentially be a good funding source to further the development of that tree AI. And the people that are behind that are like associated with IEEE and the AI ethics board there. And yeah, really super intelligent individuals. So they'd probably be all over that AI.
Love it. Okay, well, awesome. And Gmo, tell us a bit more about Tree Forwards, like how you plan to really fund and front run. I don't know if that's the right word, but front fund all of the trees.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, and I'm a lot of people see it too, is the industry is basically, you can see two sides of it. There's sort of the outcome-based credits. These are vetted, matured credit classes, certifying bodies, credit systems. But some of them might take quite some time. And so the other side of the spectrum is like practice. And there's still a causality between practice and those outcome credits. But how can you bring more liquidity and more immediate funding to begin those practices that can likely originate those credit outcomes? And so this is how we're structuring forwards. It's very promissory by nature as a funding instrument, but it has the ability to serve as a project developer sort of unit economics and unit of measurement for reforestation. I was super excited to chat with you about mangroves. Ultimately, the architecture could serve, but then your AI trainer would basically be the validation layer and some type of compute like score or confidence score, and potentially even scale beyond mangroves. But I think that is sort of there's a lot of validity to the measuring side and the AI trainer. I would like to eventually even tie that to maybe like counting potted saplings, because we're doing some stuff with propagation and potted beds and the symmetry and the counting as well. But yeah, I think the tree forwards coupled with your AI sort of score could be a very interesting collab. And then even like with Gainforest, they're doing some biodiversity scoring mechanisms as well. And the data we can collect should also be interoperable with other protocols. And yeah, we're all Lego pieces here, and we need to figure out how we can sort of work together.
I love that. That is the spirit of refi, right? To work together and just specialize, see what piece in the puzzle of regeneration you fit, and find those that have the other pieces, and let's all grow together.
Yeah, one quick thing I forgot to say is that what that forward does is it's a contract, right? And it prescribes a methodology or a combination of methodologies. But those methodologies highlight what type of milestones or events you're expecting within a project. And it could be things like germination or meeting certain targets of planting density or whatever. But the other great collaboration opportunity with us is, since you have already worked with mangroves, it's to configure those mangrove methodologies of practice, of logistics and coordination that could possibly lead to a carbon certification. But anyways, maybe we can do some, a bit of a deeper dive another time. But that's tree forwards for you.
We got time, brother. We're gonna be together a lot the next couple weeks, and we're both in Portugal, so come through. It's my birthday on Saturday, by the way. Turning 30 on Saturday.
I've already blocked.
Let's
blocked the calendar.
All right. So I was gonna say something on 4 hours.
I'll jump in.
I've forgotten. Yeah, jump in, John.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in and talk a little bit about hypercerts as well. I think hypercerts, as I see them, are not so much an impact certificate as they are just a claim of impact. And I think that until you add some form of verification or evaluation of that impact, that you don't really have an impact certificate. All that is to say that I love the technology, but I think there's some missing components before we can really get to a point where we can build a robust market for them.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that one.
Yeah, one of the with Project Spark, we're working on a few different things right now to try and solve for some of that. We're going to be releasing here in the coming days V2 of Daracy, which is a project that allows people to review and evaluate anything, but we have really structured around hypercerts in this version. And so it allows people to have third parties evaluate the claims that are made by the hypercerts and tie that to the hypercerts, and it creates an attestation on EAS. So you have a on-chain record of those evaluations, and then a PDF is generated as well that shows that review. And then we're working on a protocol that would allow people to generate token-bound accounts with NFTs. So with the ERC 6551 standard, it allows any 721 NFT to control a wallet. And so what that looks like is basically an NFT that has sort of a wallet within it, is I guess the way that I think about it. And then that means that an NFT can then inside of it store other NFTs. So our thinking is that the impact certificate itself is that NFT that then holds claims of impact and proofs of impact. And so you would generate that NFT as your impact certificate for whatever project or impact that you're making. And then you would go ahead and make a claim of impact with hypercerts. And then using Daracy, you could have third parties verify that impact is real. And that can be done through, whether it's photos or videos or written testimonials, et cetera, from individuals. It could be used a lot of different ways. We built it in a very general sense so that it has a lot of different capabilities. And then we're working on a tool that will allow, we're working closely with iChristwin with the Switch. I don't know if he's been through the the space at all yet, but I know he's been around, and some probably know him. But great developer out of Nigeria, and he's working on a device that can monitor solar projects. And so we're trying to build a kind of a generalized standard that would allow any IoT device or any data stream to be captured on WebStream, which is an application that the IoT X team has put out for basically bringing IoT devices on chain and then minting an NFT that essentially is a dashboard for that data. So in the case of like solar, that would be look like the amount of like energy generated by that installation. But in the case of like what you guys are talking about, maybe trees, I could see where you're tying like like the AI data streams into that NFT. So it's showing number of trees planted or some other metrics relevant to it. But we're really trying to build a set of tools that can really start to tie these things together, because then where I'm hoping to take this in the near future is we want to build a new strategy on Allo v2, which was just released. So for those that don't know, Allo is the protocol that sits underneath Grant Stack, which is what Gitcoin grants is run on. So the v2, the Allo protocol, was just released, and currently, like this round, we're still running on Allo v1, but Allo v2 adds a lot of new features and composability for the future, and allows people to build different strategies for funding things in the world. And so we want to build a strategy where you can take you can have basically a smart contract that you fund, and then it maybe is tied to say 10 hypercerts that the funder wants to potentially fund, and then using our using Deracy evaluate those hypercerts. And so the funds would be released when a hypercert has X number of like positive reviews of it. And so at that point, you kind of have a third party evaluating the hypercert. And once that has been met, then funds are released to the hypercert at that point. So thinking a lot about different funding mechanisms for hypercerts and different claims of impact in general. I think we're going to see some other interesting claims of impact coming out for those like to take us slightly adjacent. The platform now also is integrated with Karma Gap. So the platform, meaning the Gitcoin grants. So you can now sign up with Karma's new product Gap to generate a list of like milestones and updates to your grant, and then that can be shown right onto your grant page. I can pop a link to that up in the space here in a minute so that y'all can check that out. I think Igley and Fractal Vision knows a lot about that. Maybe he's already talked about that on some spaces, but I know he's down in the audience. I'm not sure if he's wants to hop up and chat about his experience with that so far, but all that's to say that I think tracking, verifying impact is the way we're headed with a lot of what we're doing. And I think it's one of the strongest things that blockchain technology can be doing, especially in the refi space, and creating new, we're really creating just new incentive mechanisms for this impact at the end of the day. So I think it's super exciting long term where this is going, but wanted to just share a little bit about some of the things that I've been working on to interrelate with that.
Love it. Yeah, get up here, Igley. Ala wala. Speaking on that, yeah. So verification is still kind of the missing piece of the hypercert puzzle that we discussed. So yeah, we're also talking with Sophia on how to integrate the AI tree counting into that piece. It's like one of the pieces in the puzzle. And we're definitely going to get Sophia back here, hopefully on Let's Grow Live as well. So yeah, let's grow. Sorry, over to you, T-Rex.
I just wanted to say that was absolutely fantastic. Even though I dropped off for a second, the things I've been hearing was like so important for the development of these projects. And yeah, I think it'd be great to have you be one of the leads in the deployment of this reforestation initiative that we're doing in the 20 different areas. And yeah, it'd be great to have you.
One quick thought while John is here. I've been trying to like get some FaceTime with him, but maybe I could just fire some thoughts here live. I love the direction of Good Dollar and Solar Foundation as sort of an integrated refi stack. It is a stack. And how can we kind of grow this to include water, reforestation units of impact as well, and perhaps like internet. I don't know if anyone's working on internet, but like be Starlink, could be anything else. But these have compounding effects, and to also stack them within a community or a bioregion or whatever lens you want to look at this impact through. I think that would be such a cool experiment that deserves absolutely further Gitcoin support. And yeah, I want to help kind of bring more players into an integrated project.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to talk a little bit about that. I just had to run and grab my son from his nap here, but now that he's somewhat content in his room, I can chat for a minute longer. But so so maybe to quickly shill the Solar Foundation, what we're working on. So with our grant this season, we are partnering with Good Dollar because we've been talking for a while with them about a project in Uganda. In partnership with Ioweka Uganda, with Jonathan there. And the idea is that there's 50 women in his community that currently don't have access to electricity and don't have any phones. And we are planning to provide them with a solar system for their home. So they'll have lighting and charging capabilities at home. We're going to be giving them a basic smartphone. And then we're going to be training them and educating them on how to use Good Dollar to claim their daily UBI. And then we're going to be, at least for the first couple years, subsidizing that UBI because the Good Dollar UBI admittedly is a fairly low dollar value. But so we're going to subsidize that a little bit, excuse me, in order to make sure that they have sufficient funding for at least the first couple of years. And we're also going to set Jonathan up as basically a distributor of mobile data so that they can use their Good Dollar to purchase data for their phones so that they can continue to have access to the internet and continue to claim their UBI daily for the long term. And so where I think this goes long term, or where I hope we can go, and I think that this is where it starts to tie into some of these other ideas you're mentioning, is that what my big vision here is that we're starting to bootstrap a small economy. So we're going to basically have this small community of people that are claiming Good Dollar, and then they have a utility for it in the sense that they can buy mobile data with that Good Dollar. And so what does it mean to inject enough Good Dollar into their economy where that Good Dollar begins to have enough value in the economy because it has utility that then other people begin to transact in it for other things? So maybe it means that one of these women starts, a small grocery or food store, or maybe a clothing store. Maybe they sew clothes and they're selling clothes, or they grow food and they're selling food. Maybe it's for water. Maybe it's also, tying in some kind of agriculture. I mean, I think there's a lot of different components, but how can you begin to add more and more utility to this Good Dollar token where you inject enough Good Dollars into the community, it has enough value then to actually be able to be used to transact with various parties in the community. Right now it will just really be for their mobile data. And so that's a great start. But what we hope is that if we can keep this going, that over time, then that starts to have enough value and there's enough circulating in the community that then it has more value for other things. So that's kind of the
I love that.
Yeah. So I'll pause there. Yeah. Go ahead.
Super cool. I guess I have to admit that I kind of understand a little bit more the analogy on the local economy, but I'm still having a hard time understanding how a local currency is created out of this. But generally speaking, I have trouble understanding that part. But you did mention in the beginning needing to subsidize Good Dollar. And I would imagine that in the long run, Good Dollar is really the subsidy along with maybe other UBIs or other subsidies. But that really the driver of this economy are things like, cook stove credits, or maybe, renewable energy credits, or tree forward funding, or water grants distributed to the community or something like that. And we're really bringing sort of value creation and not just a UBI based distribution. But I've fully endorse the work you guys are doing, and we're a partner of Good Dollar too. We've actually distributed about 15 phones so far in the Kakamega region in Kenya, which is maybe 300 kilometers away from your area in Uganda. Yeah, super happy this project is happening, and let me know how I can help.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think that that's where as we can create additional sort of incentive mechanisms, whether it's through the solar and maybe some renewable energy credits, or maybe it is some kind of carbon credits out of cook stoves or other, other ways to get carbon credits that then, yeah, maybe as a community out of all this, then if they can be generating some income through those, that then you can pour that back into, I mean, at the end of the day, you're either going to distribute it in a fiat or you're going to distribute it in some sort of token. So I think the thinking is that you almost have like a you're just adding that into the communities. If you were, say, you work generating some carbon credits, you're selling those on a yearly basis, that's bringing in X income. If you can basically push that back into the good dollar economy so that then more good dollars available on a daily basis to those people in the community, then they can start to get more good dollar. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if it's good dollar or some other token. Like with any of these cryptocurrencies, like they just have to have enough utility and enough of it in circulation and enough uses for it. So, at this point, like with the way we've got it structured, part of the problem is all of the good dollar is going to end up basically stockpiled in Jonathan's wallet. And of course, he's going to have to cash out a portion of that to support himself and to support buying more mobile data, etc. And so, but at some point where he can begin to use some of that to push it back out into the economy, that's where I think starts to flow further, that there starts to be a use case. So other people are saving some of their good dollar to buy some food, and so is Jonathan. So he's pushing some of that good dollar back into the local community and the local economy. Those people are then in turn buying more data, or they're buying some other, something. I think long term, it does need a certain amount of subsidy to make the good dollar be enough money to make it like usable for the community. But I think that's where some of these ideas which you're talking about would make a lot of sense, that if you could be generating carbon credits or renewable energy credits or other other incentives that can come back to the community, there might be some really interesting loops there of funding and incentives. But yeah, would be happy to jam more, and especially knowing that you're working with Good Dollar as well, to see where we can, where there's synergies and where we can learn and grow. At the end of the day, we know it's just an experiment. Like we're going to learn a ton from even just what we're doing now, and then iterate on it into more pilots is the idea.
Yeah, is this the Good Collective program, or is this actual Good Dollar? Because Good Collective has the segmented UBI as well, which is conditioned by payment for ecosystem services, and that's where we're partnering with them, where they're a subsidy to our reforestation stewards. But anyways, we can touch base on this more a different time.
Yeah, I'm definitely familiar with the collective. This is through Good Dollar directly. We're going to be basically setting up the subsidy program and raising enough funding to kind of subsidize that for as long as we can. But basically adjacent to that, just another use case, because with it being solar, it's not quite as much a fit in with the collective. But yeah, we've been talking with Anna and team for a while, trying to figure out how to make this work.
I see that Carbon Counting Club has their hand up.
Hi. I would just also encourage people to explore the use of the DeFi tools that are available. The way that these liquidity pools can create demand for tokenized things. Like if we find a way to accurately report and tokenize the various actions, then we can assign them, market values. More than that, we can use these tools that also we can calculate the demand that can be driven over time just by using the tools. And I think that that's a good way to look at like future fundings. Like obviously people need stuff today, and we need to focus on that, but there's also like planting the seeds that will grow in the future. And there's a lot of potential. It's just looking at the way these systems that are removed from the human emotion will function over time if we just put the fuel into them. In this case, the fuel or the energy is a little bit of financing now that essentially will act like trust funds for all the future development we're going to need.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. I'm thinking like these sorts of projects that we're doing on the ground, they're on ramping people into the Web3 mechanisms of life. And some of that is like you could do play to earn gaming, and Hazel Climate app has like a climate gaming app. Tree Gens is going to have this NFT that changes in value over time as more trees are sort of recorded to have been planted. We have like all these different mechanisms, and it's up to the individuals themselves to choose what sort of communities that they want to be part of. And one of my visions in the grand scheme of things is that we're going to have in this near future, and sort of a vision is like a hyper localized world functioning on cryptocurrency, and each of the communities that you're part of has a token behind it. And then there's these different DeFi mechanisms that these communities are able to use to make their tokens worth more or worth something different value, etc. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how that on-ramping process goes into IRL.
All right. Well, I'm going to hop off here. Great to chat with you all. I'm sure I'll see you all around in the coming weeks, months, years. Look forward to growing together, building together, and, dreaming and building in the future. So appreciate you all.
Let's grow. We appreciate you, John. Thank you for coming through. It is always a pleasure. Such a value add to the space. You are a public great, good sir. So great.
Let's grow.
Let's grow. All right. So Luciano's up next. In the co-hosting slot.
Is there anyone in the audience who has a grant in GG19 that would like to come speak, perhaps?
Good question. Better yet, come speak and show and tell. All right, it's a show and tell live stream. Shout out to our channel partners. We got Bankless DAO on a bunch of social media platforms. We got Refi DAO, Solarpunk DAO, TreeGen DAO, bunch of different DAOs and personal LinkedIn profiles we're streaming onto right now. So wave to them, wave to the viewers. The space is being broadcasted. And if you want to jump on video and like share your screen and show us some cool
Who's up?
you've been
Who would
doing,
like to speak?
Sorry, just super quick. Then come onto the video stream, which is one to the right from the far left of the jump on the garden at the top. So yeah, go ahead, James.
The weather movement. I see you've joined us. Would you like to share?
The weather? I don't see that guy. Weather man. Maybe it's still loading for some. Oh yeah, weather. Oh, and I see. For me, weather is still a listener. Can you hear me, Luciano? I think Luciano can't hear me.
Can you hear me, Jimmy?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, you can. Okay, there we go. Okay, amazing. Sorry, bit of a lag. All right. Now I see weather moment coming up. All right, happy days.
I think they're having some technical difficulties right now. Maybe we'll have to try someone else.
Just take a minute. Sent you the co-host there, Luciano. There he is. Why hi?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Buddy? Welcome.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me. So, and thanks to Daniel from Sunrise Stake. I'm not so sure if he's in the audience, but he was inviting me. So I'm with YHI. So we are a refi project. So we are incentivizing the collection of data, of climate and weather data. So we are building a decentralized infrastructure. So one of these Deepen projects, which were also inspired by Helium, which built a global LoRaWAN networks, so incentivizing the community to place these stations. And we are doing the same for weather stations, basically. So we're incentivizing people on the ground to place these stations onto the roofs so that they collect the data and they can share it with us. And by this, we are, attempting to improve weather and climate forecasting, basically, so that we can mitigate extreme weather events, but also do better climate simulations to mitigate or to assess also the impact of our current state in the world. So that's the idea. And on the other hand, we also see us as the infrastructure for other refi projects. So in these weather stations, for example, we can also measure like the carbon level or other air quality measures. So potentially other systems could use our data. So we're seeing us as these intersection basically between refi and deepen, which I think is very interesting. So it's like a very quick overview of what we're doing.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Do you have Grant and GG19?
No.
Very interesting. Are you building this out as a public good or?
Yes. So like we are a DAO. So we are deeply inspired, like as I would say, probably more of like from a common good perspective. So like by Elinor Ostrom. Yeah. So like this where I'm basically coming from. So I have a PhD in crypto economics, and I focused like on token incentives, how to design them, but also like DAOs and like how a community can manage common resources. I looked at it's knowledge sharing, data sharing, and how one can design them that community members are actually empowered. Because I think with these tokenized actions, very often the problem is that they also crowd out intrinsic motivation. So one needs to, I think, be very careful when one designs these incentives. We're still quite small. So I mean, we are around since 2 years. We had some very promising results, like also last year. So we won the climate award. It's the Solana Summer Hackathon, like last year. So we're part of we're building on Solana. So we're part of the refi community, deep in community there. And since summer this year, we're kind of revamping our efforts and trying to accelerate like the build up. And yes, so we were not that dependent on funding, but now we are kind of looking to this direction. So this would be definitely something we're looking into. Yeah.
And just out of curiosity, are you looking to grow the DAO? Like, are you currently adding new members? What is the current structure?
Yes, yeah. So we are growing, but I think we're like now like 40 members on our Discord. The thing is, we are not focusing at the moment so much on the Web3 world. So the idea is because like there's so many
off-chain governance.
Yeah. So and there's so many. And there's so many existing weather stations out there and like climate enthusiasts. So like large communities of people. So we're trying to onboard these non-Web3 people, so to say. And there's like it's a very manual process in the beginning. I'm a co-founder of a different Deepin project, like Onokoi, where we saw that in the beginning it's kind of tiresome to get these more conservative people on board, but over time it can also grow, like what we have seen from like basically from the DAO movement in Web3, that it can fascinate and motivate people. So we're right now focusing on them. So kind of our growth is kind of slow, but we hope to accelerate it soon. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Off-chain governance is always where it's got to start, and it's actually kind of interesting to think that off-chain governance is becoming the new standard instead of like the traditional, like business. Actually, I can't even remember what they called it, but when you're at the roundtable meeting and forgot exactly what the starters call. I feel like I haven't done it since I was in like a boardroom, but like that boardroom governance. Off-chain governance is basically just that. It's the new standard. So it's really cool. And then once people do have a nice, passionate group of people that all want to participate, then you really should go to on-chain governance. But there's really no need for on-chain governance before that.
Yeah, or not so explicit. I think people often put an equal sign between on-chain governance and voting, but not everything needs to be voting. So like different deliberation mechanisms also, and then when it comes to off-chain voting, there also, I think, coming from the legal perspective, also different setups which come closer again to this DAO philosophy, like maybe an association. So in Unocoin, we did Swiss association, for example, which is like by default already kind of democratic. Then we linked it to token voting. This might be a approach how one can start maybe more off-chain, but already have these principles from on-chain governance ingrained into the structure. So yeah, so I'm very enthusiastic about these different approaches.
Yeah, as am I. I'm really curious to hear how it goes and hear what works and what doesn't. And yeah, and I'm curious. So why were you not in GG19? Just like didn't apply in time.
Yeah, so we didn't apply in time. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, totally understand. It definitely happens.
Is the round not still open to
It's
apply?
all coordination, as they say.
Yeah. No. There was a question I heard someone saying.
Is it can they not still apply? Like, is it totally closed or just?
Someone have a question?
Yeah, can you not hear me, Luciano?
I can hear both of you.
Yeah, you can. Okay, sometimes co-hosts can't hear each other. Okay, I'm gonna add John Kawagumba as co-host. Okay, and Luciano, you can't hear me, right? Common Spaces Rug. Okay, so I'm gonna drop you from co-host and bring you right back up. Okay. Okay. So Luciano, it's all love. I'm bringing you right back up as co-host. Sorry, it's just because we couldn't hear each other. So you're getting the co-host invite immediately. All right. Come on back up, Luciano. Shimona. There he is. There he is. Long time no see. All right, here we go. Okay, back. Now you can hear me, right?
Oh, very interesting.
Nice.
Were you talking that whole time?
Yeah, having a few times. Yeah, it's a common thing with co-hosts. It's we've been rugged so many times, we know how to fix these things. I was just saying, is the round like fully closed to apply? Like to even come in late? I thought might still be possible now.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure you can still apply as well.
Okay.
Yeah, they kept applications open for this time. I believe this is the first Gitcoin round they've done running applications, but yeah, you should be able to apply still.
Okay.
Wouldn't
cool.
hurt.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Start being involved in the community and might get some donations this time, and then I think next time you'll do better if you're actively participating. Okay.
Thanks.
Someone we haven't heard from yet is John. What's growing on, John Kawagumba? Oh, I can't hear John.
Hey.
Oh, there he is.
Thank you so much.
Hey,
Mr. Jimmy, how are you?
Mzuri sana kaka.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, thank you so much, my brother. You know, you are a great person in the society. Yes, I'm very okay today. Yeah, today the motto of today is the let's grow. There I can see all the region and regenerative different from different part of the country. We love you all and we appreciate your work, the way you are improving the community. So with us as a Kawagumba village community, what I can say today, we are continue growing as we proceeding on with the improving the food production. We are now creating a big tree nursery because we have a plan for the next year. By the August, we will launch the planting trees for all the communities. We will work each every homes to plant 200 trees voluntarily. We will do this to improve and impact those who cannot make to plant the trees to change the climatic change in our village area, because you know very well Me, Kawagumba village, we are working from the village, local village. We are teaching and we are impacting the young teams to come to learn what is called the agricultural productivity. And you know very well, life of today, without agriculture, there's no food on the table. So that is why, and that's the main reason why Kawagumba village apply for the Gitcoin 19 this round, so that the Gitcoin 19 to improve us for the barriers for the development of the community. So otherwise, Mr. Jimmy, I love you so much with your program, and I love you so much with you, whatever you're doing to improve the life of the communities and to bring us together as a RIFI. Yes, with these times, I'm still learning what is called the Web3 journey, because Mr. Jimmy is my mentor. Always is teaching me how the Web3 is being conducted. That is why I love Mr. Jimmy so much. So, Mr. Jimmy, thank you so much. Thank you, my friends. I can see Mr. Carbon Dioxide, Mr. Jamie, Mr. Meg. Meg is there. It's a lot of my friends. You know, evergreen coins, evergreen coins improve the lives of the people. Otherwise,
Oh, we lost him, huh? John! Yeah, couldn't hear him there. But thank you so much for the kind words, Johns. I appreciate you. Always happy to help. You're a legend, planting a lot of trees. The number one touch tree human being on the hashtag touch tree is John. He does it like almost every day. He's a freaking legend. He was with me for 24 hours when we broke the tree planting world record together in Kenya on the coast. He's a great human being, very determined, and yeah, we love John. So. Over to you guys. I'm going to throw the co-hosting to Decentralized CEO, another Green Pill chapter leader. What's growing down? Oh, wait. You are from, yeah, Green Pill. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yo, what's going on, fellas, gentlemen, ladies, tree Jenners?
Hey.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Man, Jimmy, I don't know how you do it, man. It's like I did a fraction of what you were capable, what you usually do yesterday, and I'm dead tired off of it. Like seriously, I don't know how you do it. Like kudos to you to staying up to, like for 16 hours nonstop. And I heard you did it for like 60 hours last round, GG18. Man, it's almost like you're. Are you sure is you back there, or is it like AI, some kind of like machine that's just that's speaking your voice or something? Let's double check. Let's
All
pull the
right.
curtain and make sure. Let's pull the curtain and make sure.
Uh, not AI, but no. Okay, so the 60-hour straight Twitter space. I did actually sleep for 45 minutes in between. Okay, I got 45 minutes of sleep from Friday morning to Sunday night. That actually wasn't during Gitcoin at all. The reason that I did that was to get the attention of Mr. Beast because we were trying to get him to maintain one sub, one tree because he did 20 million trees when he got 20 million subs. And because of that, we actually got 3 points of contact with 1 degree separation to the Mr. Beast team. But I wanted to make the tree planting world record Guinness official before we had that meeting with him as well. But there have been some communications to do that and break the next world record, which is most trees planted by any number of people Ethiopia just beat their own record. It's 560 million trees in a day. So we're trying to collaborate with Ethiopia, collaborate with the Mr. Beast team, with United Nations Earth Day to make history for more trees planted, most trees planted in a day by one person. I would love to collaborate with all of the Green Pill chapters as well, right? Particularly everyone who's buying mangrove trees, such that we can reward them with tokenized mangrove trees and all that great stuff, with all of the refi nodes, and really like with the whole refi movement, right? The regenaissance, like, because if we can make history together as like one collective movement for most trees planted in a day, then the refi movement will be in full swing, and we will be crushing it to, what could we not be capable of? So all of these things, like envisioning clearly of like the impact, like that is what really drives me to push through, and it gives me energy. Also, being around you amazing human beings, I'm grateful to be able to speak with you guys. Like, you're my people. I love being around amazing human beings with big hearts who want to make a difference, and a scalable difference through technology to me is really exciting. So let's freaking grow.
Let's grow. Lit. Like this space is amazing, man. Like it was in the wee hours of the morning, probably like about afternoon somewhere in the other side of the world, but like they had Hardestry come in here and pretty much perform. Had a whole concert with like four songs. If you guys don't know who he is, man, check him out at Hardestry XYZ. Guy's an amazing artist. You probably should probably reach out to him and try to perform in that region festival that you guys are planning.
The
And it was,
regenaissance, yes.
yeah, it was very peaceful. Then I come pop in early in the morning. You had your kumbaya moment for like basic like gratitude moment where to feel good during the day, have you believing that you can achieve in anything that you put your mind to, as long as you have the feeling, and as long as you remember that feeling of that moment of success and hone it and accept it in your heart. It's amazing space you have going on here, man. I'm vibing, bro. I'm vibing.
Thank you, fam. And we've only just begun, dude. The next 2 weeks are gonna be remarkable. The collaborations we're gonna form, the ideas that will be shared, the impact we're gonna make is so exciting, man.
Nice. Luciano, what's on the agenda? He's the co-host. What are we doing?
What's going on? I Is my co-host still Jimmy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, it's fixed now.
Well, maybe we can start off at like what
I
we
think
mentioned. Like,
can
I can
Jimmy
hear
hear
you
me?
now.
I'll make sure my
Yeah,
shit is plugging again.
Yeah, wait. So now I can hear Luciano, but he can't hear me. That's hilarious. I get out. Can't
I can
catch a
hear
break.
both of you.
Tell Luciano we're good. I hear him.
All
He
right.
hears you,
Well,
Lucy.
let's get it kicking.
All right. Um, I think yesterday during this time, I was covering for you, Luciano. We were talking about we had a lot of conversations about region to region, well, how it got green pill, but then we got to a topic that kind of went derailed. Like, does anybody have any region story or impactful story that they would want to share at all? I think that would be a great start. I think there's a request here.
Oh yeah,
Mr.
Juan.
Juan Medellin.
Let's see what you got to say, Juan.
Cuantalamera.
How, Carbon Copper Club. You have your hand raised. Go ahead and show you.
I just shared John from Kawagumba's grant to the top as well. I think that like every day he's out there planting trees, touching tree. He's getting funding from the Web3 space to build a healthier community around him. I think that he's a success story for the industry itself. Uh,
Hit her with the odds. Jimmy, come on, gotta do the sound effect. Where is it?
Yeah, that's amazing.
There we go. There we go. No, that
You
I
got it.
100% agree with that. I 100%,
This
I hundred
guy.
percent agree with that though. Seriously, man. Like he made a believer out of me. Every time I hop on, I'm here. I'm learning actually. You think you only hearing shill stories and things like that, but like I'm actually learning a lot more. That's why it's like That's why I keep trying to be involved.
That's why people like Juan are special. I mean, Juan is out there in Medellin every single day teaching people. I mean, I literally see him out there. The amount of talks and meetups that they have is incredible. The amount of education that they produce is incredible. I mean, these are the people that really be putting everyone on about public goods, on-chain public goods, funding mechanisms, etc. Like this is the community right here.
Wait, go ahead, Juan, please. By all means.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, brother. Good. How are you?
Hey, man, I'm missing you. Why don't you come to Istanbul?
Oh my gosh, I wish I could have. I had a few responsibilities here in New York. I couldn't necessarily get out of. I was supposed to be in Argentina, obviously, as well for Kismet Casa, and couldn't be there either. So it was a bit unfortunate. You know, we unfortunately can't, or I unfortunately couldn't leave the country this time around. But hopefully, I will be able to for the next one.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
hopefully, let's
next
make it
time.
happen.
Yeah,
Let's
next
make it
time.
happen.
Hey, guys, I just come here like to say hello because it's like 12 p.m. for me now. So I'm gonna go sleep, but I just want to say hello to everybody here, to Jimmy. Jimmy's always running this fucking radio. Jimmy, how many do you drink? Like Red Bull or coffee or something? Because man, I don't know. You have a lot of energy. It's super difficult. And wasabi is here. Wasabi was helping a lot for
Yeah.
this thing. Yeah, wasabi. My
Jimmy's
man,
the guy.
I am
Jimmy is the
dying
Red
now.
Bull.
Yeah, no, wouldn't do Red Bull. I feel like you just crash. Not sustainable for
We
2 weeks.
what if we made a brand of energy drinks called Jimmy?
Yeah, Jimmy drinks.
Jimmy
Call
drinks,
it Let's Grow.
yo.
Call it Let's Grow.
Yeah,
Genius.
yeah, Jimmy drinks. Like hashtag. Don't tell your mom. Don't tell your mom you are drinking this fucking drink because it's gonna give you a lot of energy and you are gonna don't stop talking and doing to little space. You are gonna be crazy. So don't tell your mom you are drinking this fucking drink.
That's a great drink name, dude. Call it hashtag Don't Tell Your Mom.
Don't tell your mom it's gonna become to be, I don't know, maybe another Twitter account. Don't tell your mom.
He said, "Don't tell your mom."
Hey bro, I'm dying. So just good energy to everyone here. Luciano, I want to see you soon.
Same, brother. I really do want to see you soon as well.
Yeah, bye.
Adios,
I'm
amigo.
actually I'm gonna be your accountability partner with that, Luciano. Like every quarter, I'm gonna say, have you went back home yet? Have you traveled back home yet? Have you traveled back home yet? I'm gonna literally annoy you. Like you need to make that happen. Like not only touch grass, but touchdown to home, touchdown seriously. I'm gonna be your accountability partner for that.
I love it.
We just have Centropic Regen that just hopped on the stage with us. You have something to add? Any kind of impactful story that you may have, or any comment whatsoever. Feel free. It's an open world.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? I just want to add some ideas for the name of the energy drink. Jimergy would be one. Um, and
Jimmergy, yo.
and the other, I will think on more and on the slogan. I think "Don't tell your mom." That's a great slogan. I think that's fantastic. Uh, Shout out to you, Juan. I think we will have to copy that slogan. um, yeah, today it's been a crazy day. I think. Um, yeah, regarding the most impactful story I've had. Oof, yeah, I mean, I think it's just it's just on these little moments when you're like in nature and you just feel that we're so small and we're